What's up? What's up? What's up, good people? What's up, good people? We are in the building. It is going down. Today is a great day for me for a couple different reasons. Let me make sure this thing is on and popping and public and ready to go. I still got things I didn't do, I's I didn't dot, T's I didn't cross, but the show must go on. The show must begin. This is a great day for me. One reason it being that my son graduated high school yesterday. That was a big moment. That was a big moment that I was very, very, very happy about. Very happy about. Another reason why today matters. Another reason why today matters for me because I'm making some money on that AMC stock. I'm making some serious money on that AMC stock. So we're about to be getting into a number of things. So come on in, hit the like button as you make your way in the building. We're about to get this thing cracking, about to get this thing popping. I see people already gradually filing in. I appreciate each and every one of you. Shout out to Ash L, Sodomy and Chicken. You need to change that name, even though it's funny as hell. But let's get this thing going. And I'm always forgetting the title. I got to change the title. I'm going to do that right now because we will be joined by the old man today. We will be joined by Obsidian. I got to figure out how to make that work. I'm running out of characters in the title. I just squoze it in somehow. I just squoze that in somehow. But all right, we getting things going. We getting things started. We getting things going. Getting things started. I gotta tweak the title and make more room. People coming on in. People coming on in. Appreciate everybody in the building. Let's get ready to go. Let's get it started. Let's get it.
Peace, folks. This is X from TPOT Media. Open your mind and wake your black ass up. You know what time it is. Hit that damn like button as you make your way in the door. Grab a seat, settle in, get ready. It's the Grown Man Hour with your host, my man, Bernard Riley.
Hey, what's up, everybody? This is Mumia Obsidian Ali. You know who I am. I need no introduction, right? And you're listening to the Grown Man Hour with my man Bernard Riley, heard weekdays right here on YouTube. What do you think about that? How about that? Now let's get back on with the show. Thank you.
What's up, good people? What's up, good people? We got 59 people in the building. Make sure you hit the like button as people file on in. We're about to get this thing started. Like I said, we will be joined by Obsidian. I do got to do a title tweak to make sure I get it all squeezed in there just right. Make sure I get it squeezed in there just right. I got a lot of things going on, but I didn't want to miss being on the air on this wonderful Friday. On this wonderful Friday, because I think I missed the last couple Fridays. For just out of happenstance, I missed the last couple Fridays. So I wanted to make sure that I deliver. Wanted to make sure that I deliver on a good Friday show for you wonderful gentlemen and ladies. All three of you to listen to me. Now my female support is growing. It's growing. It's been hovering around 10%, which is interesting. That's one of the debates in this space. And as per usual, I spill coffee. If you hear a little bit of background noise while I'm talking to y'all, I am low key listening to a stock channel. Because yeah, the AMC is going to the moon. I thought it was a potential chance it was going to wrap up with all its growth yesterday, but it didn't. It's still shooting up there. It's trending. It's going up, going down, going up, going down, but it's trending at a much higher level than what it was yesterday. So I think it's going to fluctuate around that point yesterday. I was tempted to do something stupid like pull out my money, but no, I'm about to ride the wave and see where this thing is going. But let's get it. Oh, she said, "We love you, Bernard." I just you ain't say it like that. You don't do like now Sweet Pea Diabetes. She be throwing panties on the stage. Ain't no other way around that. Sweet Pea Diabetes. She be yeah, AMC up before the billions. Omega Triskin said, "Oh snap, we're not rather getting early birds, ladies like norms." They say it's going up until June 2nd. I wish I got in earlier. I put some money on it right on time. Like I had back in January, I just put a little bit of money on it just to play around with it and see what it was going to, do. And then, as predicted, it didn't do nothing. It just sat there. And then I got a tip from Sub Zero. Me and him was chopping it up and was talking right before I went, right before we did our one-on-one, or the day before we did our one-on-one. And he was like, "Hey, it's time. All the indicators saying it's about to go." And then like I said yesterday, I put $2,000 on it, and it fluctuated up a little bit. And I was like, "Wow, that trend continues. It's gonna do something." I put a couple thousand more on it, and then it went. Whew. So yeah, so I'm benefiting from that. Even after it went, I went and put some more on it, and the stuff that I put on it that I hated myself for doing because I was like, it's too high to be trying to still throw something on it. It's still going up. So I would say it's technically not too late. But it depends on what type of investor you are. If you're somebody who's looking at it like, yeah, it's at a high, but it's still, you can see it's still trending up. Put something on it, watch the trend. If it keep trending up, you'll still make some money. So if you buy it now at, let's say 30, what is it at? What is that? Ooh, it's at 33. Selling for $33. You buy it at $33, or you feel, and that's pretty much an all-time high. Will you feel stupid? If it makes it to 63? If it makes it to 55, will you feel stupid if you put $5,000 on it when it was at 33? Of course not. You will cash out that money. You're going to cash out that money and you're going to be happy with that money. So don't sleep on it. Yeah, these stock channels, they be letting you know. CJNBM. Shout out to you. What's up? I saw your email. I didn't get around to responding to it, but I will be I will be checking out your content, and I'll be responding to your email. Before the billions, he says, "I'm almost done with the intro. I'll send it to your email." You're almost done with the intro. I'll send it to your email. Do you operate under a different name? I don't know exactly what you're talking about. I don't know exactly what you're talking about. Fatal Dose of Sage says sodomy and chicken. There is no such thing as a TS girl. Did you mean a man with tits? Fuck y'all talking about? Yep, I cussed. I blew it. I have no idea what y'all talking about down there. But yeah, we got a number of topics to get into. We will be joined by Obsidian momentarily. Um, we're going to be talking about Derrick Jaxn keep trying to make a comeback, keep trying to just come back in like ain't nothing happened. He keeps trying to do that, and we're gonna get into that. See, we're not gonna let it just go quietly into the night. We're not just going to ignore it. And then there's the Shaharazad Ali. I don't know if to call it the Shaharazad Ali issue, and I don't know what take Obsidian is going to have on this. I was trying to get him to tell me exactly what his take was, but he wasn't really. I don't know if he was being deliberately vague or he just was just touching the surface of it. So I don't know what Obsidian's going to come up here and say, because Shaharazad Ali did de facto throw a bomb at either the Manosphere or men in general who speak online about women. The comment was on when she did her interview with Mediocre Tutorials and Reviews. He asked her about the men who are engaging in these conversations, and I think she acknowledged that it's kind of rare for men to be engaging in these conversations because men normally don't speak. We're normally, silent, stone face, stoicism, or something. I think I said the word correctly. That's normally how we operate. But now men are speaking out and giving their opinion on these issues, and some men are giving their expertise on these issues. And with these strong opinions and expertise, yes, a lot of different things are being said in the whole dynamic of these conversations are being changed. Okay, so thank you, because I've been pronouncing her name wrong. I'm bad with names. Shaharazad. It's not Shah. Okay, I didn't say hair, but I have been saying Shaharazad Ali, but it's Shaharazad, not Shaharazad. Okay, added a syllable. Tomato, tomato. But thank you. I do appreciate that because I've been saying it both ways. Greg O says she alluded to Kevin Samuels have been turned out. She doesn't get what happened with the troll during that Kevin Samuels live stream. I don't think she was referring to Kevin Samuels, right? Well, could be. I think she was talking about men in general who speak on these black male, black female issues. And she says some of them operated or seem like they've been either hurt by a woman or turned out by a man. And I don't know which one. But that was a flamethrower. And Obsidian been trying to he been wanting to weigh in on that for a while. I thought he was going to end up doing it on his channel because me and him sort of had to reschedule, or I had interviews booked with Dr. Thunder and Sub-Zero. I forgot the chronology of who I was interviewing, but I had interviews set up with Sub-Zero and Dr. Thunder. Two really good interviews, two really good conversations. I will be getting Sub-Zero back on here because he definitely brings the heat and got a lot of knowledge, a lot of good game, real game to give a lot of brothers. So I definitely do want to have him on here pretty much reoccurring. But so after those two interviews were done, me and Obsidian, guess we etched out Friday. That's the day that we're gonna cover this thing, and we're gonna cover it. I don't know what his take is gonna be on it, but I do know that Obsidian has been talking about men needing to be honest about that. They're saying this, they're saying that, they're making this argument, they're making that argument, but reality, a woman broke your heart somewhere down the line, and that's what you really that's what led you here. That's what you're upset. That's what you're really talking about. And there are some guys that come in this space red pill raging, and they don't get out of it. I had a very brief moment of red pill raging, I didn't even bring the stuff online. I didn't even bring it online. But I might have been somewhere close to the tail end of it when I first started putting content on YouTube, but you couldn't tell. You know. And yeah, Darth the low value man. Man, you just be bringing the heat with them names. Darth low value man. Yeah, the old who hurt you argument. And I'm gonna ask Obsidian questions about this. Put it like that. I'll ask Obsidian questions about this if it goes that route where he's seemingly been and I could be wrong. I could be interpreting him wrong. That's why I'm going to ask him questions about it when he comes up. He's seemingly been somewhat embracing the whole who hurt you type of thing, where he's been saying, he said it, I can go back 9 months, 8 months, 6 months on my show. He's like, man, need to be honest. Somebody hurt you. She broke your heart. Go ahead and express it and speak it in plain terms. But I think he's saying it's better to do that than to come on here. I guess I'm gonna be cussing this string and come on here and be, man, fuck these bitches and fuck these hoes. These hoes is bitches and these bitches is hoes. He's saying it's better to just be honest and just speak the truth of what really went on with you and what's really going on with you. What I say to that is, okay, you probably did get rolled hard and put away wet or whatever the thing is by a woman. Okay, that you probably did get railroaded. You probably did get screwed over. You probably did get jerked around through the system regarding your children. You probably did have some of the worst things happen to you. What I look at is, but are your arguments accurate? Is anything wrong with what you're saying? Either making sense or not making sense, regardless of what's going on with you. I don't care if you come on here butt hurt with mommy issues. Can I follow the logic of your argument, and are you making sense? Are you right or wrong on the merits of the words that are coming out of your mouth? To me, that's always the standard. And they say the standard is the standard. For me, that's the standard. Shout out to Pablo. He says, how about disappointment? Yes. Some people are disappointed. But you could be disappointed or full-blown got hurt feelings. But are you right about what you're saying on the merits of what you're saying? AMC just scared me a little bit. It dropped down, but this is a good day when I'm saying it dropped down to $30 when I was praying for it to get up to $30 the other day. Come on back up. Come on back up. Don't scare me. Don't scare me. Don't scare me. Come on back up. But yeah. So those are the issues. Those are interesting issues. But as usual, I never know exactly where Obsidian is going to go. And he came in right on cue after I think I properly teased the conversation. Omega Dre, what you talking about? We got beef now. What you talking about? Oh yeah, I'm watching AMC like a hog. I'm about to pass this to Obsidian, and I'm just gonna tune out and just watch AMC go up and down. But no, Obsidian is in the back chat, so no more speculation about what the old man is going to say, because we're going to hear it right from the horse's mouth. So without further ado, or as Mediocre Tutorials and Reviews says, who's sparking this conversation to some degree, without further ado, Mumia Obsidian Ali. Welcome.
Hey, what's up, man?
What is going on? Glad to have you back. Feel like you ain't been here in a while, man. Glad to have you.
Yeah, I feel the same, and very interesting topics today. As we come to the de facto end of the first half of the year, we're about to jump off into the summertime season, and very, very interesting state of affairs we find ourselves in. So I guess we'll start off with Mr. Jackson.
Yes, let's start off there, and we can just gradually work our way on up to the Sharazad. I think I got her name right. Shaharazad Ali issue. So y'all can correct me again in the chat if I'm still botching her name. But Dig Thug in the building with the super chat. He says, "Oh man said it on MOT's channel already. His goal is to do what Oprah does and get paid, talking about sisters instead of brothers." Tommy and KS Market. Is that an accurate statement that this brother just put out there?
Yes. As a matter of fact, I'll take it a step further. The discussion, and I don't think it's any longer available on YouTube for listening. But Man of Tomorrow had me on to discuss a number of things, and that was one of the statements that I made. I had said that, and this kind of dovetails back to what you said a few days ago regarding the Ali topic. So I guess we can kind of bounce back and forth.
Mm-hmm.
It was that I had found it interesting that Oprah Winfrey was able to become a billionaire talking about her very personal struggles in life. Her struggles with men, her struggles with weight, her struggles with her self-esteem, how she felt about herself, her appearance, and so on and so forth. That resonated deeply with, millions of women. And people, laud her for that. But it seems like it's a problem for a man to do the same thing in reverse. And I want to explore why that is.
It depends on how you do it, though. Don't you think it depends on how you do? Okay, to the untrained eye watching Oprah, she was just hosting a show that covered topics about weight, that covered topics about women who have problems with men, or women who deal with abuse, or women who deal with this, and women who deal with that. And to the untrained eye, other than the overweight thing, because you could clearly see that she was overweight, but other than that, you could very well think she was just being an objective host and just chose those topics because they were interesting. You got to read her her biography, all of that, in her bibliography or whatever. I get the terms mixed up, but you got to read all of that to find out that, it was all personal. But she just presented it like she was just a host covering these issues because they were interesting.
But the interesting thing about that is, and this, I did a lot of research on Oprah for the book of Obsidian.
Mm-hmm.
And I had said in the book of Obsidian, of all the people, including Jackson, who I studied for the book, the most interesting and profound in many ways was Oprah, for a number of different reasons. And one of those reasons is because, she came from the world of journalism, and she landed in Chicago in the early 1980s, and she's never been known, to be an objective journalist. Never.
That's fair, and that's what they were saying in the chat. So let me just concede that point. She wasn't objective, but I don't think she could build a platform that big with her just looking in the camera saying, "I'm hurt and I'm abused and I'm this and I'm that."
Actually, that's exactly what she did. I mean, if you look at the body of Oprah's work, not only her own show, 30 years running, and this predates the Oprah Winfrey Network, which in a lot of ways is Oprah once removed, right? Because you look at the programming that's on the Oprah Winfrey Network, including the final episodes of Iyanla Vanzant. It's all about Black women being hurt. That's
Black women being hurt. Yeah,
right. That's my point. And so she was able to take that and make it into the juggernaut that it is today. I don't see why Black men can't do any different.
No, they can. So I guess the only disconnect that we're having is it's one thing to grow a platform based off the issues that Black men have, the issues with women, the issues with society, regardless of what it is. There's nothing wrong with growing a platform on that. So I guess let's just deal with the perception. If the individual content creator on the microphone is literally saying, "I'm hurt and I'm sad because I couldn't get I couldn't get the women that I wanted, or women rejected me and they treated me like this, and I'm just my feelings are hurt. It's that's not going to get well received. But you can have a broad conversation about how women just get a pass for being, in my estimation, a lot of them some utter pieces of shit in relationships. They do get a pass on that because I guess I don't know if Donovan Sharp invented the term, but he's the one I heard say it a million times. That everybody thinks women are made of sugar and spice and everything nice, but men who actually deal with women find out real fast that no, that's very far from the truth. And so, yes, a platform could be built on men talking about and exposing that, but at the same time, I don't know how far a platform will go if it comes off like the person on the microphone is just crying about his, or I hate to, I don't like to use the word crying, just whining or complaining about his personal hurt, and that's all it's about. It's sort of, and that was one of the criticisms. Now I don't agree with C Boogie that much, but that was one of the criticisms that he gave about you. He said Obsidian used to speak up for men. He used to talk about facts, data, and statistics that show that men in general were not in the wrong in a lot of the situations on a broad scale. But over time, his channel just turned into, it was just about one man and his dick. And I was like, yeah, he kind of had a point right there. And then you even conceded the point that it was personal. And so I don't know how big of a vehicle it could become, because we can get behind, speaking up for men, speaking up for the everyday brother. We're not trying to, this is going to sound horrible. We're not trying to get behind and rally behind, your dick and what it didn't attract. You see, that's why it's a different thing from a man talking about something personal, but versus a man, even though he came from a place of personal hurt, he's breaking it down factual from the perspective of, facts, stats, data, and breaking it down and showing
essentially divorcing yourself from your humanity. See, I find it interesting, and you mentioned C Boogie, so I'm going to go there. I find it interesting that C Boogie would accuse me of being interested in my dick when that's all he does is talk about his dick.
Fair point.
That's all he does.
Fair point.
I mean, why would I pay somebody under the rubric of self-improvement only to hear him regale himself about his dick?
Yeah, and also telling the people that need to self-improve that you can't help the fact that you're ugly and it is what it is, and you're not gonna get
exactly. I mean, yeah. Is he a dating coach? Is he a self-improvement coach, or is he a dominatrix? People pay dominatrixes to be humiliated. That's what you pay them to do. So if you want to pay somebody to be humiliated, you went to the wrong place. You don't need to go to Steve Boogie. You need to go to a dominatrix. If you're going for hope, if you're going for improvement, if you're going for empathy, you went to the wrong place. See Boogie's very facial expressions in his videos look and smack of contempt. Don't take my word for it. Look it up online. Do the research yourself. He has contempt for black men like me, and it shows, literally.
And I never understand what that is. I never saw that until I got online. Like in real life, there was a such thing as a guy who, going back to high school here, there's a such thing as a bully. We all know and get that. But typically, unless somebody was just a bully or a jackass or whatever, typically you don't really see that where somebody who thinks they got more going for themselves, rather they're taller or better looking or get more girls, you don't see them exactly just having contempt for someone who doesn't get on as well. So I never noticed that until I got online. I didn't know what was going on, and I stepped back from it and said, okay, maybe it's just a content strategy that some people use. Let me go out my way to counter whatever the Manosphere is saying, or as I've stated before, a lot of people are just countering you. A lot of people have
doing a very bad job of it.
A lot of people have erected entire platforms based off just let me counter everything Obsidian said on the Echo Box. And so, yeah, that is a thing. And so I guess if it's a content strategy.
You didn't see my systematic dismemberment of the poor black man, did you?
Oh, I saw that. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, and Jessica X got in on that too. Y'all broke them down. Y'all broke them down really well. I definitely saw that. Real quick before we go forward, Malcolm in the middle in the building says the man. Definitely shout out to you, Malcolm in the middle. Appreciate your support, brother. Red sings the blues. I will be over there tomorrow. It will be a panel, and I still don't know everybody who's on the panel. Shoot me one more email today about the varying topics that we're going to be covering, but we do got a panel going on over there on Red Sings the Blues show tomorrow at 7 p.m. EST. Hopefully I got the time right. Shout out to Red Sings the Blues. The brothers over there doing good work. Make sure you show him your support. We also got who is it? What the hell? Come on, man. That's a white t-shirt. Ooh, I'm not even. Shout out to Ramil. I am Aries Queen, bitch. You are blocked? I didn't know that. How are you blocked in your commenting? Is the other channel blocked? Maybe the other channel deserved to be blocked. Maybe you were being more of an Aries Queen bitch on that channel and somebody blocked you. But I'll check it out. I'll see, because you don't say nothing that deserve to get blocked. You say stuff that don't make sense, but nothing that deserve to get blocked. So I will check it out. I will look into it. But you're here on that channel, so just enjoy yourself on that channel. So okay, where were we?
Yeah. So going back, because you brought up C Boogie's point.
If I just say half of C Boogie's name, you're like, oh, you brought him up. Now you can go in for 30 minutes on him.
Well, I mean,
go ahead.
Yeah, I just found it interesting that his main argument, as you have interpreted to me in this discussion, is really a serious case of the pot calling the kettle black. And the reason why guys like that have contempt for guys like me is because guys like them need guys like me. I mean, if we're gonna be honest, he likes to talk about the mirror. I'm down with that. So if we're gonna be honest about the mirror, I'll be the first to say that I'm no leading man. But would he agree that he would also, like, no woman ever noted his sparkling intellect? Would he be honest in saying that?
All right.
Would that be fair? I'm no leading man, and no woman has ever accused him of being an erudite individual. Never. They just say, just shut up and F me. I mean, would that be fair?
I'm taking that as a rhetorical question.
And that goes back to the overall point. It's easier to go from my position to C Boogie's than C Boogie's to mine.
Explain. What do you mean?
Okay, so the argument about self-improvement, working out, looking better, blah, 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 blah. That's an easier pull for somebody like me to do than for him to go to become a man of letters, to become an autodidact polymath, to be one of the brainchilds and architects of a space that is now gaining ground in a big way, to be a thought leader, to be considered one of the intellectual powerhouses of the Black Manosphere, if not the intellectual powerhouse of the Black Manosphere. It's an easier pull for me to go in his direction than it is for him to go in mine. And that's something that becomes very apparent. I notice a lot. We talk a lot about, it's interesting that we talk a lot about genes and genetics, and it only stops at height or hair color. It never talks about intelligence. And intelligence is partly inheritable.
Yes.
Did you know that a person in the United States, with an average IQ of around 100 has a 28% chance of divorce?
That I didn't know. I did know, and you did break down the data before, how the upper class, their divorce rate is somewhere in the 20s, but everybody else is somewhere, a little bit over 70 or something like that. Now, and a lot of people don't like this, that the mere fact that yes, having a higher IQ does increase the probability that you're going to make it into the upper class or upper middle class. So it's no surprise that their divorce rate would be lower, just much like how it is with the people that are in the upper class. Because people don't like that. They like to say, oh, a high IQ person, I mean, somebody who's doesn't have as high of an IQ, they can make just as much money. Well, it's possible if they find a nice little niche, it's possible. But on the average, you don't see low IQ people with engineering degrees. The average IQ for an engineer is, I think, 120. I think for the average doctor is 124. It's you gotta be some standard deviations above the average to really excel in fields that just automatically pay good money. So yeah.
And take a wild guess as to the divorce rate of an American citizen with a 130 IQ.
I would
give me a number. What percent would that be?
It might be below 20.
9.
Right, you said 9%?
9%. 9.
All right. And but see, here's the thing. I gotta throw this one out there, and you're probably trying to go somewhere, so I don't want to throw you off. But again, well, no, you kind of already made this point. If IQ is somewhat genetic, it is. It is. We don't like to say that, but it is.
Why not? Why don't we like to say that? Why don't we like to say that? Why is that?
Because it I don't know. And I'm not I kind of know. Okay. It drives a dagger right through the idea of all men are created equal and you can do whatever you want to do. If you believe it, you can achieve it, and just go out and just pursue and work hard and this or that. Somebody with a IQ that dictates that they're probably going to be best suited flipping burgers at Mickey D's, he can't believe it, dream it, achieve it, and go chase it all the way to being a theoretical astrophysicist. It won't work. That dog won't hunt, as you say. I know somebody who woke up and decided one day, I'm going to be a doctor. And they couldn't make it past the organic chemistry classes, no matter how hard they tried. They could not pass the classes. It just didn't work. Their brain just couldn't process or hold all that information. Now that person makes decent money today in something that they're something that's suitable for them, that's not as brain taxing in that kind of way. So this individual I'm talking about, no, they just didn't have the IQ for it. But when it comes to height and how fast you could run or how high you could jump or how you look, it's easy to just look at those things and say, of course, yeah, genetics. Yeah, this person is genetically gifted. But a lot of people just don't want to acknowledge that. And even the smart people don't want to acknowledge that they have an advantage. I thought it was so funny. At my son's graduation, the guy who was the salutatorian, he was talking about how he was ranked number 2 and how him and the girl that was ranked number 1, how they kind of worked together. It was something that she helped him with, something he helped her with. She edged him out. I think one of them had like a 4.2 GPA and the other one had like a 4.2005 or something like that. She beat him out by a little bit, but like 20% of his speech, he was talking about the number and the rank and everything, but trying to argue that the rank or wherever you're ranked in this class, it doesn't matter. It doesn't define you. It doesn't control you. He was doing all of that. And I'm like, dude, you're a genius who can go any and everywhere you want in life right now. So I was sitting there listening. Yes, me and my ex-wife, we sat next to each other at the graduation and got along just fine. But I nudged her and was like, I told her he sounds like a rich person saying, oh, money doesn't matter. It's not everything. But yes, no, he's a walking genius. He's a walking genius. And geniuses are born. They're not created. You can maximize somebody's potential. You can definitely do that, but you just can't.
But doesn't it go right to the heart of C Boogie's argument? And which is some guys are just ugly and that's just the way it's going to be. Well, some guys are just brilliant and that's just the way it's going to be. And some guys are just dullards and that's just the way it's going to be. That's his own argument. Right?
And people don't acknowledge that when it comes to intelligence. And I'm not even sitting here saying that I'm just the most far and away intelligent guy. I'm not even. I'm not. I know. I understand what you're saying, and understand that you're saying that you're intelligent, and that's your counter to those who try to bring up your height or your looks or whatever and all of that. I'm not here to just bang.
By the way, none of which I deny. If you want to tell me that I'm a short guy, I'll be the first to admit that. I'm 5'7". I'm a tall, short guy. I'm the tallest of the short guys.
Yeah, you're the skinniest kid at fat camp. But all right, let me.
I have no problem with that. But the problem that I have is what you want to do is not you personally, but what people who take this tack, what they want to do is kind of just keep the argument there. And I'm like, no. If we're going to talk about human potential and human capacity and ability, then why just stop it there? Because if we're going to talk about women, and C Boogie often does, every last woman I'm 52, every last woman in my entire life, all of them, without exception, sexual, non-sexual, platonic, non-platonic, work relationship, colleague, peer, acquaintance, social circle, 2 or 1, white, black, Jewish, Asian, Hispanic, older, younger, every last woman I've ever known that knew me personally would say of me, among one of the first things they would say of me is, he's sharp as a whip. Oh, he's really smart, really intelligent, without fail, including to the present day. Are they all wrong? All of them?
Yeah, well, who cares what they say? I mean, if you got an IQ test and credentials to prove what you are, I mean, no, they're not wrong. But
my point being, again, using C Boogie's own argument, the question becomes relevant because either all the ladies are wrong or all the ladies are right. And if they're right, then the next question has to be, how many women in C Boogie's life have said something similar about him? That certainly hasn't been true in the past 3-4 years here on YouTube, has it? I've heard women note that C Boogie is a good-looking man. None of them have said he was a smart one. Not one.
All right. Fair enough. Okay. Sun is hot, raw in the building. C Boogie's facial expression and language is that of mockery. He mocks and belittles men who he thinks are socially and sexually inadequate for anyone's standards. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. Appreciate you.
What do we get for $10? Everything you want. Everything? Everything. You.
Shout out to you. Shout out to the $10 Nation. Black Wolf Inc. in the building. He says, what's good, brothers? The captain and old man hoping today is another 1K live view show. We shall see. We shall see. And shout out to Black Wolf Inc. Snuggles, this bear is getting creepier and creepier. I'm gonna change up your greeting.
Hi, I'm Snuggles.
Shout out to Snuggles, who says, how do they judge an IQ? Do you all know the breakdown? If you don't mind me asking, Obsidian, you are free to answer that one if you would like.
Yeah, they do a number of psychometrics tests. Some of the oldest that have been around, you're talking about a better part of a century now, if not a little bit longer, is Stanford Binet. That's considered like one of the, standard tests. But there have been others, the name escapes me right now, the matrices. But there have been a number of tests that have been around for a long time, and they're easy to find online.
The Mac the Trucker in the building. He says, I'm curious to know, has anyone in this space been to LL see Boogie self-improvement 7. They probably got a full. Okay, cut it out. Cut it out. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. E Capone in the building. He says, "What's up, old man in BR? I got 5 on it. Appreciate you coming through."
Yeah, but so not
moving
to
forward.
Yeah,
On
I was about to say not to
issue.
belabor it, but just to kind of go into the point about personality or making a personal statement. People don't use, and this Oprah predated the social media age, but the point still stands. People need to be able to relate to you personally.
Mhm.
And Oprah's success is that so many women were able to relate to her personally. And I think that the big thing with me is that a lot of guys can relate to me personally. They can relate to a kind of underdog figure.
That's true.
And I refuse to allow my humanity to be dictated by others. I have my travails and challenges just like everybody else. I could have hidden, if I could have did a FDR and hidden the fact that I was technically disabled. I could have hidden it. A lot of people didn't know during his lifetime. A lot of Americans had no idea that Franklin Delano Roosevelt was confined to a wheelchair. They didn't know that. As a matter of fact, there was a concerted effort on the part of his White House to keep that fact from the American people because they had concerns that they would think him unfit to serve as president if they found out. So I could have kept that fact, about myself. I'm not confined to a wheelchair, obviously, but I could have, kept.
Don't start that rumor. Don't get that one going.
Yeah, but I could have kept the fact that I was technically disabled hidden. I didn't, and I knew exactly what was going to happen when I, put it out there. There was going to be a number of very mean-spirited people that didn't really have an argument. What we were saying earlier, people that call themselves responding to me, they're not responding at all. They're doing is admitting that they don't have an argument. And I knew that was coming, and they did, and they shot their load, and that was that. And what's interesting about all of this, and I guess this does, excuse me, to some extent tie into the Sister Shaharazad Ali interview with MTR, is I've noticed personally over the past few years, I've gotten no pushback from women. I wasn't, aiming for that. That wasn't my intention, but it is one of the unintended consequences. I've gotten no pushback from women. Every time I've achieved something, every time I've moved the needle, Black women do one or two things. Either they're very laudatory or they're very quiet. The pushback that I've seen over the past few years up to the present day has been largely from Black men. And that's a very interesting state of affairs to observe and witness, and it'll be
by the pushback that you speak of, you're talking about pushback to what essentially amounts to your own personal self-improvement journey that you've made, because you have improved on some things. And so are you referring to that?
Yes, very much so.
Okay.
A lot of goalpost shifting, and what about this or what about that? A lot of whataboutism and all the rest of it, instead of just simply saying, well, man, good on him, good on the brother, and we wish him well. It's for some reason that's very difficult for a good number of brothers to do. It's very, very, or just to do as a lot of Black women do, just don't say anything at all, just be quiet. But yeah, it's the big responses over the past few years have been coming from that side of it. So it's very interesting. It's very, very telling object lesson in psychology.
Right.
When you sit down and think about it. And what it tells me on the female side is that maybe Black women aren't as fixed as many would like to believe. Maybe they're not. Is it possible is it possible that Black America has been under a kind of regime of sorts with a certain type of men who have never really had to be challenged? And could it be that we're in a new period where circumstances are such where they can be challenged now? And could it be that Black women are kind of like on the sidelines, as women time immemorial have always done? Women have always kind of been on the sidelines and watched the guys duke it out and pick whoever the winner is. That's always been true. So could it be that this time around what's going on is the guys on the other end of the spectrum are now able to mount a credible response and challenge to these guys, and Black women are being quiet and reevaluating everything? Now, again, I didn't step into this with this type of idea, but I have been thinking about it over the past few years, and of course, the culmination of the book of Obsidian, and it's given me a lot to think about. And I think one of the reasons why a lot of Black women are quiet is because I think that they are going through a period of rethinking things. And I think that's one of the reasons why we have people like the one we're talking about right now, kind of, shrieking and making a lot of noise. Because, if you really got it going on like that, it should be a fact. It should be a fait accompli. It's kind of like what happened with Derrick Jaxn. So Derrick Jaxn, we all remember last year. Derrick Jaxn went.
Wait, hold your thought on Derrick Jaxn. Let me get down to the bottom of these super chats real quick. But that's a good transition on the Derrick Jaxn thing. But Canum Graves says, "Keep up the good work, fellas. Appreciate you coming on through. Appreciate your support, Canum Graves." In the building, and I'm not playing the whole thing. Black Wolf. Woof. Jessica X is in the building. I'm gonna let the audience select what a special greeting for Jessica X should be. Be creative. And whatever y'all come up with, I'm gonna create it. Come up with something real. Okay, anyway, that would be funny. Shout out to Jessica X. Appreciate your support. Y'all make sure y'all hit the like button. Make sure you hit the like button. We got 413 people in here, only 177 on the likes. There's no reason why we can't get those likes to bump all the way up to 250 right now. Sir Ty said he got something perfect. Oh yeah, put it together. Send it to me. And I'm gonna all right. Anyway, but yeah, definitely let's get the likes up. Obsidian is gearing up to speak on Derrick Jaxn. We only got 179 likes in here. I do want to see it bump up to at least 200 before we even go any further. So let me see hit the like button. Do appreciate everybody in here. You see Evie now in the building saying get the likes up. Yeah, still being stingy on the likes. Boom, it just bumped up to 195. I'll take that. I'll buy that for $1. CJNBM said it on my channel. The issue many men have with Kev is seeing where they rank. They call women delusional, but they don't like their reality either. Yes, I do think it's true that, and I didn't anticipate this. Obsidian probably did. I didn't anticipate that men who some of them may very well be doing all right with the ladies, but they don't do all right in that particular area with what that show is about, because he's talking about men being successful and men being successful having more options. So okay, they're not that successful, but they're still doing okay with the ladies. I mean, there's no shortage of tall, good-looking guys who have a problem getting women in their bed. But if that tall, good-looking guy isn't successful, I don't see why he needs to fight or go to war against what Kevin Samuels is saying. You have your category, your lane that you're getting on with, and just continue to get on and do your thing. I don't So that I never understand the pushback, but I don't even want to go down that route because Obsidian was about to transition into talking about the Derrick Jaxn things. But CJNBM, I almost called you NBD, like traded NBD. But shout out to you, appreciate your super chat, and I am going to be checking out your content and responding to email. Chief Rocket in the building. For Jessica X, use the Maybach sweet sample from Rick Ross. I have no idea what that is. Yes, I do. I think I do. No. I don't know. We'll see. All right, go ahead, Obsidian. Go ahead.
Yeah. So to go back to the previous point that the brother made, yeah, I do see that. I saw it way back, and it's a very uncomfortable, painful thing for a lot of guys to know that they're not as ranked as high as they think. That can be a very humbling experience, and you can have one of two response. Well, you have several possible responses. One is that you can just accept where you are and keep on moving. The other is that you can say, well, I gotta do better and get about the business of doing that. And the other is to kind of do what we've seen happen over the past 6+ months that we've seen happen with Kevin. It's the unintended consequence of his rise has been a very profound object lesson in Black American psychology when you really think about it. And it's been very in some ways it's been fascinating and profound, but in other ways it's been very disturbing and sad. And I'm still kind of wrapping my mind around it, to tell you the truth. But to go to the point about Derrick, so last year he kind of went both barrels blazing at Kevin. And the reason why was pretty obvious. He didn't consider anybody else in the Black Manosphere to be worth the time or the trouble. In one fell swoop, Derrick kind of revealed everything about himself. He puts, followers and subscribers ahead of content and ideas. He revealed that he's somewhat lazy, in the sense that he never thought to step up his kind of content. It's kind of ironic. I'm thinking of DJ Kuda here. He never thought to kind of step that up because he never thought that day could come where, he would no longer be king of the hill. Mm-hmm. He revealed that he was very much a kind of empty soup. That once you went past the pithy one-liners and so forth, that there really wasn't a there. And he was going up against a guy who in pretty much every way was better than him. Mm-hmm. And that kind of goes to this point about the select non-select dichotomy in Black, which is a very real thing, very real, scientifically real. What Kevin proved is that the social media playground no longer belongs to guys like Derrick exclusively. Whether they like it or not, they're going to have to share. Or they can run the risk of just getting ran out altogether. That there's a kind of new sheriff in town. I kind of speak going back to C Boogie. I kind of jokingly referred to Kevin as kind of like my champion. Because, another big talking point of Kevin's, of C Boogie's, and others have said this. Obsidian's been trying to get a conversation with these women. They don't want to talk to him. I have no problem with that. They can talk to Kevin. They can hear Kevin tell these lovely ladies night in and night out that not only would a guy not only are these ladies invisible to a guy like Kevin, they don't even exist. They can hear that, number one. But they don't even qualify for a guy like me, which, whether you like it or not, I'm a top 20%er. So I would prefer Black women listening to Kevin than listening to me. I would actually prefer it. Because that's even better. It's even sweeter. Now you're hearing directly from the guys that you don't want, telling you they don't want, not only don't they want you, you're invisible.
Well, that speaks to one of my points earlier when I was saying I don't want to recircle that, even though we did have a good conversation about that, whether or not somebody is making good talking points or whether they're talking about or venting about their personal shortcomings or personal failings when it came to women. I think that when they say that Obsidian was doing this to get a conversation started with women, and you did spark a lot of conversation, just not in the format that Kevin Samuels is doing it. And it's probably true that you probably could never achieve that or replicate that in the same exact format that Kevin Samuels is doing it, but you did spark a lot of conversation. The things, the ideas, the things you came up with did, you know, snowball or almost spread like a meme, basically, and spark a lot of conversations all over Black YouTube. So in that way, you did spark and start a lot of conversations. And the icing on the cake or the cherry on top is that now Kevin Samuels is doing it in a more prolific way, but he's a lot of the things that you said are a lot of things that he's saying is based off a lot of the work that you've done. So in that way, I would say you ultimately achieved your goal. So I think it's a small backhanded shot or a meaningless rabbit punch for them to say that, oh, you don't got the women calling into your show, or but you know, if your whole goal was just to attract some women, then okay, then they can probably make a point. But if the goal was to spark a real conversation, in which a real conversation is happening on Kevin Samuels' show, and real conversations have been had all throughout Black YouTube based off a lot of things that you said, and a lot of things that are being discussed on Kevin Samuels' show are things that are predicated on a lot of points that you've made, then I say you got mission accomplished right there.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I'll take it a step further. I don't think these guys that we're talking about who attempt to take these cheap shots at me and only reveal just how low IQ they are, they don't even think about, they don't listen to what Kevin is saying. Because if they listen to Kevin carefully and they go back through my catalog of work, we're essentially saying the same things. Yeah. There are points where Kevin will borrow, you know, points of mine that's not as anywhere near as frequent as people try to make it out, but it does happen. And I'll give you an example right now. I mean, the idea that you know, Kevin is really in a sense a big advocate for guys like me.
Yeah, that's what a lot of people don't realize. They think he's only talking about the higher up guys, and yes, that is true. He is talking about high earning guys, but when he have the conversations with women, what he's doing, he's advocating for the everyday brother. However you define that, he's advocating for men at all levels. That's one thing that I've also said. Sweet pea diabetes. Quit throwing your panties on the stage. Quit throwing your panties on the stage. All right. Shout out to anyway, carry on.
So yeah, I mean, so you know, I think that I think what's interesting in his discourse, and like I said, Derrick came after him because he never really had a real challenge.
Yeah,
and we saw what happened when he was presented with one. He folded like a house of cards. And I think that's the real fear of a lot of the 20% we refer to them. Shout out to Ron Wills, the select guys. I call them select F boys. And I think it really does fit in the case of Derrick, knowing what we know now in late May 2021. A lot of these guys just don't have, I mean, they got a lot of bark and no bite. They got a lot of bark and no bite. And it was really good to see how quick he just folded when he tried to go after, and Kevin didn't even hit back really hard. I mean, he did some offhand remarks.
Yeah,
but he didn't do like a straight up, bombardment, orbital bombardment of Derrick. Imagine what happened if he'd taken a couple shots across the bow.
Yeah.
So it just shows just how, fundamentally weak a lot of these guys are, but they have been able to kind of more or less hold the Black American dating landscape hostage for so long. And now it's the landscape is shifting. It no longer belongs solely to them. But there's work that needs to be done on the other side. There's work that has to be done on the other side. And that goes to the point, you know, as we all know now, there have been reports that Jackson is, you know, reemergent after his picadillos have been, you know, exposed. And it does raise some interesting questions. One of them, obviously, is that at least insofar as Instagram and Facebook are concerned, which are his strongholds, you know, YouTube has never been a stronghold of his, as strange as that may sound. But black women are riding with him on those two platforms. And then in the midst of that, we have another individual who I've been aware of for some time. This is the first time I've been publicly speaking about it, but I've been aware of him for some time. You know, I always have my deep cover operatives in the field. Gentleman by the name of Pastor Papadon. He's being he's being hailed as a kind of Derrick Jaxn 2.0 or Derrick Jaxn on steroids. And when you put the two together, it really becomes this. What is going to be the Black Manosphere response? And let me explain what I mean by that. I don't think this time around our response should be what we did last year.
Meaning?
I don't think that should be it. I think but go ahead.
What was the response last year? Like, what do you mean by that? What did we do last year?
Well, the Black Manosphere's response, more or less, was to essentially go after Derrick and kind of rain shoals of contempt on him. Rightly so, I should say.
Mm-hmm.
Rightly so. I think the problem that all of us are grappling with is the sheer rapidity of change, of shifting the shifting landscape. I'm still adjusting to it myself. I'm still learning it. I'm still adjusting to it. Because what I do in a major sense kind of runs antithetical to the rapidity of social media. Like it's hard to be a deep thinker and write, you know, nearly 500-page books and be facile with social media at the same time. That's a very difficult thing to do because when you sit down and think about it, they run antithetical to each other. You know, being a writer by definition means a solitary pursuit. You're basically alone a lot with your own thoughts, and you put them down on paper, so to speak, and then you go back and go over the different drafts and you kind of rearrange them, and then you go over it with a proofreader or editor or both, and you kind of do it over again. That's not social media. That's a completely different animal. So it's been a real challenge for me to try to, you know, balance out both. It's been a real challenge. And I'm still grappling with that challenge. But I think that this time around, with Derrick seemingly reemergent, and and I talked about this in the book of Obsidian, by the way. I had predicted that there would be many more, for lack of a better way of putting it, mini me Derricks coming along. I said this in the book of Obsidian. And the Black Manosphere needs to give some thought, in my opinion, needs to give some thought as to what its response will be. I don't think it will be a useful exercise to respond in the way that we did last year. Kevin is doing a great job, but Kevin can't do this alone. You know, kind of use the MCU analogy. He needs some other Avengers in there. And that's going to require some things that some brothers here in the Black Manosphere will not want to hear.
Well, Edward is saying something, and I was in agreement with Edward, and he says he's not doing it alone. There's other brothers making content.
They are,
Okay.
but that's not what I'm talking about.
Okay. So explain.
Okay, so the first question I would have is making content to who? Who are you speaking to? Who is your intended audience?
Okay.
I think the time is come for us to consider taking market share from the other side. You ever played the game Capture the Flag?
Mm-hmm.
It's time to go and capture their flag.
Hmm. All right. So it sounds like you're saying the Manosphere needs to make content about women, but for women.
What I'm here to say is we need to start speaking more to them than about them. But in order for that to work, there are going to have to be some changes that a lot of brothers in the Black Manosphere won't like.
Before we get into the changes, let's try to operate on the premise. I want to make sure I understand. I want to make sure I understand what you're really saying when you say speaking to them. Describe the difference between speaking to them or speaking about them. And I think a lot of it has to do with the algorithm. Like for example, my female viewership is hovering around 10% at this point. It was at 5% at one point, if I'm not mistaken, but it's hovering around 10%. A lot of that has to do with when I started doing content about Kevin Samuels and Derrick Jaxn, and going all the way back to when they, first had their little back and forth, and then Derrick Jaxn shot himself in the foot, and then doing reactions to all of that and responding to all of that. My female viewership, like some of those reacting to Derrick Jaxn streams, they would have like 75% men, 25% women, and some of those got a lot of views. So female viewership went up. So I guess what I'm getting at here is that the nature of the content that I was doing, even though I wasn't even directly even talking to Black women, I was just talking about Kevin Samuels and or Derrick Jaxn, and just the nature of the content that I was doing, the female viewership sort of just went up, which means that my thumbnail and everything was just a thumbnail that the few women that it sent it to said they wanted to click on it. So it's kind of algorithm centered. So it's almost like, to some degree, you can try to engineer it, but to some degree, the market chooses you. Like, I don't even know if Kevin Samuels exactly or initially chose to do what he's doing now. I think it gradually started choosing him, and he said, I got something here, and he went that route. But
I can tell you that that's not how it happened.
Okay.
I can assure you of that.
Okay, so it was a game plan from the start.
Oh yes.
Okay, all right. I was always curious about that, because it seemed like it kind of happened organically, and then he ran with it. But he very well could have just masterminded from 2 years ago. He was probably plotting on it.
No, that was very much a deliberate thing.
Okay.
It's funny. A lot of people look at, because Black folks are very superficially shallow people, so they look at Kevin and myself and they see so much difference. But actually, we're a lot more alike than different. And one of the ways that we're a lot more alike is we're both of us are very deliberate men. We don't do things on happenstance, or we try to keep from having to improvise if we can help it.
Right. I get that. Wait, I don't. Maybe you were circling back there, but I want to make sure we don't get off of this point where it sounds like you were saying that the black manosphere needs to make content about women, for women, talking to women.
What did I say?
Okay, I thought you said that.
All I said was we need to start talking to black women.
Okay, you said Kevin needs some help. Okay. Ed pointed out in the chat, and I agree with him that yes, people are making content, and you said making content for who? So that's the four.
And yeah, that's the part. That's a big part of the message. You know, a lot
so
of
if you're making content for them, talking to them, and then the content is about them. So that covers all three of the things that I said.
Well, what I would say is that Kevin has given the Black Manosphere a lot to think about where we want to go. I always try to keep an eye toward the future. I noticed that it's our tendency as a people to kind of look toward the past. I'm a bit iconoclastic in that sense, in that I try to keep an eye toward the future. So here we are, 1 year after Kevin 2.0. And where do we go from here? That's the question for me. Where do we go from here? All right, so we see what's going on with Derrick, and you know, we can debate whether or not that was a fait accompli or what have you, but we are where we are. And we also see not only a resurgence on his part, but we also see others like him rolling off the assembly line. That's why I call it the Black Love Machine. But what is the Black Manosphere producing? Now you can say, well, we got all these different content creators. That's true. We do. Some of them are very good. MTR is excellent.
Mm-hmm.
But the question is, exactly what are we doing? You know, one thing I learned 2 years ago attending that Derrick Jaxn event, and it's never left me, those guys have a coherent linking strategy that they purposely work toward. Mm-hmm. I'm not saying whether I like it or agree with it or I think it's right. I'm just saying they have it. And that's something we don't seem to have on the other side. We have guys who, you know, can work together ad hoc, but there's no corresponding, you know, organized effort. I saw an organized effort. You can't pull off a tour and then not be an organized effort. And they pulled it off. That was 2 years ago. So the landscape has greatly changed. And I think we do need to have a kind of different type of approach. One thing we need to do is, you know, demonstrate that we can still remain nimble to the changing landscape, you know, instead of running the risk of becoming, you know, stuck. It's a very dynamic situation that we're in. Kevin changed things dramatically over the past year. And it gives us an opportunity because, you know, Derrick is still trying to find his sea legs after all this.
Okay, wait, hold on. Let's just pause for a second. First off, shout out to Sincere Cracking Up. He says, here's a good question. Why the community so divided and tearing down people so much of trend nowadays? Thank you for the super chat. Now we
good question.
Yeah, but so I do want to acknowledge his question. You can answer that when we get around to it. What the hell is this? You said Bernard name. This is the first time somebody put my name as their YouTube name, so I've made it. Okay, it says Bernard's favorite golden toilet. Block them or let them rock. I'll let y'all decide. One, let them rock. 2, block them. We'll see. All right, carry on, Obsidian.
Yeah. So I'm looking at some brothers in the chat room, and some of them saying that I want to be in charge of something. Nothing could be further from the truth. I don't need to be in charge of everything, and like you just got finished saying, you know, I've pretty much achieved my objective. Kevin Samuels is the proof. If the goal was to foster a real conversation between black men and black women, mission accomplished.
Mm-hmm.
I pretty much set out in my first 5 years, because now I'm in year 6. In my first 5 years, I achieved everything I set out to do.
Mm-hmm.
So now I'm on a new 5-year cycle, and it's a new Obsidian in a real sense. This time around, it's an Obsidian focused on putting his thoughts on paper, actually playing the social media game, and taking things in a related direction as Kevin, but unique in its own way. You know, again, I kind of think of the analogy of the MCU and the connectivity between its major characters. See, I see connectivity between the guys on the other side, but the connectivity between the guys on this side is tenuous at best.
You don't think there's some connectivity between Kevin Samuels, O'Shea, MTR is getting in there, yourself, and you don't see some connectivity there? Or are you talking about just, I mean, I see some connectivity. I see people working together, kind of.
Yes.
Shouting out each other.
Yes. There is like I said, it's tenuous. It's not as it's not as I didn't want to use the word coherent. It's not as solid as it could be and needs to be, especially if we're going to credibly respond to this Derrick Jaxn 2.0 type of thing. Because the only reason why I'm talking about it is because I've heard so many other content creators in the Black Manosphere, to be fair, including O'Shea himself, talk about Jackson and Papa Don and so forth. And my question becomes, okay, so what are we going to do about it? Is the extent of our response is to make response videos talking about how lame they are? That's it? Is that the extent of our argument?
Well, no, we can make videos refuting their nonsense, and then we can make our regular content in which we're presenting things that make more sense.
And presenting, okay, so debunking the points, talking to who? Making our points, talking to who?
Whoever is going to click the thumbnail, whoever subscribed to us.
Okay.
And
so
in the case of most of us, it's mostly men. In my case, 90% men, 10% women.
Okay. So in business, and we're both businessmen, in business, one way that you grow your business is that you take competitors' market share. Is that not true?
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying it's time for the Black Manosphere to start taking competitors' market share.
Okay. So we're there. So I think what you're saying is, okay, let me just try to make sure the premise is right. Okay, the Manosphere has full share, owns the market when it comes to men. We have the men. Now you want to expand and ultimately take the women from the other side that says what you would assess to be things that are counter to men. So you want to take.
Would 25% be a good number to start?
Sure. So you want to take some market share over there from them. So if we just accepting the premise that that's a good idea, that the Manosphere as a collective group should embark on that, I personally think the individuals, if it's within their skill set and what they like to talk about, then they by all means should do it. Shout out to Little Big Nate in the chat. He talks a lot about families and patriarchy and all of that. So it's sort of up his alley, just with the type of discussions that he has, because he's not talking about pumping and dumping. He wants to see more black families. So yeah, take somebody like Little Big Nate taking over a market share of women, talking about or showing how them voting for the Democratic Party is very counterproductive to the outcomes of black women, black children, and ultimately the black community, to black men. It's bad for everybody. So in that sense, yes, I get it. It sort of falls within his skill set or within the framework of what he likes to talk about. So I personally think those who have channels that already fall within this in that scheme will do it. But if we accept the premise that everybody in the Manosphere should do it, and
I didn't say that.
Okay.
But what I am saying is that Kevin has given us a lot to think about and has given us a really good, blueprint. I'm not saying that everybody got to do exactly what he does. I certainly don't. But we would be foolish not to take a page out of the book.
Okay. Are you currently taking a page in your estimation?
I'm having my entire living space renovated.
What does that got to do with Kevin Samuels' show?
Well, what it has to do with is that visuals matter.
Oh, you're talking about when you get ready to get on camera.
We can no longer be just present company notwithstanding, of course, Bernard. We, meaning the Black Manosphere at large, can no longer really get further being a bunch of talking avatars.
Agreed. We're
gonna have to be good looking, polished, well spoken, and really being able to get across a message. And that's going to be something that's going to be a challenge for a lot of us.
But that message, I keep trying to circle you back to the notion and this idea that it sounds as if you're saying that you want. Hold on, I apologize. Oh my goodness, it's dropping. I was checking on some AMC, but circling back to what you're talking about. Hold on, first let me read what Don Calypso got up here. Random City, and the focus should be to target Generation Z and eventually Generation Alpha guys when they reach their teens. Always shine the spotlight on BFF.
I respectfully disagree.
Clue.
Most of the callers into Kevin's show are not Generation Z and Generation Alpha. This is something else that that's going to have to be. It's going to be hard for a lot of us. So we're going to have to, the fight is with the ladies of, that are older millennials and Gen Xers. That's where the action is. That's where the action is.
What do you mean by that's where the action is? You mean that's where the views are?
That's part of it. But just demographically, that's where the action is. If you sit back and think about all of the churn here on YouTube alone, who generationally, who are they? They're not Generation Z and Gen Alpha. They're older millennials and Gen Xers. You think about the majority of the Black women that call into Kevin's show, who are they? They're not Generation Z and Gen Alpha. They're older millennials, and you get some 20-somethings, true. But in the main, you're looking at, the millennials and Generation X. And by the way, let me address this because a number of brothers are going to be hollering and screaming about this. Yes, this is a money-making enterprise. That's what it is. This is not a charity. This is not a nonprofit. This is not the barbershop where you go and post up and just talk all day for free. This is a money-making enterprise. We have to be able to generate a revenue. And why can't we do that?
Well, we can, and we do.
So, my opinion is that merely, and that's the reason why I didn't say anything early on. I've known about Papa Don for a good long minute, and I didn't say anything for a reason. Because my response was, okay, and I already knew what the talking points was going to be. The talking points was going to be, now see, we got this Derrick Jaxn 2.0, blah, blah, blah. I don't disagree. My position is, what is going to be our credible response? And it has to go beyond just making a couple of response videos.
But by credible response, ultimately what you're saying is, are you going to make content where you're on camera looking good in a nice setup in a nice place, but making content that appeals to women? That's essentially what you're saying. If I understand it right.
Why hold it? Why do we recoil at the idea of being able to be attractive to women? Why is that bad?
I didn't recoil at it. I'm just talking about content. Obviously, being attracted to women is good because women, I like women. So obviously.
So what's the problem? I didn't say we got to chuck everything else and just do a wholesale. I never said that. I said we got to go and get market share. That's how businesses beat other businesses.
No, I understand that.
Okay. So if the argument is we got Derrick Jaxn 2.0, we got Derrick Jaxn 1.0 resurgent, what is going to be our credible response? if you're a businessman like me, is say, okay, we need to start thinking about how we get market share. But if you're not a businessman, you have a different response, don't you?
Well, I understand where you're going, and I understand it from the market share standpoint. But for example, this may be a bad example, but just kind of go with me. But I'm just thinking that some guys may be thinking from this perspective. McDonald's wants to take full market share on burgers, and they see Taco Bell across the street selling tacos. They don't need to say, we got to get market share on tacos. You see, so I don't know if you can exactly I don't know if you can exactly say it like that. Now the reason is just for disclosure.
Well, your analogy doesn't work.
No, the reason I said that it's probably maybe a bad analogy because
Very bad analogy.
Men and women go together like a burger and a fry.
But not only that. The reason why your analogy is bad is because McDonald's actually does have burritos and wraps, both in their morning and regular menus.
And I think that's a bad fucking idea.
It may be, but the fact that they've done it proves my point. That you want to get market share.
Yeah, that they wanted to get market share.
And why wouldn't McDonald's, which is king of the hill and what they do, why wouldn't they want to get market share from Taco Bell? To keep their, top of the hill position. So you don't even have to go to Taco Bell to get a wrap. You can just go to Mickey D's and get a wrap. Even if the wrap ain't as good as the Taco Bell wrap.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, real quick. Well, let me just shout out to Clue. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. See a lot of people coming through. Hate all of you. Taz's white t-shirt. I'm debating on whether I just now looked at the t-shirt too. That's bad. I'm debating on whether or not I'm gonna let that one rock. I might get that one out of here. So money over message. Okay, I understand where he's going with right there because see here's the catch. Hold on, let me hold on real quick. Let me finish reading. Spoken like a true veteran promoter looking for his last shot at the big time. Okay, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate your support. But when he says so money over message, see now this is the key part. Kevin Samuels did not water down the message. The only thing that Kevin Samuels
who's talking about watering down anything here?
Exactly, but that's what I want to make sure we tease that out because a lot of people will talk about it from the outside looking in, like Kevin Samuels has watered down the message or the things that people are saying. The only thing that Kevin Samuels has said,
and that comes from ignorant people.
Yes, no, I'm acknowledging that. We're in agreement on that.
Why are we giving any time to ignorant people?
Well, because it is worth pointing out, Obsidian, that a lot of times if somebody is saying let's change what we do, let's try to appeal to women, it makes it seem as if that you're potentially going to make some more what will be considered some blue pill talking points.
Well, what blue pill talking points have I made?
You haven't made any today.
Exactly. Over the past 6 years, 6,000 podcasts and live shows, a 450 plus page book. What blue pill talking points have I made?
All right. Shout out to Taz's white t-shirt. I'm trying to get to the rest of the super chats. That's some of the concerns that they got out there. But real quick,
but it's not a concern. It's not even really something that merits addressing because again, and you said this yourself, the people who try to call themselves respond to me, they're not responding to me at all. I've yet to hear, especially now that I've got an actual book on the record, I've actually yet to read a credible critique of my book. And I've had a woman that did a 700-word review over on Amazon, and that was bunk. And I can prove it. Instead of guys just simply saying, you know what, man, I don't want to do that. I just want this to be a barbershop forever. Because that's a position I disagree with it, but that's a position I can respect. Instead of trying to make up these, pseudo arguments.
Well, some people are going to operate like that, and they're gonna do barbershop style platforms, and they're going to stay in the
because they operate at a lower level. Because they operate at a lower level. It's okay.
Okay, so why even worry about them?
Well, I'm not worried about them. They're the ones coming here with it. You're saying you're saying we have to take what they say into account. All right, then.
Well, so no, hold on. We don't got to take everything they say into account, but it is worth pointing out that I think that is a legitimate concern. If somebody is saying, one of the heads of the Manosphere is saying, let's talk to women. Let's change this thing around. Let's appeal to women. Let's talk to women. Let's try to take Derrick Jaxn market share for them to say, well, okay, are you going to be saying some Derrick Jaxn type stuff? That's a fair question.
Why would I do that? It gets very tedious for me to field questions like that, because that's indicative of very low IQ thinking, and I can't relate to that.
You came on this show and you basically said, unless a woman can't get I forgot what percentage.
So now we're harkening back to a previous conversation.
You said, when have I ever said that? I'm bringing up a time when you have said that, and now you're saying I can't harken back to a previous conversation.
To when I said what?
Okay,
that was a blue pill talking point.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, it was a time. Okay. It was, you said, I forgot exactly what the percentage was, but it was a certain amount of earning level that you basically said that if a woman can't get a guy at that earning level, it doesn't make no sense to be with any guy. She could do bad all by herself, because being with a guy who don't make that type of earning level is going to be negative results. So you basically made the, she might as well self-love herself Derrick Jaxn argument if she can't get the elite.
I made no such argument. I was just reporting the science.
Okay, so when people think that you're gonna report the science that supports the sisterhood,
and those are people that I'm not talking to.
I know you will be talking to women, and you will be reporting the science.
And I will be talking to men, and I will be talking to men who have the intellectual firepower sparking between their ears to know what it is that I'm talking about.
Yeah, you're talking about some data that supports the sisterhood. That's the concern.
I'm talking about data. I'm talking about data that supports why we see a certain type of phenomena. That's what science does. Science explains why you see what you see. Not, that it supports a particular movement or quasi movement or pseudo movement. No, science, the purpose of science is to explain the phenomena occurring in the real world in real time. That is the purpose of science. Anything else, and you go into the realms of dogma, doctrine, advocacy, and other things. Now, let me say this again. The Black Manosphere has been very concerned with Derrick Jaxn getting a resurgence. I have made no videos about it. I haven't done any live shows about it. I haven't written about it. The Black Manosphere did this. The Black Manosphere is concerned about Derrick Jaxn on steroids 2.0, Pastor Papadon. Fair enough. My question becomes, what is our response? The response, the answer to that question is, we're going to keep doing the same thing we've been doing. Question: what successful business, or for that matter, military effort, has gotten further doing what they've been doing in the next war or in the next campaign? So I'm not even appealing to the brothers that are business minded now. Now I'm appealing to the brothers that are more militarily minded. You tell me. Or are we saying that we have very few business and militarily minded brothers here? Is that it?
All right. Mr. Shane Vicious, thank you for the super chat. He says, sounds like he wants the Manosphere to be like the Black Church, and thinking kowtow to the Daggle for the purpose of making profit. Thank you for the super chat.
I said nothing about theology, so I have no idea what he's talking about.
Big Poke Dog in the building with the super chat. He says, salute, gentlemen. Black Wolf Inc. in the building says, Brian Riley, DJ could have been preaching this message for a year now. No. The message is going beyond just cam up and will just improve your quality, the quality of your content. Obsidian is going a step beyond that. So this is a cam up or yam up era now, and money always talks. No, I mean, you're talking to somebody who's on camera who takes, appearance and presentation serious. So that part of it I get and I understand. And I do think that people, when they do want to go to the next level, more times than not all the time, because there are people, Jason Black is pretty damn successful and he's never been seen on camera. So some people can make it. Shout out to Lil Big Nate. I think Lil Big Nate is one of the ones who just vocally just has the talent to become extremely successful without ever being on camera. There's a few people who got that kind of talent and that kind of command and everything, but for the most part, I think most people, yeah, being on camera, people seeing you, it does help you get to the next level. So but overall, if we're just talking about presentation, I get it. There's something potentially deeper at work, and when I talk to Obsidian, when he has his ideas, I do like to poke and prod and try to get to exactly what's going on in what he's saying here. That's sort of what I do. I consistently do that. I consistently poke and prod, and we've kind of talked about this before, how Obsidian, in so many words, is saying that brothers need to, I won't say not he said not do exactly what Kevin Samuels is doing, but figure out some type of way to replicate what he's doing. What I've argued is Kevin Samuels has a unique talent for what he's doing, and it's difficult to replicate it, but some aspects of it can be replicated. But
you're doing it right now.
Yeah,
you're putting into practice what you're talking about right now. You're not Kevin Samuels, but it's clear that you put some elements of what he does and made it your own, and that's all I'm simply talking about. That's all I'm talking about.
Okay, so if all you're saying is get on camera and look good, then make your visual presentation as good as it could possibly be. If that's all you're saying, I don't think too many people disagree with that one. I don't think too many people would disagree with that one.
I would respectfully say that quite a few would.
Well,
over the past 6 months plus, I've even seen content creators literally spaz out saying, "I refuse to do this. I refuse to wear that." They just.
I wasn't talking about wearing something. You don't have to wear a sports coat or blazer in order to look good, look crisp and clean and professional on camera.
But that's just it. It's pretty clear. Again, what is the response going to be? If the response, the extent of our response is make some reaction videos, and then keep on going. Okay, I'm okay with that.
That's not all the Manosphere does.
I didn't say that. I said, what was the response to a particular threat? Again, I didn't bring up this whole piece with Derrick Jaxn. My position was I had said what I had to say about it. I was vindicated. Everybody recognized that. So as far as I was concerned, I was done with it, ready to move on. Then this comes back. And I sat there and think to myself, I said, okay, so we're in a new year. It's been a year since Kevin's been on the scene. Derrick Jaxn is not the man that he was. We got a new guy on the horizon. The whole chessboard has recalibrated. Okay. What is the Black Manosphere response? And it seems like, the extent of the response is we're going to make a few response videos, kiki, and keep it moving. Now, if that's the argument, all right. Okay. I'm saying we have a real opportunity here. But it's up to us to take advantage of it.
Okay, so what's your response going to be? What are you going to do?
What am I going to do? Well, I already got a full plate. I mean, I got a book. I've got other, like I said, I'm working on
As far as,
renovating.
as far as YouTube, what is your response?
Nothing.
You're telling everybody else they need to respond.
Nothing.
Your response is nothing.
I mean, here's the other thing with that. Bringing it back to my earlier point. This is bigger than just one person. This can't just be, well, we want him to respond to it. No, this is bigger than that.
I know, but you think a different type of response need to be made. Okay, lead by example, or at least explain to us exactly.
Well, okay,
what needs to be done.
Okay,
explain to us what you think needs to be done.
Okay. So, how many more examples do we need to see before we step in?
What do you mean? How many more examples do we need to see?
You said lead by example, right? All right, then that's fair. So, how many examples do we need to see before we want to step in?
Either just explain what is it that you want people to do. I just want you to just lay it out. What exactly do you want people to do?
Well, here's what I think. I think, based on what I have heard others say. See, I didn't say anything about any of this. I've known about Papanon for a while. I just didn't say anything. So my thing is, after listening to this bubble up over the past few weeks, my question is, okay, so what are we going to do about it? Especially given the changed landscape that we're in right now. This is not the same place that it was even a year ago. It's not the same place. It's a different place. So my thing is, what do we do now? My position is, well, if we're serious about this, then we have to consider some more creative ways to respond.
How?
Well,
how should everybody respond to Papa John, whatever his name is?
Well, I think that there will have to be content creators in the Black Manosphere willing to make a major investment and take a major risk.
Okay.
That investment will have to be in terms of optics, in terms of presentation, and be willing to speak to the heart of these guys' market share in a way that's compelling and gives them pause for checking out the Black Manosphere more.
Okay, so how should they speak to the women?
I think that's where Kevin can be helpful. I'm not saying everybody has to do what Kevin does, but what I am saying is that he can kind of serve as a sort of template of sorts. There's some things that you can kind of, borrow and take from him.
Such as?
Well, Kevin has a very conversational style. He has a very conversational style. A lot of content creators in the Black Manosphere have a very antagonistic style of speaking. And while that works with guys, that doesn't work very well with women. And we can debate it. You can go back and forth over it. But we can use some of that, some of a more conversational tone. That's one area.
Okay.
So we can do a lot of the great thing about this too is that, like I said, what Kevin is doing can be a template, but not a straitjacket. There's a difference. There's a difference between being based on or inspired by and just a straight panel to panel remake. There's a difference. And there's a lot of room for this. There's a lot of room to grow on it. There's a lot of room for us to grow. If we're going to be serious about tamping down the other side, then we got to give something the other side can work with. And I'm sorry.
Down the other side. By tamping down the other side, you mean women? What does tamping down mean?
Tamping down the other side means that our direct competitors. So that would be, for lack of a better way of putting this, the Derrick Jaxn cartel.
Okay, so you're talking about competing with Derrick Jaxn for his audience.
Right. I mean, again, this is what businesses do. Businesses get bigger by taking market share. That's just business 101. That's how it happens. So if you're serious about, making a dent, that's where it's got to go. Or we can just decide that, what's been done already is sufficient and we can keep on getting up. Okay. I won't disagree with that. I'm good with it. I just want to know, I was just curious to know, why are we concerned about it to begin with?
That part is a fair question. If people are concerned enough about it to make a response video to it, then clearly you must have a problem with this person sending all these delusional messages to women. So clearly you care about the message that women are receiving. Therefore, you should give women a better message. That's your argument. Is that a fair way to sum up your argument?
All I said was, in business, one of the biggest way to deal with competitors is taking market share. And that's a fact. That's not my opinion. It's been here long before I came along, and it'll be here long after I'm gone. If you're really concerned about a competitor, take some of their market share. That's just business. Now, if we want to say that we're not about business, we're here to uplift the brothers and give the brothers information and all that, okay, I'm good with it.
And there's plenty of people that make good business talking to men on the Manosphere. I mean, it is.
Well, if that was the case, then we wouldn't be even talking about Derrick Jaxn at all now, would we? We wouldn't care what he did or didn't do, or whether there was a Derrick Jaxn on steroids or not. Now, would we?
I mean, it's a fair point in there. It's a fair point in there.
See, my thing is, we do care. We just don't want to do what it takes to do something about it meaningfully.
I think what a lot of it is that men, we care about having these Manosphere discussions and talking to men. We don't care, or at least some people pretend to not care as much about talking to women. I guess it's a fair question that if we switch this over to talking more to women, then what is can we is it still the Manosphere if that's all it is just, well, I shouldn't say all it is, because you will say I never said all, but if it turns more so into content creators making channels that are going to have optics appealing to women and speak to women in a more conversational tone, or just speak in a conversational style that that will draw women into your audience, so you can compete for the Derrick Jaxn audience. That was writing down while you were talking.
If we're concerned about it, now if we make the calculation that we're not concerned about it, great. Then we go on ahead and keep on getting up.
Okay, so clearly you're concerned about it from the perspective of because I mean nobody has made more response to Derrick Jaxn than you. So
yep, and I've achieved my objective.
You talking about
my objective has been achieved.
What, by Kevin Samuels' success?
Part of it, but the other part of it, and even before that, is my own efforts. I mean, now that I have the book of Obsidian, now it's it's on the history, it's in the history books now. So nobody disagrees that I was on him way back. Nobody disagrees with that. Nobody disagrees that I was right about him all along. Everybody agrees with it. Mm-hmm. Nobody denies it. Right. Nobody. Not even over on Lipstick Alley. They singing my praises. So I mission accomplished as far as I'm concerned.
Oh, so this revolutionary change that you're saying the Manosphere need to go through, you're saying you already accomplished your mission. You're not going to make any changes or do anything. You're just asking the question from the outside looking in. Now, why aren't you guys doing this?
I'm saying for the guys who have been talking about this, okay, so what do we do? And it seems like the response is we're just going to make some response videos and move on. Okay.
Well, wouldn't they be doing the same thing that you did for Derrick Jaxn for some time? And you're apparently doing what you did worked. Derrick Jaxn has been exposed, and Kevin Samuels is rising to the mountaintop with your talking points. So if it
And
works for you,
that assumes that everything will work out exactly the way it did 6 years ago. If you want to make that assumption, run with it. You might be right. I don't make that assumption because I know that history doesn't repeat itself, it rhymes. But if that's how you want to roll with it, all right.
Yeah. Well, my conclusion in this conversation, because some people I think are missing the point. If you were just saying improve your mic again, because I see a lot of people referencing Kuda saying Kuda was right. Yeah, if he was just saying improve your mic game, improve your overall look and presentation, look like a real content creator, then yeah, that part Kuda was right. What a part of what he was saying is that instead of just making random response videos to people like the Papa Doe, Papa John dude or whatever, Derrick Jaxn 2.0, part of what Obsidian is saying is that, no, form a more tactical response. If you care what women think or the message that women are getting, cater your content in a way to where you would draw women in and you can give them your message. That's a part of what he was saying. And so I did want to tease out what he was getting at there. And my conclusion is the individuals who have the skill set, and I said this before when me and Obsidian had a similar conversation, the individuals who have the skill set similar to Kevin Samuels, I think they will be able to do something similar to Kevin Samuels if they wish to do that. Most people most people don't have that.
So let me ask you a question. So we don't have a deep bench. See, the other side has a deep bench.
Maybe not a deep bench of people who can do precisely what Kevin Samuels is doing.
I'm saying that are friendly to the camera, look good, sound good. They have a deep bench. We don't.
As far as people being on camera with a good presentation and good audio and all of that, perhaps not. If
that only matters
if that's the bar you're getting at.
That only matters if we care. Now it sounds like to me we don't care about that, which again, I'm good with it.
I mean, if you're talking to the people that don't care about it, then they don't care about it. But there's clearly people that do care about it, and some of them are doing quite well.
Such as,
there's the mediocre tutorials and reviews of the world who's doing quite well.
All right, so that's one. I'll spot you one.
Yeah, I mean, there's just look at everybody who's successful who's on camera. I mean, this gets into who's in the Manosphere, who's not. Like Minister Jap is part of this thing, but
okay.
So you want me to just reel off name? Okay, everybody.
My point is very simple. Look, the other side has a deep bench. I'm not saying you have to like it. I'm not saying you have to agree with it. I'm just telling you what it is. They have a deep bench, man. You can rotate Derrick Jaxn out of it. And they're going to be guys waiting in the wings to slot him right in place because they have a very lucrative market. And that's what it is.
Fresh and Fit podcast. Basically, everybody who ever show up on the 6 in one way, shape, or form.
Okay. So, I mean, all right.
Or the 7. Or
so I mean, so as far as I'm concerned, and this is nothing to be concerned about because Fresh and Fit, MTR, Minister Jap, they have things well in hand, right?
I think they're doing great as content creators, yes.
They're doing great as content creators, but they're not doing great in terms of what I'm talking about with regard to Jackson, et cetera, so forth.
That goes back to what I said about that goes back to what I said about what you're going to do, because clearly you have a vision and an idea, and so
it's not as if anybody's going to follow my lead anyway. We'll make up another excuse as to why what I'm doing is wrong.
Well, I think people have followed your lead on what you have been doing, but if you want to do something else, then by all means do it.
Okay, so who's following my lead on what I'm doing?
Everything you created this space. The whole space exists because of you. What you talking about?
But who's followed my lead in terms of what I'm doing?
I'm talking about women, talking about the data, speaking up for black men, speaking up for the everyday
No,
brother.
you just started off the show talking about somebody who got their start on my show, turned around and stabbed me in the back. So that's a real good example of somebody following my lead, huh?
Yeah, that obviously is not an example. See, Boogie, I mean, clearly he's somebody who, yeah, he got his start from you, then he figured out it'd probably be a better content strategy to go against you than to be with you. But so there's See Boogie over there, and then there's me right here. So I'm somebody who started off on your show. Game changer, and Fantastic started out taking a link on your show. Little Big Nate started off on your show.
The point that it's hardly unanimous. And that's all I'm saying. All I'm saying is this: the black manosphere is at an inflection point. I don't know why we're getting that feedback.
I'll go to earbuds because I know, yeah, sometimes get that feedback with you for some reason when I got.
I don't know,
but I'll go. No, it's easy fix. I just gotta put my earbuds in and turn my speaker off, and we should be good to go. All right.
So the black manosphere is at an inflection point. I'm trying to make an argument about this resurgence of Derrick Jaxn and push it into a further direction. We're at an inflection point here, and we have an opportunity to really take things in a completely different direction, but it's up to us. I think it has to be beyond what Kevin is doing. Kevin alone cannot do it. He can do a lot, but he alone cannot do it.
I feel like you're saying
there need to be other men that step in to take things in the next direction, and that's a real question. I don't think a lot of black men want to. I think a lot of black men are satisfied with what we got. And to be brutally frank, one reason why I was reading a really good article a couple weeks back, they were talking about politics, but it makes a really good point to what I'm talking about right here. It wasn't talking about race or gender. It was talking about political affiliation. But it makes a real good point here. One major reason why the black manosphere, and we can go beyond that. But let me put it this way. Things are the way they are in terms of gender dynamics is because women tend to be much more upset about themselves than men are. Men tend to be okay with their lives, whatever that may be. And that translates into buying patterns, marketing patterns, ad campaigns, political campaigns. You look at the people that are most engaged, it tends to be women. And there's a reason for it. They tend to be much more neurotic. Men aren't as neurotic. Men are much more accepting of their life, their lot in life. Now, again, I'm not saying that's wrong. I'm not making a value judgment here. I'm just simply saying if that's where we at with it, okay. But then you have to be willing to accept some consequences from that. There are no solutions. There are trade-offs. That's what I'm saying. As for what it is that I'm doing, I feel flattered that everybody's looking to me for leadership on this.
This whole conversation is you trying to take a leadership position.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't say I took a leadership role.
No. It literally.
No, that's something that you and maybe others put on me. I didn't say I'm the leader and this is what we're going to do. Now we're going to do this. I never said that. I just asked questions.
Okay. The very nature of this conversation is you trying to lead the manosphere in a different direction.
No, what I said was we have a certain set of facts. It is a fact that Derrick Jaxn is resurgent. It is a fact that he's got little mini Derrick Jaxns rolling off the assembly line. It is a fact that this has been covered in the black manosphere over the past few weeks. My question becomes, okay, so what is going to be our response?
Okay. Yeah. So you're rallying the guys together to talk to
No, I'm
them
asking a
about
question. No, I'm asking a question. And by the way, I never got a straight answer. I got an
what.
answer, but not a straight answer. I said, okay, our response is going to be nothing. Or our response is we already responded. We made some roasting videos, and that's it. Okay.
Yeah, maybe people think that a bigger response to him. Well, I mean, maybe you think a bigger response to him needs to be made than what was done. So maybe you think higher of what he's or
If I
countering
felt
him
that, I would.
than
If I
other
felt that,
than
if I
other.
felt that, I just would have said it outright. I'm asking a question.
Maybe okay. I think everybody thinks that they made the proper response to the Derrick Jaxn Don Papa John 2.0 guy by making a response video to it. I think everybody else feels the level of importance that he is met the level of response that they gave, and it seems as if you think the level of importance that the Derrick Jaxn the gremlins that are popping out of Derrick Jaxn's back, you think that they need a much bigger response, and so that's why you're asking other people, well, what more are you going to do to take over market share of that audience that they're talking to, because you want to take over market share of that audience that they're talking to. So I do think it's an appropriate response to say, hey, what are you going to do? And you did lay out some of the things. You said you're changing up part of your house. You're going to be on camera. You're going to get the camera work together, and you're going to have a more conversational tone, talking to women as opposed to talking at women, and going to have a similar type of Kevin Samuels type program. And by all means, if that works for you, even if you just get a bump in terms of your success and your views in terms of that,
Oh, it's going to be.
yeah, I mean, well, one thing is worth pointing out. I think it's extremely difficult to capture the lightning in the bottle that Kevin Samuels captured, but I do think that, yeah, somebody can pull off something similar to what he's doing, where some way, somehow, and this is the tightrope walking, riding a unicycle across a tightrope thing that he's doing, where he has a show for men, supported by men, all those super chats coming through by men. I think the majority of the audience is men, where he's advocating for men, but talking to women in a female call-in show where they call in to get advice from him. But while giving them advice, he's simultaneously advocating for the regular, average, everyday brother. That is that's a magic trick out of this world. That's making the Statue of Liberty disappear.
Anybody? You said catching lightning in a bottle. I don't recall ever saying that.
No, but I'm just saying that. But when you talk about do what Kevin is doing, I'm just pointing out that he did capture lightning in a bottle. But if you think more guys need to do content similar to what he's doing, then yes. I mean, it may be a little bump. It may not. It may stay the same, depending on how talented the content creator is. But if you got the talent to do it, the ability to do it, and you think you can take it in that direction where you could somehow speak to the women and they call in for whatever motivation they have to call into your show, where you're talking to them while advocating for the everyday brother, if you can pull that off, by all means pull it off. I think it serves as a very difficult thing to do.
Why?
But because Kevin Samuels, you can clearly see he has a very unique talent and skill set for what he's doing.
You're saying that he's the only guy that can have a conversational tone?
No, I think he's doing the magic of his show is far more than just a conversational tone. But I'm not saying it's impossible. And if you want to do it, by all means.
So what I'm asking is, why is it that the other side has such a deep bench and the Black Manosphere doesn't? Why is that?
A deep bench.
Why is it that the Derrick Jaxn Cartel?
I tell you, they because the nature of what they do, they have to be on camera, because you have to be on camera in order to cater, in order to cater and pander to women and tell them a bunch of bullshit they want to hear. You got to be on camera, looking in the camera with bedroom eyes in order to do that. So that's why, yeah, they have more people with better presentations. But again, it goes back.
So why is it that we're not, thinking about that?
On how to get better bedroom eyes and appeal to women.
Here's a better question. What is the future of the Black Manosphere?
It seems like you potentially want to steer it into direction where we're
That's not what I asked. I said, what is the future? That's not what I asked.
I don't know
what I want. Let me ask you, what do you think the Black Manosphere's future is?
I don't know. It's hard for me. It's hard for me to call it right now with everything that's going on, where a lot of the points that we make and a lot of the things that we talk about are becoming more normalized. So it's really hard for me to say, but I think the future of the Black Manosphere, honestly, I think one potential future of it is that it's going to expand out to the point to where it may be hard to say who's Black Manosphere and who's not, because the more Kevin Samuels does what he's doing and the more people have these conversations and the more time, the more channels that grow from this. Look at, what's happening with Kwame Brown. It's going to get to a point where it's going to be untenable to just say some bullshit, some blue pill, delusional, not even corresponding with reality bullshit. It's going to get to that point eventually, and then once it gets to that point, then I think the Manosphere will have its victory. But who has a fist in the air claiming Manosphere when all is said and done will be a different thing. I think that may be the future of it, to where the talking points have just become normalized and people generally accept it. That's true.
That's a very that's very interesting. Very interesting.
What do you think the future of it is? Or my question that I asked you, where is it that you would want to take it?
Well, where I would like to see the Black Manosphere go is really building out the vision for Black male media. That would have to encompass de facto TV. That would have to encompass, sitcoms and movies. It has to go beyond documentaries, although that'll be a part of it.
Wait, but that speaks to my hold on, real quick. But that sort of speaks to my point, where if the things that we are saying become more normalized, we will start seeing these ideas and views expressed in documentaries, TV shows, and movies.
Explain what you mean when you say normalized.
The things that Kevin Samuels, the things that he's saying, it was an initial shock to the system when people first heard it, because he was the first one that they were hearing it from. Now it's not so much a shock to the system. That's what I mean by that. You talk about people passing out on the fainting couch when they hear you say some of the things that you say, that the women are passing out on the fainting couch. Now they're not. They don't. Not as many people pass out. Now, yes, it's still a lot of people throwing temper tantrums, but what I mean by normalize, I mean they're used to people saying it, and they've analyzed it and generally accepted it as true, or they have to average these things into the equation when they think about things, when they analyze things, when they talk about things. That's what I mean by it's normalized. It's averaged into the equation.
I don't understand what that has to do with people actually stepping out there and making the content and taking a risk.
Because if the conversations become normalized, you're going to see them come up more. You're going to hear people on TV echoing things that Kevin has said, that Tommy has said, that you have said.
Why does it need to be echoed on TV?
It doesn't need to be echoed on TV, but that just speaks to my point about when it becomes normalized, you'll see it everywhere.
Why does it have to be normalized? Why can't we just do what we got to do right now? And move? This is what it sounds like to me. When it becomes safe, when it becomes safer, other people will join in. I bunk that. Pioneers don't do that safe. That's why they pioneers.
No. Right now it's not safe. Right now it's not safe at all.
So it requires a certain type of man to step forward.
And the men are stepping forward. That's
maybe because we don't have those men.
What do you mean we don't have those men? That's what the Manosphere is. It's stepping forward.
If we both agree,
and one of them just got on the way to 1 million subs. One of the men that stepped forward.
Exactly. One.
It starts with one.
I'm saying, where do we go? We got the one. Now what?
Okay. And then now we need to get another somehow.
Okay. Step forward, those who would serve.
I think they are stepping forward now. Now it's
Where?
a question of whether or not
Where?
they have the manosphere. Anybody who's doing any type of content similar to the manosphere, they're stepping forward.
But it's
You.
clear. It's clear. It's clear that it needs to evolve. Do we agree?
It needs to get better.
But that is evolving.
Okay.
Evolve means change.
Okay.
So it does need to change.
Okay.
To meet the demands of the current moment. Do we agree? For example, let me give you an example of what I mean. So the Black Manosphere has largely had a stronghold on YouTube. YouTube is a male medium. I mean, you can look this up. It's a predominantly male medium. The other side has a stronghold on Facebook and Instagram. And that's a largely Black female medium, Facebook especially. So maybe one way that we need to move, and Kevin deserves a lot of credit in this respect, one way we need to move is maybe we need to establish more beachheads over on Facebook and Instagram.
Okay.
To at least, I'm not even saying it has to be separate from YouTube, but to at least gain some degree of parity with what we're doing on YouTube, because the Black Manosphere is largely, holed up on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going back to the argument of market share. Well, one way you're not going to get a whole lot of market share here on YouTube, because that's not where Black women are for the most part. Black women are for the most part on Facebook and Instagram. So if we're going to be serious about taking market share, that's where they are. You don't fight battles where you want to fight them. You fight battles where they are. That's the reason why the military sends them, people all around the world. They send them to wherever the hotspot is. That's how it works. So maybe one of the ways in which the Black Manosphere has to evolve is that it has to evolve into areas where there are more Black women there, making our case in a way that they're willing to tune in while at the same time maintaining the integrity of our position. Very difficult tightrope. That calls for a particular set of skills, to paraphrase Liam Neeson. That will require very special men. That's what it will take.
All right.
Or we can just say, hey, look, I'm just satisfied with us just chopping it up.
So you're trying
Which I'm cool with. I'm like, all right. But we are at an inflection point here. This has been a year going in. We've been a year now watching Kevin do what he does. Derrick Jaxn is not the same man he was even a year ago. We all can agree on that. The facts bear that out. Kevin isn't the same man he was a year ago, and I'm not the same man I was a year ago. A year ago, I didn't have a book out. Today, I do. Kevin didn't have damn near 1 million subscribers a year ago. Today, he does. Derrick Jaxn didn't fall from grace a year ago. Today, he has fallen from grace. The landscape has completely shifted. A year ago, mediocre tutorials and reviews was just another brother making content. Today, he's coming off a high, an all-time high, having interviewed Sister Shaharazad Ali. The landscape has shifted. I'm asking all of us, where do we go from here? Now, we can get out in front of it and direct the course of events, or we can just kind of, take the hand off the wheel and just let things, unfurl itself.
Your hand is on the wheel? Because I think I'm doing the best I can. Do you think you do? I mean, it sounds like you're talking to people who still do just chop it up, yelling, screaming on cell phone content. Some of those guys, some of them may never make or produce better content. Some of them won't, but I think those that do make, sorry, I'm looking at AMC. Some of those that do make better content, yeah, I think they will try to, I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out who are you trying to inspire here. Are you trying to inspire the people that yell and scream on cell phones and do chop it up content? Because there are plenty of people that don't do content like that.
I'm
So I
not
just
making an
think,
inspirational speech at all. I'm treating this as a kind of, as a sort of, you know, a C-level level officers meeting. It's not inspirational at all.
okay.
That's what
No,
I'm doing.
I mean, so if all you're talking about is just improving your content, improving your camera work, improving your microphone, your lighting, and try to just look uh presentable on camera. Obviously, I'm with that. Those are things that I've done to improve myself from starting out on a laptop with a Yeti mic. So I
And here's something
definitely,
else.
and I just want to point out, I definitely agree with you on that.
And here's
I
something else. Here's something else
Okay.
that you and I will both understand intimately. Is a matter of scale. You know, we both
Mm-hmm.
work in an area of the American economy where scale was very important.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the reason why I kind of chafe at the notion that, well, we got one right here. We got a guy named Kevin. That's kind of dangerous. In both in production, and it's intimately connected to a military. You got to have, you know, strength in numbers. We can't just have one Kevin Samuels, because there isn't just one Derrick Jaxn. So we got to be thinking about, you know, seeding a whole bunch of them.
Right. You don't think
All in their own way, doing what they do.
Yeah, I think everybody agrees with that.
By the way, I know for a fact, it's not an opinion, fact. I know for a fact that Derrick Jaxn molded and helped mold and shaped Ace Metaphor. I know for a fact that's true. So I'm getting at here is they don't leave things to chance. They don't. We have to be a lot more deliberate. If we want to take things to the next level, and that's if we consider the next level to be markedly different than what we're doing now. Otherwise, if we're just okay with what we're doing right now, okay, great, then we all go home.
I guess, why do you think that everybody is okay with what they're doing right now? I mean, there's some, listen, we know who the people are who's never going to do anything to grow their platform. And if you're, I mean, I don't know if your ultimate case is you want to kick them out of the manosphere or whatever. I don't know where you're going with this. There are some people who are not interested in that. They just want a little small platform to talk shit on. There are some people who want to grow their channels. I just think, hey, just get with the people who are interested in growth and work with them. Like, I mean, I'm interested in growing my channel. I know you are. Me and you work together when we talk and we work things. You know, we plot, plan, strategize, so to speak. There are other individuals who wish to do that, and I just think that, hey, work with them, talk to them, and then make it work and go do it. But I don't understand why on a live stream it makes sense to, with, you know, a live stream where it was up over 400 people watching, it makes sense to talk to the 20 or so people who don't really care about growing their platform, when it's probably, I don't know, 10 or so people who do care. I think a private Zoom meeting, getting with those 10 or so people and plotting, plan, strategizing, be like, hey, this is what I think we should do. These are the steps we should take, blah, blah, blah. I think that makes sense. I just don't think doing, I don't know if doing it like this is necessarily the way to go, because again, it's you're talking to or about some content creators who probably don't really care to do content. The only reason they have a channel is because live streaming made it easy for them to have a channel. They can just turn on a camera like this and just blah 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 blah, and just that's all we see. And nothing really great being being said or being done there. And that's a factor. And yes, this space did sort of turn into that to some degree. It did. But I think in the midst of all of that, there are content creators who care about improving their channel and improving what they're doing and growing their channel and being more precise and being more presentable and more everything. Any area of improvement, there are people who want to improve. So yes, getting with those people and plot planning, strategizing and building and working together is a good thing if generally what you're saying. The aspect or part of it that I think the aspect or part of it that a lot of people won't necessarily go with is a lot of people think that yes, there's clearly a big market share out there of black men because just like Kevin Samuels took over a large market share of black women, you gotta also hold on real quick. You gotta also acknowledge he took a huge market share of black men if that almost million sub platform is mostly men still.
I can't.
So
I can't. I don't know his numbers, so I'm not.
Well, okay, but either way it go, if it's half men, that's still a huge market share of black men. So it is a fair debate on how do we get that market share of black men versus do we go after Derrick Jaxn do we go after Derrick Jaxn or Don Papa? Do we go after Derrick Jaxn or Don Papa? Holy shit! Come on, let me finish it. Do we go after Derrick Jaxn or Don Papa John's market share of black women? A lot of black men think that if the Black Manosphere goes the route of we're trying to steal a female audience from Derrick Jaxn, that's not really Manosphere. Even though you're talking to somebody who I like women being here. We shouldn't let women. Women shouldn't be taken over. But women should. Obsidian, I'm going to finish my sentence. I'm going to finish it. Women shouldn't be taken over, and women should conduct themselves in a certain way when they hear men should still be in control and everything. But I don't mind women being here. So now, I'm sorry, I'm Obsidian. Go ahead, Obsidian.
All right. So who are these people that are making these concerns? Exactly who are they? Are they movers and shakers? Are they concerns? The concerns that you just did? They're not Manosphere if they do thus and so. Okay. So who are these people? I mean, we're just going to get right down to it. Are these people that actually matter at the end of the day? Who are they? Are they fundamental to the bottom line in any operation? Yours, mine, Kevin's, O'Shea's, MTR's, whoever. Are they actually fundamental in it?
I think men are fundamental to the Manosphere.
I didn't ask you that question. I said, who are the men who are saying these things? Are they fundamental to the argument?
Ty City, when you make your greatest work tonight, do not misrepresent me. Because you did some bullshit that had you tried to say that I was you misrepresented me, and then people made response videos to your misrepresentation because it was something that you said that happened on my show that I didn't give pushback to, and I was the one that called it out. You made me look bad. And then people took that and ran with it.
Excuse me.
So just want to throw that out there, Ty City. Don't misrepresent me because I've been pushing back to some of what's going on here today. I think some people don't even see the full picture of what we've been talking about. But anyway. So I think men are fundamental to the Manosphere. This is just my point. Men are fundamental to the Manosphere. And this is what I'm telling you. Men are fundamental to the Manosphere, and it's a different Manosphere if we try to make it 50% women in the audience. It is a different Manosphere.
I think 50% women. I didn't put a number on it.
You didn't have to put a number. You don't have to put a number on it. If you're talking about taking market share of Derrick Jaxn's audience, that's a potential possibility.
I did put a number at that. I said 25% market.
I mean, yeah, you talked it down to that point, but I mean, I'm sure
I didn't talk it down to anything. That was my number. I started out with that number and I stand on it. 25% market share is pretty significant. I would think that if you ask any C-level business officer, CFO, CEO, COO, ask them if 25% market share loss is significant or not. Ask them. Fortune 100, Fortune 500, Wall Street,
You're saying taking 25% of their market share?
If we can achieve 25% market share, that would be pretty fucking significant.
Okay, so if 25% of Derrick Jaxn's market share of women come over to the Manosphere, that his 25% would probably take up 90% of be 90% of the audience here. So business wise, yeah, you were talking at least 50%.
Excuse me?
You're okay. Derrick Jaxn, okay, put it like this. If we have a small pie, Derrick Jaxn has a really big pie. If we take 25% of his big pie, his 25% is going to be bigger. Is going to be bigger than our whole small pie. So
now you're looking proportionately speaking.
You said 25% of his market share. I asked you that specifically.
Yeah, I'm talking about. Yeah, I'm talking. What I was saying was the whole cartel.
I'm sorry. Say that again.
I was talking about the whole cartel, not just one individual. But I still your point. Yeah, we will have a much bigger audience. And
okay, so that goes back to what I was saying, that men are fundamental to the Manosphere. If the Manosphere makes an aggressive strategy or campaign to get 25% or so of Derrick Jaxn's market share of women, is the Manosphere still the Manosphere if it's 50% women versus 50% men? That is a fair question.
I don't see why not. If the talking points are still essentially the same.
That's the key point. That's the key point right there. Can you get that with keeping the talking points the same? Now, we just saw Kevin Samuels did it, but I just pointed out at the beginning that Kevin Samuels is riding a unicycle on a tightrope to have a show where he's speaking for men, advocating where he's speaking for men, advocating for men while giving dating dating advice to women. They calling in for his help, and he's
ride a unicycle.
And he's talking them down, giving them dating advice while advocating for men, while being funded for men. That is,
and he's not the only guy that rides a unicycle.
I know he's not the only one that's riding a unicycle, but I still think he's captured lightning in a bottle. And you think other people should go out and try to capture that same lightning in a bottle? Okay.
No, what I'm saying is that we should, if we're serious about dealing with the Derrick Jaxn 2.0 threat, then we have to figure out what are we going to do about it. Now
they did what they wanted to do about it. They made a response video to him. You think more need to be done? I don't think anybody else thinks more need to be done, because I don't think everybody else is trying to get a 25% market share of Derrick Jaxn and Papa Don's audience.
What are we trying to do?
What are we trying to do?
Yeah. Like, for example, this whole situation about MTR and Sister Shaharazad Ali, I have an interesting take on that.
Okay.
So without question, Shaharazad Ali has a place of importance in history. That cannot be denied.
Mm-hmm.
And rightly earned. Deservedly so. But the interesting thing about watching MTR was, okay, the book was created, meaning The Black Man's Guide to Understanding the Black Woman, came along either before MTR was even born or when he was still in swaddling clothes.
Yeah.
A lot has changed between now and then. A lot has changed. And what was interesting with listening to him in the beginning, before he brought on Sister Shaharazad Ali, he likened I don't want to put words in his mouth. He used the analogy of the Matrix film, likening Sister Shaharazad Ali to the Matrix's The Oracle, which led me to ask the question, then who is Neo? If Sister Shaharazad Ali is the Oracle, who is Neo? Because if you recall from the films, the first Matrix and the Matrix Reloaded, the sequel, she really only met with one person from their group, and that was Neo. So if Mediocre Tutorials and Reviews is saying that Sister Shaharazad Ali is unto the Oracle from the Matrix, then my question has to be, then who is Neo?
Go ahead and answer the question.
That's just it. I have a question.
I don't got an answer.
Who is it? He said that at the very beginning. I don't know if anybody paid attention. He said that at the very beginning of the interview. My question becomes, okay, so who's Neo?
He said
it would have been fantastic if he answered it himself. That way we don't have to speculate. But I just found it very interesting that he would set the interview up in that way. And it just raised questions for me. I was like, so who's Neo then? Moving beyond that particular point,
let me tell you what you want to hear. Kevin Samuels Neo, you're Morpheus.
I don't agree. I don't agree. First of all, okay. So the Matrix film,
I do liken you to Morpheus though to some degree, but
the Matrix film has intimate interaction between Neo and the Oracle. Am I right?
Okay.
They actually talk to each other. In the first film, they're invited to the Oracle's home, where she's making cookies. And she even gives Neo one of the cookies. Right?
Right.
And they meet again in The Matrix Reloaded, this time in an abandoned park. And they have another intimate conversation. Am I right?
Right.
Kevin has never had contact with Sister Shaharazad Ali.
Okay.
I've never had contact with her. So neither one of us will qualify. Again, who is Matrix? Who is Neo? If Sister Shaharazad Ali is the Oracle, then who is Neo? MTR never says. He identifies Sister Shaharazad Ali as, the Oracle, but he never identifies who Neo is. And by definition, that whoever Neo is had to have had contact with Sister Shaharazad Ali in order for the analogy to work.
Thank you, Jessica. I will. That's a good idea.
And then it makes a really interesting point about where he was attempting to go with the discussion. Because my thing is, okay, so it's been 30 some years since Sister Shaharazad Ali wrote this book. And there's been a lot that has changed since then. And what I took away from the big meta takeaway from MTR's interview, which he did an excellent job in terms of presentation and getting her on and having her on for as long as he did. But it's going backward. Excuse me. It's looking backward. It's not looking forward. In a very real sense, the interview was kind of like a retrospective. It wasn't really, going forward. It was looking backward. I'm not necessarily saying that that's right or wrong. I'm just simply saying it's literally a look backward. And I'm not, I guess, I don't know how to feel about that, because I've always been a inherently forward leaning person. You know, even right now, you know, my book has been out less than 3 months. I'm already looking at the next book. So, you know, that's just how I roll. But it was very interesting and telling that MTR would, you know, take such pains to look back to a time that he barely even knew. I mean, because he would have either been just born or he wouldn't have even been born yet. One of the two. I think he's in his early 30s, I believe. So, you know, either way, you know, he would not have remembered those times. So it was very interesting that dynamic. I think MTR was I think he wanted something else. I don't think this was a fact telling or a kind of documentary style fact gathering or anything like that. I think it was more of a kind of I think it's more of a kind of yearning for a time that many of us wanted to be. That's what I think it is. And I think in a big sense, you know, Sister Shaharazad Ali is a living link to that period. And she did play a big role in what went down then. I think that's what I think that's really what happened there. Because, you know, you think about it, there was no new information that was imparted, nothing that we in the Black Manosphere didn't already know. So it raises a question again as to who he was speaking to. I'm not sure exactly what was to be learned or gleaned, especially given the span of time that that had passed. So I think it was more sentimental than anything else.
I think you're right. As far as it being sentimental, he talks about her work on his show a lot. He's done lots of response videos to what her videos, and that's essentially what he does. Mediocre Tours and Reviews. He does reviews on various things, and he's done a lot of work on her. So yeah, he was more so just honored to just have her on just to speak to her. So yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. I mean, he was like a kid on Christmas just to be able to talk to her. Like you could just see it in his face. Like, he looked so happy. Like so, yeah. So yeah, that I can agree to some degree that yeah, it was more so just he was just delighted just to have her on. Just yeah.
Now that brings us to the the one big moment in the interview. And I went back and reviewed the interview several times just to make sure I have the sequence and so forth right. And where MTR asks Sister Shaharazad Ali specifically what her thoughts were about the black man, well, the manosphere, I guess she's called. And her response was something that, you know, I just been quietly watching people since he had her on. And quite a few brothers seemed to be they weren't pleased, I'll put it that way, with her response. Which was on one side to accuse guys of being, and I like her term, lonely hearts, harkens back to a previous age. And then on the other side to accuse guys of being gay. Some people interpreted the latter as an intentional dig toward Kevin. I have no idea. I don't know.
Just me personally, real quick, me personally, I didn't interpret it to be that at all. I think she was just doing the typical when guys are just going off the rails criticizing women. And look, there's a sensible, fair critique of women. Then there's some guys who just going ham. And she did what I assess to be the typical if you're criticizing and talking that badly about women, you must don't like women. You don't like women, you must be gay. That's what it
yeah,
that's what it looked like.
So my thinking is I was very interested in seeing whether MTR would push back on that point or not. And he did.
No, he wasn't. I knew he wasn't. I
And he
made
did.
sure. I made sure in my review of that, I took the time to give a lot of pushback on that. I can give him a pass just for the simple fact that he's given her elder respect. She said something that was a little off the rails. He said, okay, and then just kept it moving and went to the next question.
Yeah,
I can respect him for that. Well, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I thought that was very. Yeah, I thought that was very interesting. That he didn't offer any pushback at all on the first point, which I'll get into, and I'll give my reason why in a second. And more importantly to me, the second point, the one thing that the whole Kevin Samuels saga, I guess you could call it, has really brought to the surface for me is just how deep and rampant homophobia is among Black folks. It manifests a bit differently depending on whether it's Black men or Black women, but it's undeniable that if it were anyone else read non-Black male, this would be, people would be ran out of town on a rail. But I do think that there's a kind of black hole, so to speak, when it comes to Black men. You can just kind of, call them all kind of gay and F word, this, that, with impunity. And it was really disturbing to me to hear Sister Shaharazad Ali do that, to kind of go there. And it was also equally disturbing to me that MTR didn't say anything. He's like, well, wait a minute, hold it. Hold on a second here. That I have to admit that was disturbing. It was. And it does raise a lot of questions about, Sister Shaharazad Ali herself. I mean, you have to, if we're going to look back on her book, well, her book is not an academic work. She did interview people, talk to people, so forth, but it's not written in a way that an academic would recognize. Okay. And I'm not talking about whether they like it or not. I'm talking about the structure of it. It's not an academically written book. I'm not saying that it had to be, and I'm not saying that it doesn't have any value because it's not. But what I'm saying is that it does raise questions into her thinking process here. If her position in the year 2021, when asked about the development of a space online founded by Black men, featuring Black men in their own voices about what they have to say about issues she wrote over 30 years ago. And her response was to, on one hand, accuse guys of being lonely hearts, and on another hand, suggest that they're gay. It really does make you rethink the entire project. Exactly what point was she attempting to make?
What point was he attempting to make with her entire project, or what point was he attempting to make with that comment?
Well, I'm talking about the former. We already know the point she made with the latter. She made the point in MTR, let it fly. We're asking, what point is she attempting to make with her project back in the 80s? What is she really saying here?
I think she's saying what she was saying, and she said a lot of things that we agreed with. What she said.
Here's what I think.
Go ahead.
I think that all right. So Sister Shaharazad Ali is what will be called a race woman. All right. She's a baby boy.
Oh, I think I see where you're
She
going.
would be definitely a race woman. So in the eyes of race men and race women, the race, in this case Black, is the number one concern, and that everything else must be subordinate to that. So your feelings have to be subordinate to that. Your wants have to be subordinate to that. All of that has to be subordinate, because it's more important for the good of the race, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think what Sister Shaharazad Ali was getting at with her book and in the years since is that black men have to be about the business of checking black women. Now, here's the trick on that. Here's the trick. Is that a one-off, a one-time event? Or is that an ongoing project? See, if it's a one-off event, that's one thing. You check your woman, that's that, and you go on about your business. But I think you and I, Bernard, and I think everybody listening, I think we all can agree that based on what we can see in our time right now, that one-off event, that might have worked back in the day, maybe. It certainly ain't true today. You're going to have to be checking them, on an ongoing basis. Do we agree on that?
Yes. It has to be. Yeah. I mean,
All right.
especially. Well, okay. Yeah. We're talking about, especially if we're talking about content on the internet. It's not. Yeah.
Okay.
I agree.
So if the argument, if we agree on that, so then the next question has to be, here's my business hat coming on again. Okay, so what is the cost of a black man having to check his own woman in his own house? And like you said, we can expand that out into the community online and so forth. Okay. So what are the costs of a black man that has to check his black woman and or black women on an ongoing basis? What is the cost of that when that same black man has to be competitive, productive, competent? What are the costs?
Yes, if a man has to spend an abnormal amount of time checking his woman in his house and getting her lined up, getting her on board, getting her on the program, and then she get off the program and he check her and she on the program for 36 hours, she acting like she got some sense, and then she fall off the rails later. Yeah, he's spending an undue amount of time not doing the things that he needs to do to progress forward. Yes, it's with that constant tug of war and back and forth. So yes, that is a legitimate problem that some relationships have. In this case, a lot of black relationships have. Yes.
See that statement that she made, and again, I have to assume that MTR was okay with it based on his lack of response. Was very telling, because I think, I could be dead wrong about this, but I think many black men read her book in a completely different way than she intended it.
I don't know. Okay, what do you mean?
I think that I don't think black men understood where I think Sister Shaharazad Ali is going. That for the good of the race, black men are going to have to keep checking these black women because that's what's good for the race. Don't matter the cost. At any MTR started this idea of protecting Kevin Samuels at all costs. It's kind of like you got to check this black woman at all costs. I don't think if she'd have stated it that way, I don't think that she would have caught on the way she did with black men in the years since. I think if the message would have been, you have to check black women at all costs for the good of the race, that's what matters the most, I think it would have been a non-starter. I think black men read the book a lot differently than the way Sister Shaharazad Ali wrote it. And I think my opinion is that her statement off the cuff, extemporaneously, being asked by mediocre tutorials what she thought of the Manosphere, and her matter-of-fact response, I think is indicative of that. And I think that raises some very interesting questions today in 2021. Whether she intended to or not, is irrelevant. It's water on the bridge. The bottom line is the statistics and the facts and the data and the empirical evidence were not, front and center in her book. But 30 some years later, they are now. That set of empirical facts and data is very much, I mean, my own book, at the risk of, plugging myself, that's one of the big hallmarks of my book is that I'm very data driven. It's not about my personal opinion or what I personally think about it or, putting a value judgment on it. I'm just dealing with what the data says. And then I give you my opinion and I make it clear that it's my opinion. But I don't go any beyond that.
Mm-hmm.
So for me, looking back on all this, and I lived through that period, that Sister Shah, I remember when the book came out. And I remember all that happened with it. Sister Shaharazad Ali published that book here in Philly. She was living in Philly at the time. And it is a very interesting retrospective indeed. And I think that her statement gives me, at least it gives me, I can't speak for other black men, but it gives me a lot to think about.
Yeah. You said some interesting things. My take on it, and I'm more or less said this. Well, I kind of said it in my response to it. And moderators, be dropping the link in the chat for the Obsidian's channel. I always forget to do that. Whenever I do a one-on-one with somebody, I tell y'all to spam out the link with the guest YouTube channel. Yeah, so yeah, y'all get on the job. Make sure y'all doing that. Okay. This is where I'm at with it. Everything I've ever heard her say, even though when people, I don't like the overemphasis on, the white supremacy and the racism and we oppressed and all of it. I don't like that. But hold on, I want to say what I want to say about it, Obsidian. Like, come on.
I'm glad you mentioned that.
I'm glad I mentioned it too, and I want to make a point about it. Come on. Let me get to the point. Okay. I don't like when she when she go that route. I don't like when anybody goes that route. I think as men, we need to quit doing that. Men don't make good damsels in distress. Oh, they oppressing us and they doing this to us, and we gotta quit that shit. But so I don't like when she go there. That's the only thing that she ever say that I really disagree with when she started talking about the racism and white supremacy. Everything else that she has ever said, I have agreed with. And she has been on point with it. And like you said, it's current data that backs up things that she said before the data was in. So she's been proven right with everything that she's been saying. I've never read her book. I'm only talking about the words that came out of her mouth. She has been absolutely positively on point. So that comment, I don't think it erases the overall strength of what she's doing, because at the end of the day, she's advocating for black men. She's a black male advocate who definitely had a moment. Definitely had a moment where I think a fair discussion could be had. Now, this is what I said in my response to it. A fair discussion could definitely be had about some of the guys who are online, and you've talked about this and you've mentioned this, they're coming from a place of, some woman rejected me or broke my heart, or I'm just mad at these hoes for whatever reason. For some of them, because they couldn't get access to the ones they wanted. And so it's some people who are coming from that kind of place, and some criticism could be given for that. We're not going to, hopefully we don't get too far into that, but some criticism could be given to that. So I didn't have a problem with that. But when she went there with the whole either they were rejected by a woman or turned out by a man, those were her exact words. Some of them act like they were rejected by a woman or turned out by a man. The rejected by a woman thing, a fair discussion could be had there. The turned out by a man thing, that was messed up. And that was going, somebody said, I think Trader MBD said she went full strag right there. Okay. So in her Out of everything that she say, 90%, I agree with 90% of what she says. There's another 10% that I kind of disagree with that. And then there's a one-off comment that's a complete flamethrower into the conversation. I think for me, everybody can respond to it how they want. For me, it's forgivable that she made a full strag tactic conversation point that she made. She went full daggle. She went full hyena, full strag, full everything in that one comment. I could take that one comment and put it in a bubble and say, okay, she did say that off the cuff. I could look at every other thing that came out of her mouth, the other 90% that I agree with, and say she's an advocate for black men. So I will still give her all her props and respect and just push that over there to the side. That's where I'm at with it.
So my question in response would be, okay, so exactly what good points did the Black Manosphere make that she felt were legitimate?
I think she's made a lot of points that line right up with what the Manosphere.
That's not what I asked. I asked what she said when she was asked by Mediocre Tutorials and Reviews, are you familiar with the Manosphere and what do you think about it? She gave her critique, but she also said that they make some good points and then went right into a critique. Okay, that's fair. So exactly what good did the Manosphere bring up? Did she specifically identify what they were, and did Mediocre Tutorials specifically press her on that point?
No, she didn't, and no, he didn't. And that would have been good. That would have been good for her to say this particular point that they made. I really like this particular point. And it would have been nice if she would have reeled off a list, but no, that didn't happen that way.
Okay, so we don't know. We do know what she's critical about the Manosphere about, though. And that did not require any specific trying or prompting on the part of Mediocre Tutorials and Reviews. Am I right?
But you're right. But see, here's the thing. If the things that she said for years generally line up with most of what the Manosphere is saying, I don't think we need her to spell it out where she agrees with the Manosphere at. It's clear and obvious.
If it was clear and obvious, then he wouldn't have need to ask her the question to begin with, because it would have been clear and obvious and everybody would have known it.
Well, no, he asked her what she thinks about the Manosphere sprouting up. That's what he asked her.
And if we all know what she thinks about the Manosphere, meaning that her points are in alignment with ours, then there would be no need to ask her the question, because everybody would know it. It'll be self-evident.
I was reading the chat. You saying, I'm sorry. You said that it would be no point in him asking her the question. What the
argument is that over the course of X amount of time, Sister Shaharazad Ali has been an advocate for black men. The Black Manosphere is an advocate for black men. Therefore, ergo, the Black Manosphere and Sister Shaharazad Ali are on the same page. Okay. The argument has also been that she's talked about this in previous interviews where she stands up, or better put, where she thinks that the Manosphere is in alignment, or that she agrees. Let me put it this way: that she agrees with certain Manosphere views. Okay.
Yep.
If that was so ubiquitous, then there would be no need to ask the question to begin with. Because everybody would know it.
You're saying it would be no need to ask the question that you just admitted that he didn't ask. He didn't ask it, and you're saying it would be no need for him to ask it. Well, he didn't ask it.
He did ask. He said, "What do you think about the Manosphere that has grown up in the time since your book?" And she said, "I think they make some interesting points." And then she went into her critiques, which we just covered.
No, as an interviewer, that would be as a Manosphere content creator, it would have been he would be remiss if he didn't try to prompt her to speak directly about the Manosphere. So he did try to get he did prompt her to speak directly about the Manosphere. Hold on, wait real quick. The only thing he didn't do is something that you're saying that he should have did is pin her down to say what exactly she liked.
I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything about what Mediocre Tutorials should have done. I didn't say anything about that. I just simply made the point asking you, what specifically did she agree with the Manosphere? We don't know. We know what she specifically disagrees with.
Yes, it's true. We don't know what she specifically agrees with, but like I said, she has a 30-year, 30, I don't know how many years, multi-decade long track record of advocating for black men. So I could assume that it's
And
some
we're
stuff.
assuming. So here we go again. We're assuming.
Well, I don't think you got to assume if you can.
We assume that her book read one way, and then she made a statement the other day that throws that into serious question. So this is the reason why questioning is so important.
If somebody is on tape saying periodically over the course of 30 years that black women being uncooperative and unsubmissive is a huge part of the reason that black families don't work out. The Black Manosphere also says that as well. I don't think we need to do it would have been nice. It definitely would have been nice had he asked her to be very direct about what she agrees with, but I don't think we need to do that much work to figure out where she agrees and where she doesn't agree when she's made statements that lines up with exactly what we agree with. So exactly
what statements today in 2021 did Sister Shaharazad Ali agree with in 1989?
I just gave one example. I just gave one example. I just gave an example.
An example based on what?
Based on the words that have come out of her mouth and the words that have come out of our mouths, and they line up in agreement. But it would have been nice if you would have asked her to be specific. That's the only thing we're talking about is MTR not asking a very specific question. That's the only thing we're talking about here. This really is
that he introduced.
Yeah, but I think I would know what would happen. He introduced it in a general way. He introduced in a general way.
A question that he introduced and didn't follow up on.
He introduced in a general way. She threw that haymaker and threw everything off, and he moved on. Okay, so
exactly. He didn't follow up.
Okay, all right. Obsidian. The whole point here is you're just criticizing either his interview style or how he dropped the ball.
I'm not saying that he dropped the ball.
This is
I'm not saying that at all.
All right.
I'm not saying that at all.
All right.
I'm pointing out a fact. See, the problem here, Bernard, is simply because I point out facts does not then mean that I make value judgments about those facts. Whether they're good, bad, right, wrong, that's irrelevant to me. I'm pointing out a fact. MTR asked her a specific question about what she thought about the Manosphere growing up in the wake of her book all these years past. Her response was, and I paraphrase, yes, those guys make some good points, but we have to be suspect with those because we don't know if those guys just got turned down in their lonely hearts or the other half of them got turned out by other men.
She didn't say we need to be suspect of those points.
She did say that.
She said that
we need to be suspect of what a lot of guys says. She did say.
Well, I will back up. She did say that sometimes when men criticize women, you got to be suspect of their motivations. She said something to that degree because there's some of them that either just coming from a place of a broken heart, which that's an okay statement that we can agree or disagree on. And then the gay comment that was some bullshit. That was some absolute bullshit, and she was wrong. Okay. And then MTR heard that and was like, okay, and then just moved on to the next question. So that's what happened there. And I'm not even tripping on it happening because he had in an elder who he has an immense amount of respect for. He has an immense amount of respect for this woman. And sometimes when grandmama say something crazy, you just kind of just look away and just keep it moving. You know, that's what happened right there. So I'm not about to overly knock her. I'm not about to overly knock him. He just kept the interview flowing. So
the same way we look away when other things happen in the black family.
I don't.
You know, Tarana Burke's entire Me Too movement started behind that. The way we look away when Uncle Jimmy, you know, touches people.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect. Well, first off, that's some bullshit, and that needs to not happen in the black family. I can me understanding who mediocre tutorials and reviews is, as I don't know him personally, but just my observation of him, it just wouldn't have been in character for him to challenge her on any point that she made. I just know that I know he's not going to do that.
At no point in the interview was there any challenge. So you have to ask again. You have to ask see, the whole thing about interviews and interviewing.
He wasn't going to do that with her.
Hang on. The whole point about interviews and interviewing, there's a whole style to it. There's a way you go about it. There's different types of interviews.
And he has his interview style, and he let that rock. He let it. He moved past it as quickly as he possibly could, and tried to sweep it under the rug and move forward.
And my question is, okay, so what is the purpose of this again? And I take it back to what he said in the very beginning. You know, he looks at Sister Shaharazad Ali, you know, akin to the Oracle, a matronly figure.
Yes.
From the Matrix. Then who is Neo?
What? I don't know how that circles back to I don't know how you circled it back to that original statement of who's Neo.
Well, I mean, he never said. He said how he saw her. One could imply or infer that he's speaking to himself with regard to the who is Neo question. One can infer, but I don't want to do that. One thing I've learned with media is you don't want to assume anything. That's the reason why journalists are trained in the way that they are, to gather fact, not make inferences or draw inferences. You gather facts, not draw inferences. And that's the reason why questions are so important. And follow-up questions, especially on things that could be considered controversial. And that's the reason why people who do this professionally for a living in the legacy media make a lot of money doing it, because it is a skill. Want to talk about Kevin Samuels? Kevin Samuels, is one of his skills is that he is an excellent questioner.
Mm-hmm.
Excellent. He's arguably the single best questioner we have in the Black Manosphere. And coming from me, that's saying a lot.
Mm-hmm.
So that's all I'm saying. It just the whole and the point that you made about her speaking about racism, her speaking. I noticed a point in the conversation where they talked about polygamy. I remember listening to a call you took from Brother Xavier, who personally knows Sister Shaharazad Ali.
Yeah, that was on the same show. Yeah.
Has had her on his show numerous times over the years. And in response to a question that you asked him along the lines of, what is she like, you know, behind the music? It's kind of like VH1 behind the music. What is she like behind that? And his response was very profound. Among other things, he said that she pretty much sticks to the script. And her discussion about racism and polygamy, I've listened to numerous interviews of Sister Shaharazad Ali over the years, and those two talking points are very, I mean, no matter what the topic is, they will come up, which harkens back to what Brother Xavier said. She sticks to the script.
Okay.
What does polygamy have to do with the major points of the Black Manosphere? Nobody in the Black Manosphere of any consequence has polygamy as a major plank of their platform. Nobody. So what does that have to do with anything?
Just to be sure to make sure I understand where you're going, polygamy didn't come. Did polygamy come up in MTR's interview with Shaharazad Ali?
Yes,
He
it
said
did.
Okay, I must have missed that part. It must have came up later, or I don't know.
Much later in the conversation.
Okay,
And
yeah,
what I'm saying to you is, taking it back to Brother Xavier, the question you asked him and his response was, she sticks to a script.
Okay.
And I'm saying to you that I am vouchsafing for what Brother Xavier said about what she's like behind the music, because I've heard numerous interviews with Sister Shaharazad Ali over the years, and that's exactly how it goes. There is a kind of choreography. Again, I'm not saying that's right or wrong, good or bad. I'm just simply saying that's what it is. I do have a question, though. Given that none of the Black Manosphere points has anything to do with polygamy, one has to ask, what's the utility of it? Black men and black women can't get along on a one-to-one level, let alone a group one.
Okay. So your question is, why does Sister Shaharazad Ali mention polygamy or polygyny?
No,
or
my point is that what Xavier said is true, that she sticks to a script. What I will say is this, though. I have to ask as to the utility of said script right now. We could debate whether or not that was useful in the late 80s, early 90s. We could debate that. There's a real question, though, as to whether or not that's useful right now. And if so, where's the evidence? You know, black conscious types have been talking of polygamy for a long minute with precious little to show for it. And, you know, this is going to sound harsh, but that's pretty much the track record of the pro-black group. They don't have a whole lot, you know, they don't have a lot to stand on.
Yeah, I think pro-blacks don't got a lot to stand on, but overall, by and large, I don't lump her in with them, even though she's pro-black. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. I don't lump her in with that because we've talked about this a lot in this space, that being pro-black in many ways is pro-black woman more so than men. She's definitely pro-black men and advocates for black men. So I don't want to paint her with that broad of a pro-black brush, even though she's definitely pro-black.
Well, once again, the statement, and you know what's interesting, I've addressed the homophobic side of it. Now I want to address the lonely heart side of it. It goes back to that. So by Sister Shaharazad Ali's own logic, we need to be inherently suspicious of anything black women say via the Black Vagina Vision media, right?
You mean anything black men say?
Hang on, excuse me.
Did you mean anything black men say or anything black women say?
I'm not talking about by Sister Shaharazad Ali's logic, that we have to be somewhat suspect of what the sisters said or say today, because you know, a lot of it, you get the sense that, you know, they're just upset because they couldn't get the man that they wanted. They're kind of like a member of the Lonely Hearts Club. By that logic, we would have to apply the same thing, right? And if not, why?
Apply the same thing to who?
To black women.
Oh, okay, sure.
Speaking in the media, speaking in the public square, etc., etc., etc. Is that not the very same thing?
Okay, yeah.
I just got finished talking about how Oprah made billions talking. She was the prototypical lonely heart.
Mm-hmm.
So why should we be suspect of the men, but not even address the women? Especially if the women, if the key part of her argument is that it's the women that are out of order.
Who's saying that women shouldn't be addressed?
I didn't say that. What I said was, why is the statement directed toward the men, given the fact that the fundamental argument that Miss Ali makes is that it's the women that are out of order. I'm not saying that she's wrong. I agree with you. There are definitely brothers that are broken heart. I think one of the big tragedies of Black America in general, and the Black Manosphere in particular, is that we simply cannot bring ourselves to say, yo, man, she broke my heart. We can't do it. Our culture won't allow it.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I think that's a tragedy in the 21st century. That's tragic. We have to go through all of these, machinations and movements and bending over backwards and all that just to get away from a simple human reality. Heartbreak is a reality of the human species. It's a common phenomenon. It's not the exception to the rule. And yet we expect one half of Black America to act like automatons. And no wonder we have so many of the problems that we do among Black men. Psychologists have talked about this. When you dehumanize people, Black women have free reign, the full range of the humanity. There are even Black men in this space that speak up for that. You mentioned it earlier, right at the very start, C Boogie Productions. But then he turns right around and dehumanizes other Black men. And we're okay with it. Black women are okay with it. Black men are okay with it. And that's not something that should be a part of the mix here. The only way that we can have a discourse about Black male and Black female relationships is if we come through with a slide rule. Huh? My argument from day one is this. You don't have a community if you don't have Black couples. You don't have Black families if you don't have Black couples. You don't have Black business and commerce if you don't have Black couples. You don't have Black politics if you don't have Black couples. You don't have excellence in Black education if you don't have Black couples. If you don't have Black couples, you ain't got shit. Everything goes back to that. And the reason why Black women and Black men are so behind the 8 ball is because we can't even agree on the most simplest of things. We can't agree. How the hell are we supposed to agree with dealing with racism when we can't even agree with each other? How are Black women going to be truly free if they cannot accept? Yeah, you done broke some dudes' hearts out here. You have. Yeah, you done used some dudes who wanted to bang. You knew he wanted to bang. You knew he wanted to marry you, but you used them up. You did. You kept them orbiting for years. You did.
Yeah, you've definitely moved it now in a direction that I agree with 100%. I echo all of those sentiments pretty much. So yeah, I definitely agree with that. The only thing, whereas what you're saying about Black families and we can't have Black community, Black business, Black politics, Black raising productive Black children, all of that doesn't work if Black couples don't get it figured out and get their act together. And if we don't got Black family, a lot of that, at least on a macro scale, there's individuals who can beat their chest and say, I'm going to accomplish anything I want to accomplish regardless. Yeah, individuals can make it, but as far as on a macro scale, yeah, you do need family structure. I think most people should generally agree with that. The only thing I don't like is that you sort of made, and maybe you just moved on from the Shaharazad Ali aspect of this, but it seems like to some degree you started making those points predicated on a conversation that she had with MTR. But
I
then you
did.
went on to and you went on to make a bunch of points that I'm sure she 100% agrees with. So
I'm
that's
not
what.
sure about that though.
Yeah, and see so that's where the the problem that I'm having what you're saying. The points that you made were absolutely solid. I don't know how you can be a black male advocate who advocates for black family and is advocated against feminism for that long with the track record she has and say that she doesn't agree with the statements that you're making now.
Because
I don't
because
know. I don't.
we all heard
I
what
don't
she
know.
we all
I don't
heard
know
what
how
she
you get there.
we all heard what she actually said. See, I don't believe
Yeah, she
that
made okay.
No, I
hold
don't
on.
believe. I don't believe that you can only be effective as an advocate in the black manosphere if you're somehow, some type of unfeeling robot. See, I don't believe that. I believe the exact opposite. I believe that your personal experiences make you uniquely qualified to be a black male advocate.
I know, but what do you think about just the concept of we talking about the lonely hearts thing, not the gay thing? The gay thing was some bullshit, and she was
Yeah,
dead
I'm
wrong
talking
for
about
that.
lonely heart.
We
I'm talking
talking about
about
the lonely hearts things. What do you think about just the concept that yes, some people are coming from a bad place? I mean, you've admitted this and you've talked about this. There are some men who they really not arguing in good faith. They mad, either they got rejected, didn't get the women they wanted, or just had, like you said, a heart broke or got dragged through the court system and all of that. And now they just like, man, fuck these bitches. If she's talking about them who just no rhyme, no reason, scorch earth, fuck these bitches, let it burn. If she's talking about them and their criticism of women, I think she does have a point that they're not coming from a place of good faith. Like one thing that you can't say about Kevin Samuels, he's coming from a place of good faith. When Angry Man talks about women, he's coming from a place of good faith. There are people who have said some really harsh things, but they're not just coming from a place of hurt and I don't like these bitches, so I'm going to have to come online and talk shit about them. I think if she was referencing those people who just like, I don't like these bitches, I'm about to talk shit about them, I think she had a point. But I don't think she was talking about the people like yourself who believe in black families. I don't think she was talking about you. I think he was talking about other people.
Unfortunately, we'll never know, will we?
MTR didn't ask the $1 million question, and that's fine.
I rather not speculate.
But I'm not going to charge her up without knowing. That's where I'm
not saying. I just don't know. I'm just going by what was said.
Okay.
So I mean, for as far as I'm concerned, the idea that you have to be a kind of android in order to have any utility in the black manosphere, I reject that. Part of our experiences is what makes us human. And I think what makes me unique is that I don't shy away from the fact that I've experienced letdown, heartbreak, grief, loss. That's what makes us all human. It's what you do with it that defines you. I don't let those experiences destroy me. I try to use those experiences to gain a better insight into who I am and to who other people are. And that's a big difference. Mm-hmm. But whether or not Sister Shaharazad Ali makes those distinctions, we may never know. I don't know.
I don't think how could you be an advocate for black men for that long and not know how to make distinctions between black men who are operating in good faith and those who are not?
I didn't know. I don't know. I mean, again, we don't know because that question was never asked in a nearly 2-hour-long interview. So I don't know. I don't know.
Oh, shout out to Crimson Cure. She said she didn't say men needed to be robots. In fact, I've heard her acknowledge men's overall pain.
I don't recall ever saying that Sister Shaharazad Ali said men needed to be robots.
But I think you have heard her acknowledge men's overall pain.
I don't know. I'm going by the interview less than a week ago. I'm going by that. The most recent. The most up to date. I'm not saying that she doesn't. I'm just saying I don't know. It would have been great had those questions been asked and we could have got clarity on the matter. I don't know.
All right.
If you want to take some questions, I'm down.
I was just about to ask because like I'm way past the tap out point, but if anybody want to come up, and Obsidian said a lot of things. He said going back to the beginning of the show, if you want to come up and ask him specific questions about that or questions about what he's saying about Shaharazad Ali, I would prefer questions about what he has said thus far, because he said a lot of things, and I heard a lot of pushback in the chat. I don't necessarily even though I typically don't mind when people just want to come up and as I think Zero is the one who popularized the term, and they got to get their shit off. I know some of y'all want to come up and get your.
I would prefer.
I'm telling them what I want.
Yeah.
I know some of y'all want to just come up and get your shit off, but no, I do want. I don't want to be the only one who challenged Obsidian today. So I want y'all to come up and challenge him, challenge something that he said that y'all disagreed with, that you got a question about. I would rather people come up for that, and I'm giving it 5 minutes for somebody to come up. If don't nobody come up, I'm pulling a plug. But if somebody want to come up and question and challenge the old man, because he was saying a lot of stuff about what the Black Manosphere is going to do going forward, and that was a really interesting conversation. I almost wanted to drop the link then, but I knew we hadn't got to everything. So if somebody want to take it back there, if somebody want to talk about what was just said right now, either way, come on up. The link is in the chat.
You know what was interesting? There's a brother in the chat room that said MTR said in his interview how he became red pill from heartbreak. You know, I wish he would have brought that point up at the moment that Sister Shaharazad Ali made that remark. It would have been a very good exchange. We could have gotten more insight. I wish he'd done that.
All right, we got Truth in the building. Now, Truth is the one of the main people that like to get his shit off. but you gotta ask a question, a challenge, or critique to something that Obsidian was talking about. Go ahead, you got it.
Yeah, there was a lot that I heard. I agree with almost all of it. There's not too much I want to get off. The only pushback I had was like, I think MTR did a good job. I think he was trying to keep it formal. He didn't want to. Maybe he didn't want to burn the bridge. He didn't want to risk any. Because obviously,
that's true.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like he'll probably.
I mean, that statement that you made was true, not the helmet time statement that I clicked on. I wasn't saying helmet time was true. I was saying that the statement that you made. The statement that you made was true. He didn't want to burn that bridge. Yeah, I understand what he did. It's chess, not checkers with him. But go ahead.
He'll probably review the video at a later date and probably add some criticism.
Yeah.
Was that a question?
What's your proposed solution? I heard a lot of problems, but what's the fix?
The fix to what?
To the lack of, if I'm reading you right, like the lack of leadership, the lack of direction, control of the narrative.
I don't recall saying anything about losing control of the narrative.
You gotta quote Obsidian directly down to every syllable, comma, apostrophe. If you don't quote it exactly right, he never said that. I'm just playing.
Yeah, because well, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but like from what I was getting, you have a problem with certain narratives that are coming out from different spaces in the manosphere, and it would seem
I have no such problem.
I'm sorry?
I have no such problem.
Oh shit! Okay, I don't know how I got that then.
You gotta write down while he's talking. Rewind it if need be. Get that. You gotta get it exactly right.
Yeah, I have no such problem.
He never said that. No.
Well, shit.
Obsidian, how you do this shit without laughing, man?
You want to know the reason why? You want to know the reason why?
I'm listening.
Because I found that it's a lot harder to ask questions than to make statements. See, it's real easy to make statements. You just go and you just riff. It's really hard to ask questions because you have to really, first of all, you have to really pay attention to those you're talking to. You have to really listen to them. You have to really pay attention. See, you make statements, you don't have to listen to what the other person's saying. You just wait for a break in the conversation, then you jump in and say whatever you want to say.
And try to get your shit off.
Yeah. But if you're asking questions, you have to really be an active, attentive listener. And being an attentive listener is very tricky.
Mm-hmm. Well, we got Queen Q in the building. I've been noticing you in the chat for a minute. So yeah, glad you finally came on up to have some words with us. You got a question for Obsidian? Or anything that Obsidian said that you disagree with or got some pushback to? Go ahead. You got the mic.
Sorry, I just want to say good morning to everybody real quick and get that out the way. But I just had a couple questions so that way I can clarify my understanding of Obsidian's point of view, if he doesn't mind me asking.
Not at all. Go right ahead.
Okay, so one of the questions I had was, have you watched any of of her interviews before this one?
Quite a few.
Okay, that helps me break down and understand where you're coming from more, because I know some people I noticed that some people were talking about the subject, and when it came to her subject matter that she talks about, they literally only listened to just MTR's interview and then made their assumptions off of it. So that's why I just wanted to ask the question and see. And then two, do you feel like people get too caught up on distinguishing terms when it comes to conversations, as if people can't break down the different groups in that type? So like, for example, a lot of things that we talk about, we always say, like, for example, you hear the term Black women, but there's no distinguishing term between the good Black women and the bad Black women and the women that mess with the Pookies and the Ray Rays. They just use the blatant term, and it's more or less like women in this space tend to know, okay, we know he's not addressing us in this situation or this type of person in this situation. But I often see people be like, well, if they don't distinguish this person or they don't specifically point out these people, then they're talking about everybody.
Yes, I've seen this quite a bit, and it's been something that's been I've been very
really quick. Yeah, I have to step away for a second, so just wanted to say that before I'll be able to hear everything everybody's saying, but I'll be stepping away for a second. Go ahead, old man. You got the floor. You got the mic.
Yeah, that's been something I've been concerned about over the months and years myself. A number of people kind of aggregate. It's very common in Black America because to kind of aggregate each other. So Black men over there, Black women over here, and we don't get quick. We don't aggregate the two groups out. So one of the things that I hoped to do with the book of Obsidian was to make the point that, the 80-20 rules is a scientifically verified thing. I'm going to talk about this in the next book, but because now I have the scientific evidence to back me up and support me on this. But it's a very real thing. We define it in different terms. For purposes of the book, I've used Ron Wills's way of putting it, select, non-select. And that forms the basis of where we go from there insofar as Black men are concerned in a mating and social context. And that's what the foundation I'm going to be building on moving forward. It's going to be very difficult for Black women moving forward to make blanket statements about Black men, because in truth, what they're talking about is a much smaller subset of Black men. And that changes, that calibrates things very differently. So yeah, I agree with that. And the same thing can be said on the other side. With Black women, that it's not wise to kind of like aggregate all Black women together. It's just not wise. Truth, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Give you another crack at the apple here. Question.
What happened? Oh, I didn't quite catch the tail end of her question before I think she said she disconnected on accident.
Yeah. So she was asking whether or not does she agree with me in her observation that there's a nasty tendency on the part of black men and black women to kind of aggregate each other. In other words, all black men do this, all black women do that, and I agree, it is. And one of the aims and goals of the Book of Obsidian was to try to disaggregate black men into select, non-select, 80%, 20%, and so on, and try to use that as a basis for conducting a conversation moving forward. And it's going to be a tough conversation to have.
Yeah, obviously we don't want to generalize either group, entire groups, but at the same time, there are some general behaviors that all groups. So, like for example, it's as simple as saying most women are heterosexual. You know what I mean? Like obviously there are gay and bi, but are we really gonna every time we speak about these issues go not them, not all, like not all. It's like to some degree we should all take with a grain of salt that we're not talking about all. We're talking about a general concept.
That's a good question. We live in a very woke age where diversity and inclusion are watchwords. So that's a very good question. That's a very good question. Queen Q is back up here. I think she wasn't quite finished.
No, I wasn't. I'm so sorry. My StreamYard, I don't know what happened. It kind of like bumped me out and wouldn't let me back in.
Yes, go right ahead.
Okay, I'm so sorry. The other question I had was, I know people tend to talk about like a lot of the issues, but nobody ever really suggests a solution. And so like I was down in the chat and I agree wholeheartedly with what you said about like, with there not being any black couples, there is no black community, there is nothing. And you hear the problem. So the question becomes, it's mostly like, I often wonder, people always bring up the problem, but nobody ever gives a solution. So if you had to give just a basic solution, what would that be?
Well, my response would be there are no solutions, there are trade-offs. Shout out to Thomas Sowell. I think that the real problem that we're faced is the very things that have made life possible for us as Black Americans today create brand new problems. I mean, Black women don't need the 80% of Black men, to be brutally frank. In a functioning free consent society like the United States in the early 21st century, Black women don't really need to, quote unquote, make a deal. They can afford to get with the guys that sexually excite them, have children with them. There's not going to be any real price that they'll pay for it in terms of, like, nobody's going to socially ostracize them. They're not going to get sent down south and have the baby secretly or whatever. But it does come at another price, though. As more and more guys figure this out, fewer and fewer guys will want to be essentially, locked in the friend zone forever. So it creates new problems. Black women will be free in one sense, but they'll have new problems on the other side.
Mm-hmm.
Who will provide all of those things that the crooner, Joe said, all the things your man won't do? Who's going to do it? Especially for the free, because a big problem that a lot of Black women have, and I got this from Kevin, so shout out to him on this. A lot of Black women think a lot of Black men are free. You can get bodyguard services for free. You can get, a handyman for free. You can get, a guy who's a de facto therapist, a counselor for free. What happens when more and more Black men says, you know what? I know that I ain't that guy. I ain't ever going to be that guy. I'm out. Then what? Because Black women know deep down that the guys that they most are attracted to are not likely to be, the guy that's willing to participate in neighborhood cleanup, the guy that's willing to be a peewee football coach, the guy that's willing to install air conditioner. They know it. The question is, what happens when a tipping point of black men know it and then start acting accordingly? So I say all of that, Queen Q, to say that it's not a question of solutions. It's a question of trade-offs. And I don't think that's something that black people are still grappling with, what it means to be free to begin with. We haven't even gotten to what Thomas Sowell talked about with trade-offs. We haven't even got that far. And so the entire fabric of Black America is being and has been reorganized over the past 5 decades, and will continue to be profoundly reorganized in times to come.
I wanted to
well, hold on. I'm gonna pass the mic to JB Jonathan, aka Jonathan Barronville. It was a time when I didn't realize that Jonathan Barronville, who supports the show, is JB, who jumps on the panel every now and then. But shout out to Jonathan Barronville. You got the floor. You got the mic.
What's up, man? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, sounds good. Salute to old man.
Hey,
I'm not gonna spend too much time. I'm just gonna make my point and get out. So I heard, I was paying attention to the earlier conversation about Sister Ali, right? And here's, to be honest, I'm a little annoyed by the conversation. And the reason why is because I think one of the big points that, and I posted this in the chat, one of the big points that old man was missing is that MTR, I think he did an excellent job with that interview, because the point of that interview was not to interrogate Sister Ali, right? It was to interview her. And the thing is, with somebody like her, she's not just a rando, right? She's not just some, random black woman talking about black men and stuff like that. Certain people, I think their resumes speak for themselves, right? Like, they're talking, you listen. You don't have to agree with everything they say. If she said some super outrageous thing, I can understand a little bit pushback. But what you were saying, I think would have created an unnecessary amount of tension. And the thing is, I think it's actually more important to have somebody like her, especially as an elder, still saying the things, as an elder black woman, still saying the things that she is saying that is on her side, rather than alienate her, even if by accident, just by even if unintentionally, just by trying to check her because she made 1 point or 2 points that we disagree with. She said a lot of things regarding the white man and the enemy, and honestly, I just gloss over that type of shit, right? Because I'm just like, okay, whatever, like, whatever. But because I can see beyond that, I go around a lot of Nation of Islam guys, so I know how they talk. I know the way they view the white man and stuff like that. So I'm able to see past that and focus on the key points that she was making, and the fact that we still have somebody like her, right, who's a black woman, who's an elder, who's been doing this for 30 something years. That's extremely way more important than trying to check her on one little point that she made that is like, is a little bit not on our side, or even if not a little bit. It is what it is. Like, I think MTR, if other people, all the other people saying they should have checked her, I think they would have, precisely for that reason, would have screwed up the interview and possibly burned the bridge. Where now, having her and having black women listening to this, if you see the number of black women who are in MTR's comments, right, listening, I think that in and of itself is valuable, right? So it's because it's coming from a woman. They can't use all the excuses that they use for Kevin or whatnot. And so I think that's way more important than trying to check her on the little things that we disagree with.
Yeah, we are who they said we were. If we can't interview an elder black woman who's been a 30-year advocate for black men without jumping down her throat about one comment she said we didn't like, then we are who they said we were. If that's the case, so I definitely agree 100% with what JB said. Go ahead, Obsidian. You got the mic.
Was that a question?
Well, no, he made a comment. You can respond to his comment, whether you agree or disagree, or I can pass it to Brother Xavier. One of those.
Unless he has a question, there is no response.
All right.
I would say, okay, I could.
Go ahead.
I could actually. So I could actually turn this into a question for Obsidian. I guess my question is, do you just want her or any woman to? Well, I can't say any woman because I think she's very different from any woman. Do you just want her to like fully agree on everything, or do you really think that it would have been worth it? Do you really think it would have been worth it for MCR to have quote unquote checked her or challenged her point, just for the sake of challenging it? Because he clearly heard it, right? He clearly heard it. And I know even on the white man enemy stuff, I know for a fact MCR does not subscribe to that stuff, right? But he clearly just was able to, just kind of let those slide and focus on the key meat. So I'm curious, like, do you really think that was that important?
I think when anybody makes what would be considered controversial statements, we wouldn't be talking about this right now. We didn't think what she said was controversial. I think it is the responsibility of the host to try to get some degree of clarity on it. So, yeah. Whether one thinks that's checking or whether one thinks that's being disrespectful, I leave that up to you. I would think as I move myself into elder status that I would want those coming behind me to uphold me to the same standards that I have tried to uphold myself in my younger years.
Yeah, understand. Only thing I could say is perhaps there was a polite way he could have voiced some concern about what she said and kept it moving. Yeah, maybe there was a polite way to do it, but yeah, it didn't.
Yeah, I don't think he had to be mean or mean-spirited.
Yeah.
And no.
I'll give you that point right there. But in general, I don't got a problem with how he kept it moving. I don't got a problem with that, but perhaps there was a polite way. Before I pass the mic to Brother Xavier, I do want to shout out. I'm shouting out my new Patreons, and Jessica X earlier today became a Patreon of mine, and I didn't even know it, so I added her to the list down there of the new Patreons. So if anybody else wants to follow her lead, because in the Manosphere we like to follow women anyway, right? So go ahead and follow the lead.
Before you go on, can I say something?
But anybody, go ahead and follow the lead of Jessica S, because y'all like to follow women anyway. So go ahead and follow her lead. Become a Patreon. But anyway, go ahead, Obsidian.
Yeah. The idea that we're kind of dancing on the angels, we're trying to see how many angels can dance on the head of a pin, kind of bothers me, because going back to the whole homophobic piece, we're hurting other people, man, when we do this. We are. And if we want to say that the black manosphere has no room for gay black men, if that's where we're going to be with it, okay, but we got to be real careful the road we go down with that. It's a slippery slope. It's a very slippery slope when we start doing that. It's them today. Who it's going to be tomorrow? I just don't think that kind of discourse is helpful in what we're dealing with here. We don't have to, take digs and shots on people who, in truth, have very little to do with what truly ails Black America. It just doesn't. I'm sorry. Gay people aren't the reason why Black men and Black women can't get along. And I'm sorry, they're just not. And we can go ahead and try to scapegoat it and pass it off on them as much as we want. The truth is, they have almost zero to do with why Black America is at the state that it's in. And if we can't do any better than conducting a discourse by simply, taking a dump on gay folk because we don't like what somebody else said, then that says a whole lot more about us than it does about gay folk.
I agree with you that gay people don't got nothing to do with, most of the 99% of the problems in the Black community. I think the 4% rate of gay people don't really got nothing to do with that. I mean, they got their own set of problems, and sometimes it may overlap or intertwine, but overall, no, they're not the reason. So if somebody is making that argument, I definitely understand what you're saying. Now, you did throw out something interesting. I did want to go to Brother Xavier, but I just want to throw it out there. If I heard it right, I was typing, responding to something that was said in the chat room. But did I hear you say that the Manosphere should make room for gay men or something like that?
What I said was, if we're going to come down on this thing that gay black men have no place in the black manosphere, that's one thing. Yeah. Okay, we can debate the merits of that, but it's something else. It's something else to, at every point, if we don't like what somebody's saying, we want to dismiss them as being gay. I have a problem with that, man.
Okay, all right, that's it is a fair point, but like I do think for what the black manosphere is trying to do, the gay men don't got a place here. But I don't like that whenever somebody is disagreed with, they're gay. That is a problem, and that's what black women do to black men. So I don't like when black men do that to black men.
And that's the reason why Sister Shaharazad Ali's statement was so controversial. Yes. Because one, it's homophobic. Two, against other black men. Since the argument is pro-black, so I guess some black folks is more black than others. We're gonna do the Animal Farm thing now. Is that where we're at with it? George Orwell all over again. Some black people are more black than others. Is that it? That's the first problem. And the second problem is, this is precisely what has been happening to Kevin right now. Black women all over the place calling him gay simply because they don't like what he said. They can't debunk what he said. They can't critique what he said. They can't deconstruct what he said. They just don't like what he said. Therefore, you're gay.
I gotta ask this question. Is Sister Shaharazad Ali's statement about black men being gay, are you coming down hard on her or drawing such a hard line about that statement because you think it was an attack at Kevin Samuels, so you're trying to discredit her because she came at Kevin Samuels in your eyes? Is that, I'm just asking, is that what's happening here?
I would have this is yet another thing. I would have loved if MTR had asked for clarity so we don't have to speculate. I don't know, but I do know this. The interview came down at a time where we see a brother, in some would say in the black manosphere, others say not, who is, no doubt about it, being straight up attacked along homophobic lines, not because his points are being deconstructed, not because his arguments are being critiqued, but simply because he's saying something other people don't like.
If you're trying to completely disavow Shaharazad Ali over a maybe statement that she made about Kevin Samuels,
I'm not disavowing anybody.
I think that's wrong. If that's what's happening,
I'm not disavowing anybody. I didn't say that Sister Shaharazad Ali need to be tossed into the dust heap of history. I never said that. I never intended that. Okay. I'm simply saying that what happened in that moment is a flashpoint and a window onto another major issue that's happening in this moment. And that's something that we need to root out. Look, if you don't like what somebody said, then deal with their argument. And it's what's really unfortunate about the entire dust up is that we never got clarity on exactly Sister Shaharazad's points with regard to the manosphere. That was a missed opportunity.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. We're gonna truth. That's not we doing something. Doing things in order here. See, I remember what I said. You the main one. I gotta get my shit off. That's you. But shout out to Zero. but we gotta go to Brother Xavier, and there's a few people who got special salutes and greetings in here. And the good brother Xavier made the cut.
Only from TPOT Media. Open your minds.
Shout out to brother Xavier. He sent me that clip. I'm not that good to create something that awesome. He sent me that one. So shout out to brother Xavier. You got the floor, you got the mic, and I can only imagine you got the mic. Fire away. You got it.
Peace, Brother Bernard, Brother Obsidian, Brother Truth, Brother JB, Brother Pablo. Appreciate you throwing that opening up, man. Damn, I forgot. I had forgot what it looked like almost.
Yeah.
Appreciate that, brother.
It's pretty damn cool. Yeah, like
this is the thing. People have pedestalized. I mean, we pedestalized Sister Ali. Let's be honest here. She's one of those black people that we've pedestalized. And if you're someone who's somewhat unfamiliar with her, which the brother obviously was, right? You're an unfamiliar. So you're going to kind of tread lightly with her because her reputation kind of precedes her, right? Now, if her and I were having that conversation, I would have had her expound, on it a little bit. I'd have been like, hold up, Sister Ali, what you mean by that? Her and I have never had like that particular conversation, but when I talk to her, I give her pushback on some of the things she says. Like, no, I mean, she welcomes that, and even if he had, from what I know from Sister Ali, all right, because I've been knowing Sister Ali for a long time, I don't think she would have taken him giving her pushback the wrong way. I don't believe that. Now, maybe he thought it would have came off the wrong way, but I don't think Sister Ali would have been bothered by it at all, because I've given her pushback on many things over the years. I mean, she's not a thin-skinned person, so I mean, he could feel free, man, to challenge her on her points, man. I mean, the lady's damn near 70 years old. She's probably heard it all. I mean, I've had shows where Sister Ali has come on and people call into the show and come right on and cuss her the hell out and call her, bees, hoes, and everything else as they cut on. They so bad, I gotta cut their ass off. So, she's not thin-skinned like that, man. I mean, if he would have asked her to expound on it, I'm sure she would have, because I know I would have. If I was talking to her, I'd have been like, wait a minute, Sister Ali, hold up a second. So I just don't think that I think people are making more out of it than it really is. But also on the other side of that, when you're talking to her, man, I don't think you should be talking to her, like she's this fragile doll, and if you say too much, she's going to break. No, I mean, if he would have been like, well, can you kind of, flesh that out, Sister Ali, I'm truly convinced that she would have. So he might have just missed an opportunity. I don't know.
Fair enough.
Thank you for that clarification, Brother Xavier. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, I do too. And yeah, that means a lot. That does kind of put a good bow on the conversation. That right there. So shout out to brother Xavier.
Only from TPOT Media. Open your minds.
Obsidian, before I pass it to Pablo, you were about to say something, I believe.
Yeah. So in light of what Brother Xavier just shared with us, now we have to, look back at MTR. We have to look at, exactly what was his thinking process.
Yeah, he was walking on eggshells. That's what it was. Somebody. He's spoken on his show multiple. He refers to her as the paternal grandmother of his YouTube channel. He has that much of reverence and respect for her. So I wouldn't expect him to challenge her on any point. I just wouldn't expect it.
But there's a word for it. Brother Bernard. It's called fear.
Yeah. Shout out to Coach Ali's Corner. I apologize, everybody. I wasn't reading super chats. I was the conversation between me and O-Man was a little too intense, and I had to pay attention because y'all know how Obsidian get. He'll have your head spinning if you ain't paying attention. So I had to focus on what Obsidian was saying But so I didn't really read all your super chats out today, but please know I appreciate all the support. Coach Ali's Corner in the building says happy Friday, Friday, fellas. But now we got to catch up before I move. Absolutely. Hit me up. I don't know if you got, I think you, yeah, we talked on the phone before. You got my number. Hit me up. Yeah. Charles Merchant in the building. He says no such thing as homophobia. Nobody has an inordinate fear of suicidal people that name themselves.
Right.
All right. Shout out to Red Sings of Blues. Just sent me another email. I'm assuming regarding me and him doing me being on his show tomorrow. It'll be it'll be a panel with a number of different content creators. I forgot who all is going to be there, but go check it out. Brother Pablo in the building. What's going on, man?
What's going on, fellas? So I got 2 points to some of what Obsidian has been saying. First, about trying to package the image of the Manosphere. Black women ain't always all the way wrong. They not. Just like a lot of black women want you to take them as they are, show up how they want to show up. There's a lot of black men like that too in this space. They want to show up how they show up. And they said so in the chat. But they said, oh, we different. We accept that, we won't be accepted or whatever. Okay, you can accept that you won't be accepted, but they don't want the homeless man living under the bridge at the mayor's ball. He's not welcome. He's not welcome to the dance. You need to clean yourself up. You need to clean yourself up and make yourself presentable before you welcome in polite society. That's a fact. It's not respectability politics. It's called grown-up life. This is the Grown Man Hour with Bernard Riley, and he looks the part. So you need to get down or lay down. One of the two. Some of y'all, if you want to play under the bridge with the homeless, go on and stay doing that. Now, Obsidian don't want to tell you like that, but see, I can tell you like that because I ain't got shit to do with it. I don't mess with y'all hoes. I let y'all do it. Anyway, now, to the gay thing. We all know in Black American culture that gay black men are used as an insult among heterosexual black people.
Mm-hmm.
They are used as an insult. And I have a little story to tell. I was driving Uber, and I'm here in Atlanta, and gay black men here in Atlanta, they run the fashion industry. The hair, the makeup, the clothing, shoes, their hands are all in it. They dominate the black church in the ministers of music, ushers, and in the administration of church business. But let me tell you what happened with this brother. He got in my Uber and he was fuming mad, almost in tears. He went to do this woman's makeup. He gets like $100 an hour.
Can't hear you.
It's audio. Just your
he
audio.
Gets like $100 an hour to do makeup. He's a makeup artist. He does it for music video shoots and all this kind of stuff. And he went to this woman's house. She was a stripper. She was a dancer. But she noticed that she made more money when she was made up well, correctly. Not looking like a clown, but looking like professionally done, like you can't tell her makeup is on, but it's on. He gets in the car and he's almost in tears and he's angry because her boyfriend was in the house and she wouldn't let him, she made him sit in a room because her man was afraid to be around a gay man. He didn't want to see him. Made him stay in there until he said it was okay for him to come out. That's after funny. He left. And then she didn't want to pay him. So if you think only straight black men are victims of the fuckery. You're wrong. I was going to do a whole video about this, about how black women also exploit gay black men on the regular. They not immune from this shit.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway,
Black
that's it.
Wolf,
Carry on,
you.
niggas.
Carry on, niggas. That's funny. Thank you, Pablo, for your comments. Black Wolf Inc. in the building. He says, Captain, we got to give Kuda his props. I always give Kuda his props every chance I get. He says the best way to expand this space and to invest in our channels in production quality. Gotta move past avatars. Yes, Kuda was right about that. I think my channel is an example of the fact that I agree with Kuda that yes, you got to move past an avatar and cell phones and the whole works. The only thing I was giving Obsidian pushback on. Obsidian was saying that, but also saying, in addition to that, an aggressive campaign by Manosphere content creators to take market share of Derrick Jaxn's female audience. That was a part that I was given some pushback on whether or not that's the way to go for the Manosphere. But the first part of it, if you just take that part, what you said right there, and put it in a bubble, like that part right there is absolutely true. Absolutely true. The Manosphere don't need to be the avatar sphere. I agree 100% with that. Even though there's, like I said, there's people like Little Big Nate who got the talent to be every bit as big as Jason Black without being on camera. Some people got the ability to do that. But overall, I do agree with that. To agree with that statement right there. I just want to make it very clear. My pushback wasn't against what Black Wolf has on the board right there. It was Obsidian. If I don't want to misquote Obsidian, I think Obsidian was saying that what you're saying right there on the screen, plus taking that what you said on the screen, then combine it with an aggressive campaign to take market share on Derrick Jaxn's audience. That whether or not Black Manosphere content creators need to do that is a different discussion than just whether or not Kuda was right about improving your production quality and production value of your show.
But that still raises the question, though.
I'm listening.
Exactly who are we talking to?
We're talking to black men.
If we want to expand
on my show, we're talking to 90% black men, 10% black women,
right?
Per my analytics.
So the argument is to expand it.
Yeah,
right.
Expand it. Okay.
So here's an interesting question: can we expand the Black Manosphere in a demonstrable way without any input from women at all?
I would think so, but if you're going to the next question, which I'm assuming you're going to ask, where's the example of it? Hey, O'Shea is sort of an example of it, but he's went into the, celebrity gossip end of it, but given a black male perspective on all those celebrity issues.
Which means by definition that black women will be involved.
But O'Shea still says he's like 93% black male still. So
he's got 7%.
Yeah, he said 90. I think I remember if he said 93 or 95%, but he's majority black male. There's a way to grow a channel and be majority black male. But see, you're talking to somebody. I don't have a problem with women being here. I want women here, but whether or not, see, it's one thing to say women being here, women being in the audience. I'm actually cool with that. I like that. An aggressive campaign to go get Derrick Jaxn's market share on Derrick Jaxn's audience. That is a different discussion from.
So here's where I'm at with.
Are we okay with women here?
Right, so here's where I'm at with it.
Let us know where you're at with it.
If O'Shea is giving us the template, then we need to do more of that.
Okay, so we need to make pre-recorded celebrity gossip videos.
I'm just saying, what is the best pathway forward to expand the footprint?
Yeah, I think everybody got to find their own way and look at what's working and take elements of it. Yeah, that'll work. That'll work.
Or do we want to just kind of let things kind of just percolate on its own? Now we're going to do that. Okay. Then we're not able to make projections. We're not able to swap one player out, bring another in. We're going to go to an individual artisanal boutique type style It has its strengths, but it has a lot of weaknesses. Like I said, the thing about the cartel, as I like to call them, is that these guys have a system, a kind of plug and play system that's very effective. So whatever we come up with on the opposing side has to, be at least somewhat effective.
All right, and I think that if you think that's, I mean, I think you should try to organize a meeting with the content creators, or you think who you want to sell this idea to, the notion to, yeah.
And there are people that want to jump in here.
I'm sorry, say that again.
There are other people that want to have a go at yours truly.
Oh, I was okay. Fair enough. I mean, it's people in the back chat. It's people in the back chat. I was selectively bringing people up, trying to keep things. Didn't want a big old overcrowded panel, but we about to pass it to brother P. That Truth, I'm gonna drop you down to let some more people. I don't want to load a panel with a bunch of people trying to jump in. So I'm gonna drop you down, Truth, and pass it to brother P. That, and then bring up OG Speed and who was here first. I see somebody else in the back chat. I'll be bringing you up. Well, I'll be bringing you up in a second. But go ahead, P. That you got it.
Yeah, I don't have. Can you guys hear me good?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't really have a whole lot to add. One of the things that I wanted to say was about MTR's interview with Sister Ali. Now, I don't think he was, I don't think it was fear that he was dealing with. I don't think it was this sort of, extreme sense of reverence or anything like that. Or maybe, people are saying he was enthralled with her or he was misty eyed or whatnot and put her on a pedestal. I just think that he just probably just, it just got past him. I mean, there are times when I'm having, conversations with people and there's some things like, oh yeah, that one I let that one slip past me. I'll address that next time.
All the time.
It happens all the time.
I beat myself up so many times after I have a little epiphany, like, oh shit, that person said that, but that contradicts everything he said at the beginning of the show, and I let him get away with it. Yeah, sometimes it happens. Sometimes you have a brain fart, but yeah, go ahead.
Absolutely. So the only thing that I would, the only thing that I would have said that the brother could have said is that, sister, I just want to let you know that while I can kind of see where you might be coming from with using that sort of language. We here in the Black Manosphere, and I'm not sure he considers himself to be a part of the Black Manosphere, though he acknowledges it. We are very sensitive to what we call shaming tactics. And then I would have pointed her to the catalog of male shaming tactics. I would have given her from the website. I'd have been like, sister, we consider that to be what they call code lavender. Code lavender is a charge of invirility or a charge of, sexual ambiguity and stuff like that. And so, and as you know, sister, a lot of times what happens in our community, for lack of a better word, is that, like you've been saying, Bernard, and you guys have been saying, anytime, somebody doesn't agree with what a black man says, we start questioning their penis size. We start questioning their sexuality. We start questioning all these things. And I would have given her the benefit of the doubt. I would have been like, sister, it's no doubt you love black men. I mean, your body of work is clear that you love and you respect and you uplift black men. And I would just want to let you know that. So I'm not sure I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt, sister, and not assume that you were intentionally trying to shame black men with that statement, because you know how it goes. And so I'm sure that you wouldn't, I would have used I use psychology on women. I'm sure, sister, that you would not want to be associated with those other women who do and say those type of things. And so you can do that without accusing her of anything. You can just point to the behavior. That's the behavior that some other type of women would do. I don't believe that that's what you meant. Can you clarify? And then I would have given her a chance to clarify that statement. That's pretty much what I would have done. That's pretty much what I've done. And the only other thing before I drop off is that, Mumia, I remember back, last year sometime when this whole controversy, when all this stuff was going down about the streamers versus, the stream team and people who were doing the live streamers versus the, Manosphere 1.0 and 2.0 content creators about, what their presence and how we present ourselves is doing, what it's doing to the space. And so there were some ideas at one point about, incorporating the space. But one of the issues that you're going to run into, Mumia, is that, just for example, everybody, and I'm going to be brief, everybody, and there are a lot of guys out here who consider themselves to be part of the Black Manosphere, but it's not a monolith. Not everybody thinks the same. Like, for example, you believe that Black men and Black women should start to have a conversation. But you do know that there are men in the quote unquote Black manosphere who who could care less about having that sort of conversation, because you take somebody like myself, or I even use somebody like Zero. If you let Zero tell it, and I agree that because of the way society is ordered now, it's an uphill battle. Part of the reason is because women have so many options and they have so much leverage. In other words, women have the power to arbitrarily and capriciously destroy you, to ruin you. And whether or not we consider that to be, men walking in fear, and just like you said, trade-offs, or people taking a calculated risk. So I think that if you wanted to do anything, you could have like a clearinghouse of content creator sites that where they have different approaches. Some are, we have people in the Black Manosphere who are Black pill. We have people in the Manosphere who are purple pill. And all different sorts of ideologies. So I'm not sure what it is that you would. I'm not sure what methodology you would use to try to flesh out, creating more visibility for the space, a la Kevin Samuels. But even though we know that Kevin Samuels' background, he comes from the red pill space, we know that Kevin Samuels is more purple pill in his approach. He has red pill flavoring, but it has a purple outer shell. And so, so we have to decide what the aims and means are. And I think it'll be a challenge, brother. It'll be a challenge, Mumia, to do that. Because, for example, and I'm going to be done. For example, when I bring my channel back up, probably won't be a Manosphere channel, because I'm going to be talking about more mental and spiritual health. And the reason I would be doing that is because I'm, unlike most of these people that so many people are enthralled with, I actually on a daily basis work with men and women, face-to-face, Zoom calls, Google chat calls, and I'm talking to them directly to their faces, in person and online, about some of the hindrances to why they can't get what they need to get, and why their lives are dysfunctional, why their spirit is in disarray, and why they're emotionally poorly constituted. And so, I give props to Kevin Samuels for what he's doing, but he doesn't have the time to do that, and I'm not sure how equipped he is to do those sort of things. So it would be more long form if he decided to do that. But you can be part of the Manosphere, Black pill, red pill, or whatnot, and still speak the truth to what's happening between Black men and Black women. Like you say, they don't get along, but you don't necessarily have to. There are guys who are quietly doing it on small channels in their corner, in their own little way. So I don't know. If you want everybody to blow up, well, Mumia, everybody's not going to blow up. But if you want a larger, if you want a more broad, a well-known presence, well, then that's possible. And I think the Black Manosphere is getting there. We're on the Black Manosphere is definitely on the map. It's on people's radar. So
right.
I don't know how you would propose, increasing the presence without everybody being clones of one another. How would you do that?
I'd like to respond to that.
Okay.
Go ahead. Shout out to Dr. Thunder. Appreciate the $5 super chat. Appreciate that. And if you didn't see it, go check out the conversation I had with him. A really good conversation on yesterday's show. Go check that out if you haven't already. But go ahead, Obsidian. You got the floor. You got the mic.
Well, one way that you Somebody's got, I'm getting big feedback. But anyway, the way that you get ahead is through replication. If you want to retard your success, then make it something that everybody has to do their own thing and reinvent the wheel from square one. That is highly inefficient. Highly. The quickest way to success is to replicate that which is already proven to work. So it really, again, I mean, I've been asking questions over the course of the day's show. I'm more than making statements. The question is, what did the Black Manosphere want? You know, the day is coming, if it hasn't already arrived, where the Black Manosphere will be in the driver's seat. You know, I keep using this theme of time and time changing, because we keep approaching this as if it's just one point in time. And it's not. It's constantly evolving. It's very dynamic, and things change. And I think what's emerging here, excuse me, is that a lot of brothers have a problem with change itself. I notice listening to guys who keep hearkening back to an event that happened 4 or 5 years ago. And some of these guys are very prominent names. And they say nothing about the future. They literally live in the past. I think one of the problems that presents that confronts the Black Manosphere right now is just that. We're looking at the past, but we're not looking at the future. Because I honestly don't think we thought ahead that far, to be brutally frank. I didn't think we thought that far. And you know, I'm always looking ahead to the future.
The future for what? The future for what the Black Manosphere wants,
Yeah.
or the future for what Black men want? So
Well,
we got to make are those things congruent, Mumia?
Well, one would reasonably conclude that the Black Manosphere has at least some connection to what Black men want. At least some. It's not unreasonable to think about that.
Well, what the Black Manosphere, okay, so here's something for you to ponder, Mumia. Okay, so you know there is a difference between descriptive and being prescriptive. Okay, so I think that a lot of what the Black Manosphere the Manosphere in general, I try to separate the two. They're somewhat different, but I think that foundationally, it was descriptive. It was descriptive. And as of late, I would say, you know, over the past year or so, there have been people who have been talking about, you know, there have been people who have been saying, and I think that I would guess that you have started to flow in that direction of being prescriptive. Because if you weren't being prescriptive, then you wouldn't be talking about, we need to start having a conversation. Okay. Now, the problem is how the Black Manosphere, or people like you who have done a lot of research and done a little bit forward thinking about, here is the problem that we have. Here's the problem that we have. And the problems are there are a myriad of problems. So you got the Black female fuckery, you got women who have issues. So and I kind of flow in both because of the work that I do. I can clearly peer. In general, you give me 15 minutes with a woman, I could peer directly into her soul and figure out most of what her primary issues are. But then, so that's the individual part, and then you talk about how society, through all the laws and the engendered laws, society has empowered women to continue in the fuckery. You know what I'm saying? So society does not give women the incentive to rise above their own, deficiencies in their nature. And so, and until our society, our legal system, and all our institutions, until there's a way made for women to have more of incentive to what we call we're going to call spiritual, in a spiritual sense, mortify their flesh. Until they have incentives to do that, you'll never be able to argue with zero about how fucked up things are. Until someone until society as a whole begins to say, you are a major, if not the major contributor to why your communities, your families, and your institutions are in disarray.
All right.
Take advantage of that. So you have people in the Manosphere talk about both of those things. So the Manosphere is divided on those things. So in order for the presence to be the way you would probably want it, you got to try to figure out how they can meet a certain specific kind of common ground in that area. Like, what is the problem? And move beyond the descriptive into the prescriptive in a productive way.
I think the big problem between me and Zero is what end of the continuum should be addressed. So to me, the problem starts in the home. For Zero, the problem starts everywhere outside of the home. That's the fundamental problem. See, my thinking is that if a man can't determine his own environment where he hangs his hat, then it's all done for. I believe even now you're still able to do that. He doesn't. He doesn't believe that anywhere he is, he can call the shots. Anywhere. I believe I should be able to call the shots in my own house, and I do. That's the fundamental difference.
No, I'm pretty sure he knows that you can call the shots in your own home, but the thing is that in the descriptive part of it, like what we know about what's happening, because I mean, in all respect to Bernard, not trying to hog the time or whatnot, but everybody knows this, Mumia. Everybody knows that on a whim, just arbitrarily, a woman can fuck your shit up, no matter when, no matter where, no matter the context. The conversation that the conversation intrinsically needs to have is that how do you find a woman who knows? I mean, you have women like that. You have somebody like Kendra D, the Crimson Cure or whatnot. I'm sure she knows that if she wanted to, any man she could fucking destroy. But because of the type of person that she is intrinsically, and that's the sort of thing that Shaharazad Ali is talking about. Either they can use their powers for good or they can use their powers for evil. And this is the other level of the conversation that you say you want to have, Mumia, with women. That's the other level of the conversation. We know that our society, our government, has given a 10-year-old a loaded weapon. The question is, does the 10-year-old realize that this is a gun? Does a 10-year-old really recognize and respect a weapon? Because even adults don't. This is what we talk about in firearms training class or whatnot. Respect your weapon.
All right. Thanks,
there you go.
Pete. Shout out to
Sorry
Tank
about
Johnson.
that, man.
No, you good. Shout out to Tank Johnson. Appreciate the super chat for keeping the conversation going. Yeah, I did tap out a while ago, but I'm still here on the mat tapping. They won't pull the plug. Shout out to there. I said it. JB. He says JB makes an excellent point. I have black women in my family who oppose the black sphere. I think he means black manosphere, but respect Sister Ali. She is a possible bridge. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. We're about to go to OG J Speed. Shout out to you. Appreciate you coming on up. You got the floor. You got the mic.
Good morning, and I hope you can hear me loud and clear.
Is we well into this afternoon, even though I started the show in the morning, we well into the afternoon. But just carry on, brother. Carry on.
I'm in the West Coast, so
okay, got you.
Okay, First thing I'd like to say, all praise is due to Allah. So I'm not coming on as J Speed or G. I'm coming in as a skill Muhammad. I would like to ask the brother the first question, because he did say he was familiar with other interviews. Are you familiar with her works, her writings, other writings?
I am.
And with that said, are you surprised that she talks about lesbian and gay men's in our community?
No, I'm not surprised. No.
From her other works, did she give an explanation of what she's really talking about, some of the problems with that part of our community?
Say that again?
Or do she give a explanation of her saying the things she said about gays and lesbians in our community? What is the problem that she have with that part of our community?
I'm familiar with it.
Okay. So if you're used to her writings and you're used to her interviews, you know she didn't wait for Kevin Sanders to come around and take a pot shot at him. This is something she's been saying ever since 1989 and way before that.
Mm-hmm.
Could you agree to that?
I agree that she's been making these statements for quite some time. I know that.
Okay, so when she's having an interview and they're speaking on her writings, she don't exclude just because she might be on the manosphere that she's not going to give you what she think is the problem soup in our community. Wouldn't you give that much to her?
Oh, absolutely. Like I said before, Brother Xavier said that she pretty much sticks to a script, and I agree with that. Based on all the interviews I've heard, that's consistent, and what you're saying right now is consistent. That being said, the gay problem, so to speak, quote unquote, has never been a major point of discussion in the Black manosphere. So it would seem out of place to kind of mention that. Just the same thing with the polygamy piece. It seems out of place with the Black manosphere. It has nothing to do with the Black manosphere.
Oh, but you are interviewing her from her mindset. So if anything, that I would consider her a pioneer for brothers who was sleep, deaf, dumb, and blind of knowledge of what was the problems with their relationship.
Yeah,
And
neither
so
which had to do with gay people or polygamy.
I think when you're talking about the problem of our community, you can't absent anything that could be problematic, even if you agree or disagree. This is her works, this is her thought, this is her training from Elijah Muhammad that she's seen over decades, where women were brought in, prostitutes, lesbians, drug users, and seeing them clean up. And she had to get that experience from what she's seen. Could you agree to that?
I made the point earlier that it seems that her book is written from that perspective.
Yes, sir. And so if you get somebody who consider themselves as a expert in anything, you wouldn't expect them to come on your platform and speak to your talking points when you are asking them on your platform. Could you agree to that?
Right. Which
And
I didn't
so,
disagree with. I said again that as Brother Xavier pointed out, she sticks to a script. I agree.
and her script is her experience, as yours is, right?
Yes, but my experience doesn't guide, what it is that I do per se.
Okay.
But
So
I understand your
that,
point.
that leads me to my next point. Are you really serious, or this for you is strictly money making proposition and entertainment for you, or are you serious about the work?
What work?
the work of relationships, and on which I know that you have written a book, and I will order it, and I will get it, and I will read it, and any material that you write,
Thank you.
because I think we all have a piece in this, correcting it. We might difference in the way that we get there, but we all want the same thing in the end as men.
Mhm.
So my thing is to you that I heard you. I mean, I was on your show um when you was on the internet, YouTube, and we chalked it up, and then it was strictly comedy for me. And I think when you used to come on early in the morning, a lot of your stuff was just entertainment. Would you agree to that?
A lot of stuff is online as entertainment. I do agree.
Now, I'm not asking about a lot of stuff. I'm asking you personally.
Me personally about my own content?
Yes, yes, sir.
A lot of my content, I hope it's entertaining. I certainly hope it wouldn't be boring and turn people off.
And have you said in the past, you do this to make money?
I absolutely do. Not only do I say it in the past, I say it right now. I'm
Most
not
certainly.
I'm not in the business of charity.
I understand that, and no man should be, but we should have some clarification why that one man who's in it for money and take a brother like myself who's FOI, who goes out in that street that you say we don't have a community, who put ourselves in the limelight or in the life been threatened by not only the police, but the Pookies and the Ray Rays that you all talk about, but you attack, and so many other people in the black community, let's say in the Manosphere, attack pro-black brothers who puts in the work and not doing it for money, but to raise our community up that you say we don't have, that I can, trade the words and say black people as a whole up, and we don't get paid for it. We're not looking to get paid for it because the results always tell us the truth. So if you really look at this black manosphere, in the first place, I hang and I support all channels I go on, all of them. And so what I'm saying is, there are people who go have different ideas than yours, how we get from California to Atlanta. But we're all trying to get there. And I think the black manosphere take pot shots on the black pro-blacks, the Nation of Islam, and a lot of other people who work out there in the field on front line and not in it for the money. So I don't know what is the pushback when you have a sister who's given an interview, who's been trained, who's been taught, and who have had decades of opening men's eyes to the problems in our relationship. That one thing that you disagree with, and I will say you disavow her whole everything, because what you have said on this channel from the beginning to now, that it really is about you protecting a individual that you thought she was personally attacking, but you have came up and said you were familiar with her work. So you would have had to know that she wasn't attacking that person or trying to take a pot shot at that person, because you know what she
What person was
says.
you taking a pot shot at?
When you was talking about when Mr. Bernard, the host himself, asked you this same question about were you offended about did you thought that she was taking a pot shot at Kevin Sanders?
And I said no.
I understand.
I said in my response, I have no idea who she was talking about, and I wish that MTR would have, stepped in and asked for some clarity. We'll never know because he never asked. So
But since you,
it's hard for me to be offended about something where the actual person wasn't even mentioned on point of clarity.
I understand, but in the midst of that conversation, his name came up. I don't know if it was about you, or it was you or Bernard who brought his name up. So when
Neither
you
of them.
have
His name came up immediately during the actual interview itself. His name came up. His name being Kevin Samuels came up immediately over there. So neither one of us brought his name up.
I mean, I'm talking about this show. I'm not talking about the interview. So what I would have to say, and it'd be my summation of my statement and my questions is, You know, I listen to a lot of people in the Black Manosphere, and I listen to a lot of people who don't like the Black Manosphere, because I want to hear both sides of the story. I think you, as a person, from what I hear from you and most of the Manosphere, Black Manosphere, is y'all can accept her book, The Black Man, the understanding the black man guys to understanding the black woman, but you can't read that other book. And the problem you can't read that other book, I believe, is you don't quite understand it takes two to tangle. And if you get belly aching, as you say, we belly ache as the nation or fruit or pro black, we belly ache by white people. Y'all do the same thing by belly aching about women. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Hold on,
for
real quick. I was on mute. I was real quick. Say that very last part of what you said again. And by the way, thank you. You did I think you had a really good line of questions for Obsidian. So thank you. I appreciate your commentary and your questions up here. But that very last part of what you said, say that last part again. I want to make sure I get that.
Well, the problem I have had with the Black Manosphere is when I came in, they always say I was too old or some of the things I thought wouldn't work anymore. And I said at the time when I was coming up as a boomer, we had to fight the black man and then try to keep our household together. But what I see in the Black Manosphere today is the same thing that you attack me on as faulting the white man for all our not being able to overcome. I see the Black Manosphere doing the same thing to black women. And sometimes I can't even tell the difference if I'm listening to a Klan member or I'm listening to a black man, because I can do duplicate tapes of black Klan members saying the same thing that I hear some of the Black Manosphere saying today. So what really are y'all pioneer? Are y'all just regurgitating what you has already been there? But one comes from, that you would say, comes from an aspect of love, and the other one comes from an aspect of hate. But it sounds the same to me.
Love and hate sounds the same to you?
It sounds the same to me when you say when you are trying to build our community.
I didn't
And
say
you
anything about building a community.
Okay, what you don't believe we have a community. You call it community. So you don't believe we have a community, but you do know we have a relationship.
How can we have a community when we have a barely 30% marital rate?
I understand what you are saying. I understand what you're saying.
How can we have a community when black women get have the highest divorce rate and initiate a divorces at over 80%?
Okay, you want to get into your statistics and all that.
How can we have a community
again? The Bernard, was my clarity, did I clarify what my statement was?
Yeah, you clarified what
and
you
you
meant,
know,
or
you don't have to agree along with it.
Yeah, no, and I don't agree with completely what you say. I mean, you were asking Obsidian some good clarifying questions earlier. The last part about what you said, that sometimes, and I credit the Black Manosphere for this when it comes to criticizing black men and black women. You establish a standard by a harsh critique of what's wrong, but sometimes with some people, it goes too far to where they may very well be saying something that that an extremely racist white person has said about black people. But I think the question is it wrong for a black person saying that about not all black, obviously I hate to not all, but they're not saying it about, they're not saying that black people are that. They're saying that there are some individuals that are black that are doing that. And yes, we do need to call that out. We do need to not put a cape on for that. So it's different levels to that. And you mentioned the people who I'm not 100% sure if people do this. I think that's one of the counter arguments to this space, that a critique of women means, or you're blaming women for all your problems and shortcomings. There probably are some people who argue who don't know what the hell they talking about, but they just consume Manosphere talking points and then get on a panel or get in the chat room and go ham. I don't think it's a content creator who, if you follow his internal logic from beginning to end, that he's saying black women are responsible for all of his problems. I think they point out the things that black women have done that have on a macro scale negatively affected things, but there are things that black men have done as well. So I understand where you're coming from, but I won't broad brush it that way. But I do appreciate your commentary and your
Can I
perspective.
say one more thing?
Yep, go ahead.
I appreciate the one I call one of the pioneers and one of the greats and genius when it comes to O'Shea. I don't agree along with everything you say, but I like his balance.
Yeah. Yeah, he is. Yeah. O'Shea tries to keep it balanced. He don't get nowhere near the credit for that. He does try to keep it balanced.
I'm trying to find out what it is that I said that was unbalanced.
Well, I think you need to go through your catalog and you can probably come up with a better understanding of that, better than me ever explaining it.
All right,
okay. Can't think of anything.
We got to push pause on that because brother Xavier been waiting for a minute, and it's two more brothers who've been waiting practically forever. So I'm going to try to get to those brothers as well after I get to brother Xavier. So go ahead, brother Xavier. You got the floor, you got the mic, and because you came back, I guess I got to play it.
Only from TPOT Media. Open your minds. Yeah.
Hey, you know what? Oh no, go ahead. No, you got it. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to touch on what was just said. The OG who I like and respect, he said that, I'm looking for the balance. Who the hell says we're entitled to balance? Why do you always hear people say, "Oh, there's no balance, there's no balance"?
Because
come on, man. Everybody on here doesn't have to be balanced, man.
Because it's black men criticizing black women. That's why. Nobody has demanded that Derrick Jaxn be balanced.
Exactly.
Nobody has demanded that Steve Harvey be balanced.
Exactly.
Nobody has demanded and threatened boycotts and all the rest of it that Oprah Winfrey be balanced. It's a ploy to use against black. It's basically another ploy to try to shut black men down. Just like Who Hurt You, Lonely Hearts, Been Turned Out by Other Men, You Gay. All of these are not actual reactions and responses predicated on a deconstruction of an argument. They don't have an argument.
Exactly. It's what's that thing you say a lot, brother Obsidian? The show is about what the show is about.
That's right.
So this balance thing, like, oh man, there needs to be balance here. A lot of people don't want to talk balance. They want to talk about what they want to talk about. They don't want to talk about the other side. They don't want to talk about the heads. They want to talk about the tails. And I think people are allowed to do it. What kills me is when people want to get on here and tell other people what they should be talking about. Like, come on, man. We got to get past that stuff too, man, because all you got to do if you don't like what a brother's talking about is turn the shit off. That's all you got to do. If you don't like what a person is talking about, you can't say, well, you need to be balanced for me when I'm listening. When I'm listening to you, you need to be talking about balance. Fine. I will give you that argument. Just only listen to me when I'm talking about balanced shit. When I'm talking about unbalanced shit, turn me off.
Now, you know the reason why that is, though.
Watch somewhere else.
You know the reason why they want this talk about balance, don't you? You know the reason why, don't you?
Yeah, I know, but come on, man. Absolutely. Absolutely. Or as I say, these old moms. And to that point, I think that's kind of what had the brother somewhat reluctant to have Sister Ali kind of expound on her points, because that's kind of the world we live in. We don't want to question mom. We don't want to do all this kind of nonsense. And I'll go back again to what I said. I think that he's an unfamiliar. He's not really familiar with her, so there probably was a little bit of fear there. There's probably was a little bit of anticipation there. So he probably didn't really know how to approach her. He probably didn't, he probably couldn't come through with the approach. He had got the interview because make no mistake, all right, let's talk turkey here, right? When she comes on your show, she already knows what to expect. Because one thing I know about Sister Ali, before she comes on your show, the first thing she's going to do is tell you to send her a few examples of what you do. Okay? So she watched a couple of his streams, some of his videos, whatever he had, and she made the decision to come on. So she knew who she was going to be talking to. She knew what to expect. Therefore, she probably knew what kind of conversation she was going to have based on what she saw. So, I mean, that's kind of how it goes. So if she would have taken an interview with someone else, it might have been a different outcome because she would have watched their stuff and see what kind of person they are. And she would have knew what kind of conversation was coming down the pipe, because that's kind of how she operates. I'm being honest. I mean, when you see her come on someone's show for the first time, you best believe they have sent her a couple videos. They've sent her some examples of what they do, because that's the only way she's going to initially come on. All right. That's the only way she's going to come on. I'm telling you. So
are you suggesting that MTR had a touch of the Dear Mama syndrome there?
It's possible.
Suggesting, Brother Xavier?
It's, well, if you look at,
even though you a crack fiend, Mama, you still a black queen, Mama.
Oh,
if you look at
Shaharazad Ali a crack fiend. I'm Dear Mama in right now. I'm caping. Don't call her a crack fiend.
I didn't say anything about. I didn't say.
I know.
What I said was Dear Mama. I didn't say anything about Sister Shaharazad Ali. I didn't say anything about that. I'm questioning, based on Brother Xavier's testimony, expert witness testimony. Are we suggesting that Brother MTR has a touch of the Dear Mama syndrome? Is that what we're suggesting here?
I think it's possible. I'm not going to say it's definite, but I do think it's possible. And also, this is what people got to understand about Sister Ali too. And she said this many, many times out of her own mouth. She says she always repeats things, because I tell her all the time, I'm like, Sister Ali, you've been saying like the same stuff for like 30 years. And you know what her response to that is? Her response to that is, yes, that's what I do, because you have to keep repeating it until people get it. So when I say she sticks, when I say she sticks to the script, that's what I mean. I mean, her talking points haven't really changed.
And you you also said, Brother Xavier, in your previous discussion with Bernard, that not only does she stick to the script, but she does this behind the music. In other words, you get her off the camera, off the mic, she's saying the same things.
Pretty much. I mean, she sticks to the script. I mean, and this is kind of how it is, because I talk to her about it every time we speak. And I'm like, Sister Ali, you've been saying that for like 35 years. And you know what she says? She's like, yep. She says, I keep repeating it so that the folks will get it. But what happens is, when you keep, if she's repeating stuff from the late 80s, 88, 89. So a lot of those messages are going to be are going to appear to be outdated. They're going to be out of touch. They're going to be, out of line with what we're doing in 2021. That's just the truth, because she's repeating points from the late 80s, the early 90s. So of course they seem out of touch. Of course they seem out of date. I mean, it's like you think a 1989 Chevy Nova looks like going to look anything like a 2021 Chevy Camaro nowadays? Absolutely not. So as she drives that Nova from 89 and you pulling up in the 2021 Audi or BMW, I mean, they're two different cars now. The principles are the same, but the vehicles are different. And I think that's where the problems come in, and this is something that she stands true to, not like she need me to defend her, but this is something she stands true to, because I ask her about it all the time. Like, why do you still talk about the same stuff for 3 decades? And this is what she says. She says she will keep repeating it until we get it. So there it is.
Right. So, and I'm not saying that's right or wrong. I'm just agreeing with you based on everything I've observed of Sister Shaharazad Ali. That's been pretty consistent. I don't know her the way you do. I've never talked to her public or private the way you have, but from just, being an observer over all these years, seems pretty consistent that I agree, Bernard, she sticks to the script, man. It's pretty consistent.
Yeah. I don't think it has anything to do with the brother. I mean, I don't think that has that much to do with the brother.
That's the reason. That's the reason why I said. That's the reason why I asked the question I did. I didn't ask the question about Sister Shaharazad Ali. I asked the question about Brother MTR. Is it possible that he has a touch of the Dear Mama syndrome?
That may be the case, but I think because
and then we have to deal with the implications of that. What are the implications of one of our big rising stars having a touch of the Dear Mama syndrome? Bernard, we got to talk about that next.
Wow. Well, I'm not necessarily saying
why.
I'm not necessarily putting that on the brother. I'm not putting that on him, but we also know that kind of, permeates through Black society. It exists. It is a thing. All right. It is a thing. So, I mean, I'm not putting it all on the brother, but what I'm saying is that when you have a person like Sister Shaharazad Ali, all right, it's almost like she's, surreal. She has a mythos about her, there's this mystique about her.
Or like I've stated, he refers to her as the paternal mother of his YouTube channel. I knew going in, he wasn't going to challenge anything she said. He was going to interview her. That I knew. That I knew. Now I didn't expect her to say what she said, but I knew if she said anything that he disagrees with, much like she says something, I say probably about 10% of what she says when she starts talking about white supremacy and oppression and all of that. And that, I guess that probably does speak to what Xavier was saying about, some of her talking points are, she's an older lady. I think in 2021, that's not the message that we need. But I can set that 10% aside. And if I interviewed her, if she wanted to go in on that, I might be liable to just let her rock out on that. I don't know what I would have did with that. With the probably turned out by a man statement. That one would have threw me for a loop right there. But overall, I didn't expect Mediocre Tourism Reviews to be challenging her on anything she said. He was going to do an interview. That was grandmama he was talking to. He was just happy to be talking to her.
Now there are brothers in the chat room that are saying, to be fair, that we have to be fair and balanced. Tasha K did not challenge Kevin Samuels. Did she have pixie dust in her eyes? Why didn't she go hard in the paint on Kevin? Why didn't she said,
no, it's the same answer. She said she don't go hard in the paint on nobody she interviews, and MTR doesn't either. That's not how either one of them get down.
We kind of armchair
Tasha K
right
will.
now.
He will go hell.
There was open. Listen, they wanted people, her audience, Black women. They demanded that she put the screws to Kevin Samuels. I don't know exactly what they wanted her to do particularly. I'm not sure. And I'm not demanding that anybody put the screws to Sister Shaharazad Ali. That's not what I said. But they definitely wanted. She said this. I didn't say that she said it. She said that her audience wanted her to put the screws to Kevin Samuels. Now, exactly
the audience, yes.
I don't know exactly what, but exactly what did they want her to put him to the screws over though? That's what I was trying to understand. So, okay, I get that your audience wanted you to kind of go hard at him, though, but for what exactly? I mean, over what particular? That was never made clear.
It doesn't matter. It's just she has a majority female audience, and even though Kevin Samuels does have the attention and the ear of Black women, apparently just by the numbers, it's still an overwhelming percentage of them who I guess hate to love them or love to hate them and want to come at them, and they thought that they got one of their champions, Tasha K, got them in the ring. I know Tasha K gonna stick it to him, but Tasha K actually agrees, per what she said, she agrees with a lot of what Kevin Samuels says, but I do understand that there's women that watch Kevin Samuels regularly or don't watch him and they absolutely hate him and they want to go at him. So there's that.
There's a sister in the chat room who is answering the question of why is there no balance in the black manosphere. That's sort of nonsense. She makes a really good point. She says there is balance. The black manosphere itself is the balance.
Boom.
For every action, there's a reaction. We are seeing the reaction, in my humble opinion. There it is.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
And of course, sisters, the sister that made the point, notwithstanding, I'm not talking about her, but other sisters, you ever notice that there are so many sisters that want to wax quasi metaphysical on these matters, especially when they're talking to black men? You are who you attract, and you got to send out the right vibrations. But when it comes time for them to get a little taste of that of that patchouli, now all of a sudden they don't know what we're talking about.
Yeah, it's all right for me, but not all right for thee. That's kind of the world we live in now, man. And as far as these interview goes, whether you're talking about the interview with Brother Samuels or the interview with Sister Ali, I mean, we're really kind of armchair quarterbacking it. It's kind of that, oh, well, I would have said this, I would have done that. We're kind of doing that right now. But, not for nothing, this isn't the first time people have interviewed Sister Ali. People have been interviewing her for the past 30 years. Bigger names than the names that are up here.
Much harder interviews too. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, we armchair quarterbacking, but I'll say again, this lady she was in mainstream a long time ago. She sat on mainstream talk shows 3 decades ago.
Hold on.
So she's not a stranger to this stuff.
I just thought about this. When you interviewed her, somebody called in and said to her that you tell black men that they should beat black women. Somebody called in and said that because it was one. She said it was one line or two in all of her writing where she did basically say if somebody is unconsolable and out of control or this or that or blah blah blah. I forgot how she worded it, so I don't even want to botch it. But she did say that in some extreme. Somebody know the page. Damn, Sir Tice, you know the page. But somebody, she said she did say something along the lines in some extreme cases that popping somebody it might not be a bad idea or something like that. I don't know how she worded it.
Yeah.
But yeah, so she could deal with people coming in who read that page in her book and and want to come at her about that, and she ready to go to war with them on that. So I mean, if she can handle people coming at her like that for 30 years. She could handle anything. So yeah, that much is true.
She's been dealing with this stuff, man, for like 3 decades. So it's nothing new, I mean, like you said, I mean, the last time, I think that was the last time she came on the stream, and the chicks were calling in. I had the phone lines open and the whole nine, and they were calling in, and they were coming in with the vitriol. They were coming in with the heat. They weren't just well, Sister Ali, no, they came right in calling her hoes and these and every damn thing else.
That's where I cross the line. That has no place.
They came right in with it, and of course,
and all that. No, I'm not. No, we're not going to be name calling anybody.
And you know what they got once they start doing that? The old TPOT boot.
Yeah, you can't.
All right,
I'm foursquare against calling Sister Shaharazad Ali or any other guest. A bunch of names. You can't do that. That's beyond respectable discourse. You can't
attack the points, not the person.
Shout out to Jonathan Barronville. He says, Bernard MTR just now dropped a video about the interview. He might have been watching this stream. I don't think that's the case. I am an actual Patreon of MTR, so I think he pre-recorded that video a while ago because I think I got an email alert about the video. So he's actually just now dropping it now. Maybe my stream made him drop it a little sooner. And to the brother that just dropped off, I was just about to go to you. I apologize. You've been waiting forever. But intellectual integrity.
It could be. I mean, we know that MTR listens to you.
He came by, supported the show one time, dropped a super chat on me. So I do appreciate him. I'm a Patreon of him. He super chatted me before, so never spoke to him, but he's excellent at what he does, no doubt about it. But
And I consider
I do want
him
to.
a great talent in the Black Manosphere, no question. But it's certainly possible that your humble handiwork may have had a role to play. Bernard, it's all your fault.
Perhaps. I don't remember which one of y'all was here first. I do believe it was Jay Lion. I'm just gonna call you Jay Lion. I apologize. I apologize for the long wait, man. You got the floor. You got the mic.
Yeah, it's Jay Lime Minlick. Yeah, I think that she's coming from a different generation. So I think that what she's saying, if she's coming from that perspective, and wherever that interview was, maybe she didn't word it right or something in that nature. And I think that what Obsidian was saying about, like, for black men, in America, anytime they have a critique, then it's a problem. So, and I think because it's a feminist type of society, and basically, the woman can't be critiqued. And I think some of the issues that needs to be talked about is just the women don't want to have no type of accountability. And I think that also, like, the rules are in their favor, especially when it comes to, like, the court system. So you have the environment that's problematic. So, and you have, like, a culture that's, dysfunctional, culture that's, dysfunctional. And I don't see, unless, like you're saying, guys control what goes on in their home, but it's in the sense that unless you get a woman, you choose a woman, like, what's her name, like Jessica X or Sweet Melody, or women who do get it or something.
Why do you say what the fuck?
Sweet Melody, speak.
Do that. The way you responded got me laughing, man. I'm sorry. I apologize for that. That was out of pocket. But yeah,
yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, so I'm saying, like those different types.
You just love the way those pixels assemble themselves together. Ooh.
And by the way, this just in, if I may, just in, I just got word from one of my deep cover operatives. Dr. Boyce Watkins has just posted the following video called "Watch Surviving the Friend Zone: The Truth Behind Dr. Boyce and Dr. Alicia's Wedding."
Yeah, but other than that, yeah. So I think that's the problem. So I think that but I think attacking, like, a person, like calling Kevin Samuels these accusations, people don't have no evidence, and basically they're not dealing with the argument. And I noticed that, like, sometimes in the spaces, people are just, name calling and not, handling the argument or handling it with logic. And I think that's the, a big problem. And I think what Kevin Samuels is doing, he's, like, breaking these women down and stuff, and people don't really like it because they're not used to, guys having a voice, and, especially black males, and, like, the, manosphere, there's no mainstream, we call it media outlet for a lot of these guys to, have their, opinions, their perspective on things. And, that's what that's what I think. So there's, a lot of problems, a lot of issues that's going on, in the culture. So I think what Obsidian was saying, as far as, like, a lot of Western black dudes and Western black women don't get along, and, like, part of the solution, what the one woman is saying, what's the solution? There is, like, solutions. Either we're gonna have to have a culture shift, or a culture shift, or we're gonna have to implement something what, like, Nation of Islam has done. And I think a lot of black people have accepted too much of this white liberalism stuff, and it's just not working, because you look at it, it's been going on for different generations, and then, like, the black family has been, like, destroyed. So a lot of these, white liberal policies have not been working. Like, feminism hasn't been, been working. It's not, what do you call it? It's not sustainable. So the culture patterns that we follow, that a lot of black people in the West, that's not America, in the UK or whatever, it's just not working, and we have to find some. Yeah.
No, I was just going to say that the liberalism that you're speaking of is freedom. Black men, and in this case, I would say the real tail that wags the dog is black women. They're free, and we're not going to put the genie back in the bottle. It's too late for that. So, there's some real questions that are staring down black women, particularly those in their 30s and 40s. As we move ahead, there's some real questions that have to be answered. And my thinking is this: we can solve all of these problems. The problem of who leads, the problem of what a community looks like, a family, and all of these things, all of these problems can be solved. The question is, are we willing to pay the price? And will we be cool with accepting the trade-offs?
No.
Kuda, don't do that to me, Kuda. I'm trying to get up out of here.
We can do it though. We can solve the problem. I mean, for example, take the problem of because when you really think about the black love business, the black love industry, the black love machine, as I call it, really what black women are talking about is, how do I get this small group of black men that I'm sexually attracted to act right? That's really what it boils down to. And the answer is you don't. They have no reason to. They have no incentive to. You don't.
All right, there you go, Kuda. I dropped the link. I'm mad at you for even doing that to me. I tapped out 2 hours ago and still going on coffee and hope right now. So the link is in the chat for you, Kuda. If you want to come up, I'm going to intellectual integrity. And okay, you got the flow, you got the mic right now.
Yeah, I agree, Obsidian, but you gotta have the infrastructure that support it. Huh?
Yeah, go ahead, intellectual integrity. You got the mic.
Hello,
And
Bernard.
and I burst out laughing when you said, unless you could find a woman like Jessica X or Melody, if they're
yeah, Jessica X wants to jump in on this.
You want that that avatar to keep you warm at night. All right, go ahead, intellectual integrity. You got it.
Hello, Bernard. Can you hear me?
Shout out to Jessica X. She became a Patreon today. I appreciate her in all her support of this space. She does ride hard for this space. She did. She yeah. Shout out to Jessica X. But all right. Let me quit. I'm like, all right, go ahead, intellectual integrity. You got it.
Hello, Bernard. Can you hear me well?
I can hear you perfectly.
Pardon any background noise. I'm driving. I'm in Staten Island. It's a lot of traffic going on. What I called in to address was, I know I've been in the back chat, waiting patiently. I have no problem with that. I hate to kind of bring it back to what happened earlier in the conversation, because the conversation has moved forward. But there was a woman who entered your panel maybe about 45 minutes to an hour ago. That's when I actually...
Yeah, that was her right there. Queen Q.
Right.
Is Bernard. Keep it strong. Bro, if you need some DoorDash, I got you. This is a good panel. Keep it going. I'll try.
Right, Queen Q. Queen Q is her name. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And the young lady said something that was, she said something pertaining to, and please, the last thing I want to do is misrepresent her, but she said something pertaining to where is the distinction being made? I don't know if you remember that. As far as the kinds of black women that black men, particularly in the manosphere, aim most of their talking points to. I want to know. I just want to be clear before I move forward. You probably don't remember, right?
Yeah, I think when she was asking her question, I had to get up and walk away and do something. Obsidian probably remembers her question.
No, if the other brothers remember, maybe they could.
Yeah, her question was directly aimed at Obsidian, and Obsidian answered her question, so I assume he remembers it, so he can clarify whether or not you got it right.
Yeah, it was about aggregating all black men and all black women.
Right. See, my position is this. Shout out to Obsidian and the rest of the brothers on the panel. My position is that as far as black men within the black manosphere making a distinction between women, that's not the black manosphere's responsibility. That's the sole responsibility on the black women. Similarly to how there's been a large media push for multiple decades of painting the black man as a certain type of way, and then men of the black manosphere had to come along and say no. Those men are not the total encompassing of black men. I personally believe that it's contingent upon black women to make the distinction and say, hold up, we're not those women that you talk about. Those women are those women over there, and we are the women over here who believe in, certain ideals that are conducive to the black community moving forward. So I think from my perspective, she kind of tried to make it seem as if black men within these spaces should make that distinction. And I totally disagree with that. I think that's the responsibility of black women. I just wanted to know what the guys on the panel felt about that.
All right. If anybody wants to comment or respond on what he said, like I said, I tapped out a while ago. Did anybody else want to respond to what he said there?
Yeah, I don't have any comment.
No comment. No comment from
me either. Me either. I don't really have a comment.
Jay Lion,
yeah, I think that what he's saying, I have the question to make the distinction between what the women who get it. I'm trying to understand the question.
Well, if you didn't understand it, that's fine. We'll move on. We'll see what Kuda. Jessica X, I'm actually glad you were joking. I'm glad you were joking. Kuda, you got the floor. You got the mic. Welcome to the show.
Hey, DJ Kuda.
Kuda. Don't tell me this is fake Kuda. Oh no, that's actually Kuda.
No, that's me. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, yeah.
Hey, listen, man, I need to. I've been trying to get in touch with you, man. I sent you a couple emails. We need to talk.
Okay, I got you.
All right.
Okay.
Peace, brother Kuda. What's good with it, man?
What's going on, T-Pie? How you doing, man?
Another day of doing nothing. I'm off today.
Okay.
Good for you. Good for you.
Yeah, that's always good. Friday. I was saying, what the space need to do, I actually broke it down into like 4 parts, basically 4 phases. Phase number 1, we do need to step up our production so that we have a signature sound and look. And phase number 2, we need to be self-sufficient, basically hire other brothers that got talents and stuff like that. Nobody should be fearful of losing their job or something, being in the manosphere because, you have a job here. Phase number 3, become socially, I wouldn't say socially acceptable, but, become socially friendly. People know about the space. People come to the space to work. They do business with the space. Nothing bad, aside from the talking points if they have any problems. And then phase number 4, just redeliver our content and put patent and signature sound on our content. And so when people take our talking points and stuff like that, they know exactly where it came from. And we trademark our stuff. So those are the 4 phases. It's not really that hard. And with the new equipment, by time we get to phase 4, people will know how to use their equipment, master their equipment and stuff like that. So it would be no problem with delivering content. And then
I agree with you. I wholeheartedly agree with you. But would you agree with me, DJ Kuda, that we're kind of tacking back a few hours now? Would you agree with me that while there's definitely a equipment and gear component, no question about that, but would you agree with me that there's an attitudinal component at work here?
Wait, what do you mean by attitude? Like, what do you mean exactly?
Yeah, so I think that there's a question of exactly what we want to achieve. I think that I get the sense that there's a contingent of the black manosphere that essentially wants to have an all boys club and keep it, informal, keep it, more or less the way it is, where guys open panels and go and basically just talk shop and de facto vent. And I'm not saying that's right or wrong, but I think that, and I don't know to what extent that it makes up the overall percentage of the Black Manosphere, but it's definitely a faction that's at work here.
Yeah, I mean that's like a personal thing because like even the women that come over to the space, they know who to go to and where to go to and stuff already. So I mean, because there's certain places that even the women that come here, they know they can't really go there or they just stay in the shadows. Women are in the shadows everywhere. They just some of them they just know where to go and where not to go.
To some extent, I agree. To some extent, yeah. Um, but it's going to be very interesting to see how things move as we go into the summer, because I don't think it's really sunken in yet for the majority of us that that we really are. This is a very different place than it was only a few years ago.
Right. That's why I laid it out. I mean, like I don't know why the space is just stuck on the equipment piece. The equipment is just the smaller part of it. We gotta we gotta put our own trademark on something. Hollywood is not gonna respect. Like, what Hollywood is looking for is a spark. They're looking for something that's already sparked that they can put some money and put the machine behind. They're not really.
Hello?
Wait a damn minute. DJ Kuda experiencing audio difficulties?
I
Yeah,
do believe
I'm on the
he
road.
on his
I'm
cell.
on the
Yeah,
road.
he on his
I'm,
cell
Yeah.
phone. I could
fucking
tell.
with you, brother. I'm fucking with you,
I could
brother.
tell.
No, but I'm saying like
Hold on. The way you know that Kuda on his cell phone and he moving about is when he come in with that. Hey, can everybody hear me? Can everybody hear me, bro? If he
Yeah,
at
yeah,
home,
I know.
if he at home on his mic, he don't come in with the. Can y'all hear me? Okay. He like,
yeah.
I know y'all. I know you can hear me. Okay. God damn it, I'm on my mic.
Yeah, I
Nah,
do
I'm just
sound
fucking
checks.
with him.
Yeah,
I'm just
I
fucking
do
with him.
sound checks, but like I'm saying, Hollywood's gonna have a different temperament. Like, you wanna have your way with them or be able to have wiggle room to negotiate because they're actually coming to us. But what they're doing is they're building a whole nother group of brothers that's literally taking our talking points and it's gonna be split. It's gonna be mainstream media and then it's gonna be what we have. And we got to get it together. And like this I wouldn't say it can happen overnight, but faster than we think. We're not prepared right now because we still got to even go through our industrial, tech phase before we can even really where we really want to. So that's still in the way. But
Yeah,
I mean, yeah.
I think that this can definitely happen, but there has to be a shift in thinking, and I don't know if I don't know if we have enough to build a deep enough bench to do what it is that we need to do. I don't know if that's there. Even if we had the gear problem solved, I think it goes deeper than just a matter of equipment and gear, although it's very important. But I think it goes deeper than that. I think it goes to a mindset. I don't think that the Black Manosphere ever thought, and here I got to give Angry Man his due. He was right when he said this. I don't think the Black Manosphere ever thought of a time when we would win. I don't think we ever saw that far ahead to a day when we will win.
Silent did.
Yeah.
Kuda, do you agree with what, I don't know if you were listening earlier, because in conjunction with everything you said about the equipment and tech, Obsidian had laid it out that the Black Manosphere content creators need to develop an aggressive campaign to take market share on the Derrick Jaxn type audience. Do you agree with that?
Naturally they're gonna come over because of Kevin. We're like another thing with the space doesn't realize is that we're gonna inherit a lot of stuff because of Kevin Samuels, his success. So
I think that's where my
yeah,
10% female audience ultimately came from. And by the way, I think there's a lot of brothers who send, sizable super chats who come to my audience and they say, "Hey, I
yeah,
found out about found out about you through Kevin Samuels. So I've inherited some brothers who donate and contribute in our Patreons, and I've donated. I mean, I've inherited some women from Kevin Samuels' platform growing like that. So yeah, I shouldn't say I inherited some women. That don't sound right. But you know, my female audience percentage went up. Put it like that.
Because to get the bag rhetoric is kind of getting old. A lot of women don't have the femininity to pull half that stuff off, so they're kind of seeing what else is next, and then it gets mixed in with entertainment and stuff like that. One of the things that
see, there's another one right there. Okay, Kuda, you need to get your mic.
Kuda, you not on that Blue Yeti today, are you, player?
Kuda got to get his mic game together. That's all.
No, I was saying that the space got big off of entertainment. They didn't think it was going to be entertainment. Like the brothers, when they say what they're saying, they think that they thought that it was going to be taken extremely serious. They didn't think that it was going to get in by entertainment. So we got to prepare ourselves for entertainment. It's to laugh now, cry later. So that's why I said we got to get our gear and our production up, because when people come here from Kevin Samuels, they think that every single show that they see here is going to be up to that standard. Yeah.
Right.
And
but that's going to require guys camming up. That's going to require guys being charismatic. You know, that's a different thing. That's a different animal than what a lot of guys are used to.
And that's what I'm saying. We need to start now by getting our tech, our gear, and our equipment. And then we move to phase 2. Now we need to start hiring brothers. Do you do graphic design? Okay, you got a job here. Do you do banners? Yeah,
so you're talking about putting up money to get things done. So I mean,
we have the money. The space has the money. We can be very self-sufficient. We don't have to really we have it. We have the talent. We have the money. We have the people. It's just when are we going to put this in motion?
Now you know what's interesting. I do want to hear what Talent said about it. But here's where I'm at with this. Now it is interesting that both you, DJ Kuda, and you, Bernard, said something that's kind of opposed what I'm saying. So we're going to run with this idea of capturing the flag. So my argument is that if the concern is Derrick Jaxn is resurgent and elements of his cartel are resurgent, if that's the argument, then my response is then we need to be aggressive about taking market share. Going into, he's already been defeated on our home turf. Our home turf is YouTube. The Black Manosphere stronghold is YouTube. Meanwhile, Derrick Jaxn and his cartel, their stronghold is Facebook and Instagram. Kevin and assisted by the rest of the Black Manosphere has pretty much put the kibosh on Derrick with regard to YouTube, at least for the time being.
No, but he's still
rolling. He's still rolling over on Facebook and Instagram. My position is we need to start going over there and making inroads in their backyard now. You guys are saying, well, we're going to get their audience simply on the strength of Kevin Samuels.
Yeah, their audience is going to come over by default. What we need to do is we have to have a full-fledged thing going on here where we can funnel them here. By the time they get here, we already have our content creators, equipped and ready and knowing how to run full-fledged shows by the time they get here. So the thing is, they're coming over by default. Derrick Jaxn doesn't know how to use a damn studio. Kwame Brown, he's getting his studio together. So there's a lot of people gearing up right now, getting ready to roll out the red carpet. So we need to be preparing and getting ourselves together and having a signature sound and a signature look. There should be a level of professionalism here that we expect from Hollywood. If you went to the movies and the audio was messed up, you would want your money back.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So
would you agree with me that Kevin is a good tent pole to build around? Since according to you and Bernard, I'm going to go with you guys for the moment. We're going to get their audience no matter what. It's going to spill over from him. Okay, I'll go along with that. So, and then you said, DJ Kuda, when they get finished watching Kevin, they're going to expect to watch stuff that's similar. It doesn't have to be the exact same thing, but similar in quality to what they saw with Kevin. So we agree with that, and I do. Mm-hmm. Then that means that Kevin should be the tentpole that we build around, and B, that, yeah, we're going to have to, he's kind of set the standard by which we kind of do this thing and build it out from here. Do you agree with that?
I mean, yeah, I mean, their audience, I mean, I'm gonna tell you the truth about the audience that we're trying to attract. That audience should be on the second and third
Kuda,
round.
let me skip to Kuda. Let me skip to the end because I speak fluent Obsidian. I think he's saying wear a suit.
I'm saying wear better clothes. I'm saying be more polished. I'm saying pay attention to the particulars of your environment, lighting, sets. I'm saying having good content, and I'm saying having good video and audio gear. That is what I'm saying.
Gotcha. And cool. I'm not team everybody needs. I'm not team everybody needs to wear a suit, but I am team improve all your production value in every way that you feasibly can. Yes.
But let me drive home this point. Since we're on that, you brought this up, Bernard. Let me go ahead.
Now you about to do that. I spend 2 seconds saying something. You're like, oh yeah, now I can go in for 30 minutes on this shit.
Let me drive this home. What I am saying is that if there's anything to be learned from May of 2019 to May of 2021, if there's anything to be learned, it's this. Black women like seeing sophisticated guys cleaned up and presenting well. Bottom line. And we need to take that seriously in the Black Manosphere moving forward. If we want to move forward, we're in the driver's seat now. So it's our race to lose. But there's no doubt in my mind what Black women want to see. And for those out there who want to argue, here we go clamoring, catering to what Black women want. Kevin has proven you get the Black women, you get the Black men. He's proven it.
That's I give you that point.
So if you really want market share, which means dollars, real dollars, if that's what you want, the handwriting is on the wall. Now, do you have to do that? No, you don't. Go ahead and do your thing. Good luck. Me, I'm not trying to reinvent the wheel, man. I'm trying to do what's shown to work. Clean up, look nice, present well, get paid. The end.
I think
can I offer a sidebar here, man?
All right, I do got to pass it to Game Changer, but go ahead.
Yeah, this will be brief. This will be brief. Is anybody watching the damn Bitcoin ticker? Because I'm sitting here watching my Bitcoin ticker, and I'm watching this shit go slowly down. When I first bought this, I had about $3,000 worth of this crap. You know what I got now? I have exactly $1,982 worth. How did that happen?
Yeah, Bitcoin is going.
How did that happen?
Bitcoin is going down. Some people have predicted that after this whole AMC rush is over, people are going to be reinvesting back in Bitcoin. There's a lot of people that made a lot of money on AMC, but I don't know. Bitcoin. That could be the problem.
Damn it.
Yeah, I mean, once Bitcoin, being a trader is you make money off it moving up and down. Being an investor, I mean, it should have been bought at like the 30s, and then once it went past 35, I stopped talking. Yeah. And motherfuckers will tell you it's gonna get to 100. Yeah, all right. Anyway, that's the answer to that though.
Yeah, I would say hold what you got, and wait for the next upswing. When it get up high. When it get up high like that again, then you got to make the tough call whether you're gonna pull out or cross your fingers and hope that it get higher. So
and I'll say this quick thing.
A part of me feel like I should have pulled out of AMC because AMC just went skyrocketed hella high and dropped back down to where it was at yesterday or below what it was like yesterday. So I'm hanging on, I'm holding strong with my AMC because the predictor's going to go higher, but you never know. It's a gamble. But I could have cashed out some serious cash this morning if I would have. But anyway, I do want to swing it to whoa, shout out to Theo Wolf in the building. Appreciate you coming through with the heavy-handed super chat. He says Black Manosphere is by black men for black men. Women are irrelevant. Kevin Samuels has lessons for women from the Black Manosphere. Yet our definition and standards are established by us within our group alone without female influence. I think you're speaking to the core of what I was kind of going back and forth with Obsidian about is it's okay if women here, if men stay strong and stand on their principles and don't turn into just a kowtowing to women Derrick Jaxn space. I don't mind that. That's why, me having 10% women, viewership, or close to 10% women viewership, you don't see, no kowtowing to women. It ain't going to change. Kevin Samuels probably has 50% women, and he's still standing strong on his shit and ain't giving in or caving in to their bullshit or pandering to them, so to speak. Even though he does somehow make a show where he advocates for men, but somehow gives dating advice for women. I don't know how he does that. It's amazing, but either way, shout out to Theo. We appreciate the super chat. Game changer, you got the floor. You got the mic.
Okay, so if we're talking about what the manosphere needs to grow, one of the most important things that we need to grow is discrete conversations. More important than anything. There is nothing worse than highlighting your negatives in front of a group of your audience base. Imagine a pizza place saying, you know something? What we need to do is we need to change the sauce because our current sauce tastes like shit. Like, what did you do? You just, because now you have a customer base who was eating your sauce before saying, you know something? Now that a member of the chef's team says that the sauce tastes like shit, it kind of tastes like shit. So yes, certain things are better left said privately. And I think that that's something that we lack, perhaps because this space was built on, broadcasting to wide audiences, that we don't have private conversations. For example, like with the equipment thing, it's like, people aren't really complaining about audio quality or anything like that. But if you broadcast, we need to improve our audio quality. It would cause the audience to rethink it and say, something, maybe something is up with the audio quality. Things like that. So yes, certain things are better left said privately.
I agree with you. That was something that I did say to Obsidian when he was talking about basically what amounts to just basically a campaign strategy, a campaign of some sort. I was like, hey, when it comes to plot planning and strategizing the next move, ways to grow the channels and ways to do this and ways to do that, I do think those are off the air conversations, because
I agree.
Because it's like having, an audience of 400 people in there, but you're really only talking to 15 to maybe 20 content creators that need to hear what you're saying. So yes, that should go on behind the scenes, plot plan, strategize, and then move forward and execute. The only thing the audience is seeing is, hey, they're putting together a nice show and I enjoyed it.
Well, I mean, I said that more than a year ago before I got clowned for audio equipment. So I've been saying this for the longest time.
So a content creator conversation.
I agree with you on audio equipment.
A content creator conversation should be kept between content creators. Absolutely. Just like executive members of the board should have, meeting, privately. Or generals in the military should have meetings privately in order for that. Definitely something like this should not be made public. And also like with the suit thing, perhaps that definitely would have been a better conversation, because now people will say, something, such and such is poorly dressed now that we had this suit conversation. Yeah. There's no reason to have such a conversation that we're having publicly, or that we were having publicly.
I understand that we're having it. I mean, so it's kind of like, I get that.
Don't dismiss it like that. Let this be a caution if we made the mistake in the past. that such conversations in the future and now going on should be made private.
Yeah, until somebody decides, fuck that, which will happen.
Then that person would be off code. Until then, that should be the standing policy.
Yeah. Okay. So,
Agreed.
okay. So
Agreed.
let me say, hold on. Okay. So, because this is where kind of the bullshit starts.
Uh-oh.
There's a lot of things we could talk about when it comes to being on code, like a lot of nigga shit that a lot of people are involved in that I try to stay away from, like keep like 1 or 2 channels, the degrees of separation from, for the most part, that people actively do that's way more important than, like, you know, audio and stuff like that. You know, I honestly, I have no problem with somebody saying audio is an issue, and then if people want to make a judgment call based on that, they make a judgment call based on that, because I believe in liberty and the free market and let it run the way it runs. We're not really united like that. And that's also a conversation I guess we're not supposed to say. It's an open secret. But the reality is, in the Manosphere, I say this once, I'm going to say it again. This is not why I came up, but we operate like city-states. We can say we're all Greek, but at the end of the, or we'll go to Africa tribes, but at the end of the day, we reserve the right to do what we want to do as individuals and what we want to do. And what tends to happen is when there's a threat to the entire space is when people say, oh shit, we're Greek, maybe we need to start acting like it. And then when that's done, we go back to what we're doing. That's how the Manosphere has always operated. And the only way that's going to change is if somebody has the power to actually create incentives to change it. Nobody's really demonstrated that yet. Like, yeah, Kevin might, but is Kevin really going to, like, if Kevin created like a network, like a YouTube network, like kind of like how Joe Budden did, and say these are the rules that are going to be to deal with the network. And let's say if like Obsidian was like at the top of that, because obviously Kevin has mentioned Obsidian, so one could conclude that that might be a part of the thing as far as strategy. Okay, then somebody's going to have the ability to say these are the rewards and benefits for acquiescing to the program. Choose. And the people that choose, well, you can probably get some of the dudes that are bigger creators to do it because they have, you know, they can see how that can be an uptick. And then the ones that are either smaller, that they don't get it or whatever, they can choose not to. And then at that point, them bitching about them not getting what everybody else is getting is mute because they made that choice. But see, nobody's really done that yet. You know, nobody, you could do that with clout. You could do that with money. So what happens is we try to, absence of that, try to sell or campaign why people should do shit. It's kind of like how you tell people why they should vote for the Democratic Party, even though there's very highly things that doesn't benefit you. But we're not supposed to pay attention to that. Like, that's how it happened with Biden. We're not supposed to pay attention to shit that doesn't benefit you. You're just supposed to go along with it and wink, wink, you know, shit'll go along. And then anybody that speaks out against that, they become like a rebel rouser. Now, I actually have a personal Telegram. I have a Telegram that has about 20-something people in it. I very rarely let people in it. So, yes, game changer. I'm not dismissing what you're saying. I actually actively practice what you're saying. There's plenty of things that I say in that Telegram, which some dudes are content creators. Like Marcus is in there. Black Mind is in there. Don Calypso's in there. There's people that I trust that I can speak very freely in there and then know it won't get out. That's why I rarely let people in there. So I get what you're saying, and I actually do practice it. So no, I'm not dismissing what you're saying from that perspective. I get it, but it's just, I know that people are going to hear that and then they're going to do what they want to do. And it's unfortunate, but it is what it is. But the reason why I came up here was 2 things. It's actually to disagree with Obsidian, but also to agree with Obsidian. With the Shaharazad Ali thing, I completely agree with him. I actually side with him on that, side against you, Bernard. I get what your point is, Bernard, but the reality is, situation is, Shaharazad Ali, and I have utmost respect for her, but she's in a business. Her ultimate goal is to build a quote-unquote black nation. Whether we call that community, whatever we call that, and the pieces that need to be in place to do that is what she's speaking to. So if Obsidian is saying, okay, I'm not going to make a judgment call on what she said, but it is definitely worth having an honest conversation about what we know she said versus we never really heard her say in reference to us directly. We've made a lot of assumptions and inferences, which yes, intelligent people can do. But especially when you understand where in the dynamic that we're in, we do need to know, you know, what does she agree with? What we do need to know that. Like, period. And other than that, we go on what we've heard her say, which it was very easy for her to say the things that she said, which is kind of like off the goddamn wall. Out of all the words she could have said, she chose what she chose. She's an intelligent woman and a wise woman. And if you also understand that that she's in the business of nation building, that nation does not necessarily have to be a patriarchy with men at the top. So we don't really know exactly what is the structure that she has in mind. And so her saying,
but hold on, but real quick, everything she describes sounds very patriarchal. So how could you say she's not into nation building?
It sounds like it. But a lot of things, like very effective communicators are able to make the best politicians are able to make things sound there without being concrete. So yeah, it sounds like it, but the reality of the situation is there's way too many females that are comfortable bringing her on that I know are absolutely against that, for that not to be. I'm not alluding to anything, but people have a right to answer the question. And the reason why I'm telling you this, Bernard, is because what happens is, just like how you can make certain inferences on what she sounds, people can, like Grinch, shout out to Grinch, can make certain inferences based on what she actually said. And if you actually listen to what he responded to based on what she said, it was a lot more hostile than anybody else. And a lot of dudes will think that, and they have every right to think that. So you're rolling the dice, and it could go both ways when you do that. And another thing too is, if she's so patriarchal, so this, you've got Dr. Tommy Curry, you got Kevin Samuels, you've got Obsidian, you've got Dr. T.S.I. Johnson, you've got Dennis Sperling, you've got plenty of dudes that don't represent anything to what she's talking about. Hell, even you, because you've been married, that she could talk to and have a conversation with. Because remember, one of the things that she said, and I'm saying this and then I'm kind of going to bolt out. She said that she liked to talk to MTR because MTR had a good head on her shoulders. Well, she also talked to Napa too, which we know doesn't have a good head on her shoulders. So there's certain people that we know ain't got the head on their shoulders to really have this conversation that she has talked to, because it's more familiar in the type of community that she deals in, the Nation of Islam, the pro-black community. So that was just so you know, it's absolutely a conversation worthy of being had. And I just wanted to reiterate, I'm not saying you were saying it wasn't, I just wanted to reiterate that, yeah. So that's the first thing. The second thing is this thing.
That was only the first thing?
The last thing is the first thing with the pre-thing was what Game Changer talk about, is the campaign about changing the Manosphere. I've said this before and I'll say it again. I'm all for creating a separate purple pill space, a place full of black men that want to get married, have been married, are currently married, a space where women like Danica Marie that is married, women like Nurse Nerd, Chantel, Simone, you know, people like Game Changer that you know, you've shown that you've interviewed these women. That's why I'm putting you in there. Poor Man's Podcast, that these conversations can be had in that space. I think that's valid. I think within a mechanism of us controlling that and us building it from the ground up, that has value for a variety of different reasons. Some of them you've mentioned on this program. But I will not entertain this space being merged into that at all. That's a non-starter. There is no, I don't care if you're the smartest person on the planet and it's just the right way it needs to be said. As soon as I sniff that that's where it's going, it's done. And the only way to override that is by what I said before, which is you having an overwhelming incentive for dudes to drop off of that. That's it. Without that incentive, there is no politicking or campaigning that's going to get around it. And I'm actually one of the more understandable people when it comes to it. There's a lot of people in it that they're absolutely like, that conversation shouldn't be entertained, even creating a purple pill space. But I actually see the value of doing that for a variety of reasons. And there's already channels that are kind of amenable to create that. It's not like that shit would have to be built from the ground up. It's a lot of things that's already there if people wanted to do that. But this idea of trying to corral all of us or most of us, and I'm into doing that, the Manosphere was never created to serve women. It was never created to talk at women or to women. We talk about women because that's relevant to Black men's experience, and Black men are the most vulnerable to their women because that's what they're most open to. It's easy to tell a dude to focus on a white man or something else, but your women is what they give the most trust to, which is why we spend the time talking to them, because that's the work that's needed to kind of unlearn what they've learned. That's it. It's not about trying to change the females. The environment will do that. And to the extent that we can manipulate the environment to accelerate that, then yes, we should do that. But it's not our job to change these women. These women have to come to us because they decide to, not because we convince them. Because just as fast as somebody can convince them, it's just as fast as they can be bought by another person to betray us yet again. And I appreciate you all giving me the floor for all of that. I'll leave it at that.
All right. Good.
I know it's a lot. People can clip shit, respond to it, but I wouldn't need to say that.
I think you made legitimate good points, and there is a such thing as Black men who have Manosphere talking points and still understand the importance of traditional families and all of that. And to those, I think a space where women are welcome can be created or coexist, but it can't turn to see it's a slippery. It can turn into a slippery slope.
If it does turn, if it's separate, then that's fine. If it's not, that's the problem. See, I can sell dudes saying, y'all, that's what they choose to do over there. Just like I tell dudes, some people are gonna get married. It doesn't matter what you say. The best thing you can do is give them the tools that is necessary. Shout out to the lead attorney and people like that to empower them to make the best decision. But get off of them needing to make a different decision. Some people got to learn on their own and live their life. But
I think I think you're explaining quite well part of my pushback against Obsidian, because it sounded like Obsidian was saying the Manosphere as a whole need to look at the way things are, and the Manosphere as a whole needs to go in that direction. And that part, I disagree with the Manosphere as a whole.
And everybody ain't here to make money either. Yeah, all money ain't good money. And yes, there is greater money in serving the women.
And that's why I said that it would make sense for Obsidian behind the scenes, for those who more or less see his vision, to, like I said, plot, plan, strategize. Shout out to whoever that was in the chat who understood I was referencing Tupac's bomb first, plot, plan, strategize, and bomb first. Yeah. Anyway, but yeah, it would. I think it would be incumbent upon Obsidian to get with those content creators who agree with him, plot, plan, strategize, and figure out what direction to take it from there. Versus just saying the Manosphere as a group needs to be that. I think that makes sense. So you explained it quite well.
That can be an advertisement to do that. That's why I kind of pushed a little bit back on what Game Changer was saying, because Obsidian has an email, people know how to get a hold of him, and that's how I kind of took what he was saying from that perspective, assuming that's how he wants to go. And by the way, there's a prerequisite of me saying this. I said the same thing with Donovan Sharp. I don't have an issue with Donovan Sharp. I respect the issue Obsidian has and O'Shea has, because I've heard what they had to say, and yeah, I would be mad if I was them. So they have every right to be mad. That's not what I'm saying. But I said the same thing with Donovan Sharp too, where I will push back on him trying to leech off of us versus if he went in a greater Black YouTube and created his own sector. That's different. And that's where I can. So this is something I said before, and so this is not something I'm like making this personal. I just want to make that clear. I'm not making this personal or anything. I just believe in separation in case things go bad. Like I said, I don't feel like if we build it from the ground up, knowing what the principles are, there'll be people in there like you, Bernard, Roger, people that can kind of pull back against that. But we still need the separation. And by the way, we can be the bad guys. We can be the bad guys that they say we're bad. And then when Shaharazad Ali says what she says, now it becomes, okay, well, what about these guys that are married, have been married, want to be married, and 2 Black women, and you have all these professionals and academics that are pushing that space. Now it makes it harder for them to shut those guys down. You see what I'm talking about? I'll be the bad guy for everybody else to push the conversation forward. Anyway, I'll be the asshole.
Good stuff. Anybody who wanted can take it. Game Changer probably got some thoughts on that because that is sort of
I mean,
up the alley a little bit.
Well, no, I just want to reiterate what we were saying. You know, these types of discussions are better held in private. Like, I mean, we pretty much undermined everything that we would have done, you know, by having a strategy meeting public. I mean, so let's just say we all come to a consensus and say we are going to go after Derrick Jaxn's former supporters. You know, what are they going to say now that they hear that they're part of our strategy and to take them and their money? Like I mean, I think that what we were doing was like the absolute worst thing possible. You know, I mean, it's kind of like when you're watching a baseball game and the umpire or not the umpire, but the bat catcher, or what do you call that guy? You know, they have their symbols and stuff like that. But, you know, instead of having symbols, why don't they just yell it to the pitcher? Like it kind of has that effect. Is you have it privately for a reason, like.
Sort of like how, like a lot of people know what they found out later that, you know, me and Obsidian did have a more or less a business arrangement in that had a lot to do with the growth of my channel. I remember Ed said, wow, I didn't know that. Yeah, I made it look very organic and just natural. I didn't know that it was actually some type of business deal. But either way it go, it looked like it could have been organic. And I think that speaks to what Game Changer is talking about.
Exactly. The meetings that you had in private. Yeah.
Yes. We talked in private about, you know, my channel and what we was about to do and how we was about to do it and everything. So
and the audience would have reacted differently, possibly, you know, if they found out that this was, So the importance of discretion, you know, I mean, can't be overlooked, and it's widely overlooked. I mean, we have like, oh, this is our 4-part plan. Like, really? You're going to tell everybody? Like, that's, you know, like, let's not do that.
Talk about it behind the scenes and then just go execute, produce a good product and watch the growth. Done.
No, absolutely. And I also, maybe it's because I don't want their money. That's one thing as far as the females. And quite frankly, I did super chats late. I did cash apps late. So it's also a power. There's power in transparency too. There's power in saying I don't have a conflict. I get what you're saying, a conflict, but I think with this, there's too much behind the scenes stuff. Like, you know, I'm listening to what Ramil had to say. By the way, I gotta say, you know, sometimes the shit you say don't always land 100% with me. But when you said what the fuck you said about that fucking floppy disk, and you know what I'm talking about, and that was one, and it was another thing you said too. After that, I was like, damn, this motherfucker's 2 for 2. That shit was funny as hell to me. He knows what I'm talking about. But even with that video, and then you found out what you found out about how their family is created. You know, that shit would have been good information to know when motherfuckers were wreaking havoc, you know, back in the day. So again, there is something to say about, you know, discretion. Absolutely. I have a Telegram, so I practice that myself. I think though, like, well, I get to going after Derrick Jaxn customers, but it's a lot of that sneaky shit where I think there's too many people on the other, not in this space. I will admit this, game. We don't do this enough in this space, but in these other spaces, like the Hotep groups and stuff like that, I think they're very good at doing that. I think a lot of what they say, I think they're exceptional, because if you understand how the female networks are built, I mean, you got like Lipstick out. These women are so networked up behind the scenes. Oh my God. Like, I don't know everything, and I've uncovered some shit. There's a lot of shit I've never said. Like, these women are networked up. Even the thoughts are really good at doing that when it comes to building up their own pages and stuff like that without ads and stuff. And so it is a very extensive network on stuff like behind the scenes. But that's part of what makes a lot of what they say fake. Because when you look at a lot of these content creators, some of them that us, including me, have promoted. And then you start to dig into their stuff. And I don't like digging into people, but you start to see what their past is and how it informs what they say. It'd be like, oh my fucking God. Like, really? Like it just makes it'll make you really jaded. It really will. because I can't, man. I'm not trying to put no people on the spot, and no, I'm not particularly talking about anybody you interview, Game Changer. Well, yeah, for the most part, but I'm just talking about like everything they say is capping. A lot of it always is in service of what we need to do for them. Because I will say this, they strategize to how to get us to do what the fuck they want us to do. Like even Angry Man said this, and I didn't agree with it 100%, but I do understand where he's coming from, and I agree with it more now. Is when he said, like, when it comes to Kevin, they're calling Kevin because they want the cheat code. That I believe they're snitching on themselves a lot more than they're getting a quote unquote cheat code. But like those fears exist. There are dudes that they very much want black women to give them a way to come back.
Right. I mean, well, in Kevin's defense, he's they're calling asking for a cheat code, and his response is there is no cheat code. Take your fat ass to the gym.
That is true.
and learn how to get a sandwich. So yeah, in his defense, they are calling for that reason, and his response is there is
just
no
just like when we ask him what the cheat code is, he's like, work 60 hours or shut the fuck up. Don't even ask me a question. Which people always forget about. But
I know that's why Kevin Samuels' talking points is undefeated in my perspective. You know that it's no cheat code. It's no cheat code. Shout out to that.
Yeah, but yeah, man.
All right.
Ooh, this has been a good one. Is this one of your longer ones? Shit.
Yeah, this is one of the long ones. I haven't done this in a while. I normally would be pretty strict about shutting it down at 3 hours. I might go an extra hour if need be, but I haven't done a marathon.
You should do this like once a month on a Friday, like once a month, or at least once every 6 weeks.
I haven't done this shit in a while, and it might be a while before I do it again. But man, with that said, we get the hell up out of here.
Can't do a shameless plug. Hey yo, man, I'm like 5 subscribers for 4,000. So yeah, some of y'all hook a brother up.
What?
Man. Hook a brother
Drop
up.
Ed link real fast. Hurry up and drop it.
I hate doing. I feel dirty doing it, but fuck it. I want that.
I'm getting out of here. Ed need 5 more subs. Let's get him that. Let's get him to. You say you need to get to 4,000, right?
Yeah. You know.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah. Drop Ed link. Drop Ed link real fast. Hustle up, mod, so I can get the hell up out of here.
Floppy this shit, man. And you know what made that so funny, Game Changer? Like I deal with, you deal with computers obviously, but you like that shit is probably like a 2005, that computer. If I look it up, so that's very well possible that shit is a floppy disk.
Oh wow. I wasn't familiar with the computer, but yeah, it was just funny. I haven't
It's
seen
a Mac. It's a Mac.
I don't do Macs, so that makes sense.
It's a Mac. The ones that are that big, squared like that, I know that's pre 2008. I know that. I'm not gonna say how I know it, but
Ed, you got it. You got it. It says 4K subs right now.
I appreciate it, y'all. I appreciate y'all helping me limp past the finish line.
You crawled over the 4K finish line.
Well, I ain't shit. My audio, like Kuda, like I'm like the poster child for fucked up audio. Like my shit be buffering. I literally had to get like a Ethernet adapter in order for that to stop happening. And I'd be getting these super chats, and I'd be like, yeah, I ain't shit. Let me fix this shit, man. Because these niggas, they don't be saying nothing. But I fixed it. So yeah. Anyway. All right, man. Much appreciated, everybody.
All right. Thank you, everybody, who participated in this show in any way, shape, or form. If you super chatted, Cash App did anything in any way to contribute to this, I appreciate you 100%. I'm tired as hell. My back hurts sitting in this chair for this goddamn long, and I'm getting the hell up off of here. Thank you, everybody. Peace. We are out of here. I'm gone.